like we're walking on water.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You turn me on, how could I turn you down? I never wanted it, now I can't get enough. You got me spinning around, spinning
I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? That never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? That never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Oh, won't you break me out? Break me out, break me out. You're the chain of the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. You're the chain of the lock, won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door, won't you break me out for my freedom? For my freedom. Oh, won't you break me out? Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. There's nothing like this feeling. Could look at you for hours, don't mind me. Didn't know how much I needed to have you by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are. Be where you are. I wanna be where you are.
Now I know how it feels to hold pure solid gold. Sleep in the arms of my only minute tiny world. And right here in our curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもうてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this way ピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカね赤いリボンで踊るネオンライトがきらめく
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But will I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab Mike and a chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
So I got my edgy call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right when you're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right when you're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead. I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights and a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh, why? You better run now, run before you hit the end of your life.
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you, it's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you, I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own light.
looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. First step like that, and now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in, just the beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. First step like that, and now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly.
Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me. 'Cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You don't there's nothing left. I'll keep on fighting. Now the time has come. Now the time has come. I will fight.
Still holds up as an absolute banger here in the LPL. I'm Hysterics, and I'm joined by Kitty here to start you off for your super weekends on the Saturday, and we've got some good matches, let me tell you that. Kitty, welcome back to the broadcast. Of course, we haven't had you for, a couple of days or so, but you and I are going to be going through this weekend together and the start of next week as well to kind of shore up the middle of our table.
Yep, I couldn't be doing this without anyone other than alongside you, the GOAT of LPL, of course. And I think I was casting another JDG match earlier in the week, and today we're going to do the same.
You're literally doing the JDG matchup, their last one against EDG. Going to give us a lot of context running into this, Kitty, because I think I was doing the last IG matchup, or at least the one before that as well. We'll run through what happened yesterday, because yesterday was a quick one. And again, another surprising one. Teams are not holding up to the standard that we thought they were at. And Kitty, like NIP, this team that just came through and literally had a big win, taking down LNG, suddenly lose to LGD 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, you say we had a quick day, but I'm pretty sure we had one of the longest games we've had in this. It went for 51 minutes and 2 seconds, and it was that LGD vs NIP matchup right there. But yeah, like you've been saying, these bottom tier teams have been looking a bit shaky. We don't know what's going on with them.
Yeah, again, look, TT were meant to be middle of the pack. They weren't a bottom team, and they're there to lose to OMG. It's the same thing yet again here. As looking at the rest of the standings, this is what I'm talking about. Middle to the bottom of the pack. Nothing is really solidified, I would say, apart from maybe anyone's legend who can only reach 9 wins now. It's starting to get a bit dicey for them. But Kitty, everyone else, I'd say that playoffs is still a reasonable contention as we're only 6-7 series in.
Yeah, bottom of the table looking a bit shaky, but that doesn't mean the top of the table is looking too clean either. I'm pretty sure EDG beat JDG. We have TT win against Weibo as well, and IG, of course, coming back from a loss from last night. And BLG has also been looking a bit inconsistent, where LNG is sitting nice and pretty in that first place.
That's why second today, BLG versus RA might not be as definitive as you think. Ultra Prime versus Weibo Gaming. Maybe that's a fun one as well, as the Shy gets to go up against Ning and Baolan. We're getting our IG World Champion reunion to a part 2. But hey, today's opening series is actually one of the best, because IG versus JDG, Kitty, I'm sure LPL didn't mean for this to be a banger, but because IG have been so much better than expected, and JDG now slumping a bit, this one looks a bit close.
And no one expected IG to be sitting this high up in the standings, even higher than JDG, right? JDG has had a pretty rough 2 series, coming back from 2 consecutive losses up against Weibo and, of course, EDG. So this game is really going to prove that they can reassemble themselves up against a higher-end team like IG as well.
Well, JDG coming out on the stage. Looks like we're getting things started here over in Shanghai. IG have already found their place, and it's a shame because every single time IG have made fun entrances. So I guess we missed that one for today. While we look at JDG taking it serious, and again, they have to, because Kitty, 2-loss streak. Their last one, you said you casted against EDG. That was a massacre against them.
Yeah, it was a very crushing defeat, and like you said, a 0-2 up against EDG, where I just feel like maybe they are a little bit scrambled up after losing up against Weibo earlier on in week 4, and they're just kind of struggling to find themselves again. But of course, they're up against IG today, and I think this match, which was happening in week 5, is going to be. And I believe Yushong asked what was your thoughts on YSKM, and then he said that YSKM's been a bit unleashed recently, so I'm going to teach him a lesson.
I think this matchup just heightened by that interview as well. Sorry, Kitty, there was showmanship on stage. And it's just
Well,
completely thrown to left field. But I couldn't agree more, right? Again, YSKM looking up to 369, like 369 looked up to the Shy. I love that it's in reverse because when 369 debuted, the Shy was still on IG. 2019, he got so giddy when the Shy added him on in the LPL.
yeah, definitely one of the most hyped up players we have after the first only a few weeks in the spring split, and he is my most favorite top laner to spectate as a fan, just because of the pure carry champion pool that he has. Up against 369 though, we know that he is a very textbook top laner with a lot of flexibility when it comes to the lane matchup. Like we have seen the Gragas, we also have seen the Sion and Kennen, so I am just really excited to see who gets the counter matchup in this top lane.
Very different matchups, very different champion pools. Rather good that you bring it up here. Again, we're talking off stream that 369 a little bit more supportive. The Gragas is something you already picked up. We expect things, maybe like the Sion to come through again. Where on the other side, YSKM, it's Aurelia, it's Fiora, it's Jax, Kitty. This guy has been getting priority picks and, should I say, priority bans against him. With Invictus Gaming right now, their most banned against them is that Jax at 63%. Then Fiora at 50. Top 2 bans against this team are all about YSKM.
Yep, this guy has made a name for himself in the LPL Spring Split, of course, and we've already seen how dominating his Jax was just from his debut game. I believe I casted that up against, it was OMG or something. I believe Dove was on the Kassadin. They were just two super carries on these late game champions, and of course, that kind of brings into the fact that IG has solidified a team identity where it's very dependent on how YSKM and Dove performed in these team fights, where I think their series up against Top Esports last night, it really showcased the fans and the audience that Top Esports exposed a weakness of IG, and that was the middle game where I think Arn and Wink were looking a little bit shaky.
You're talking about it, the bottom lane getting caught out a little bit there. I want to backtrack though before we do talk about that bottom lane, because for Invictus Gaming, you said it in rehearsal a little bit that this team is a bit reliant on the 1-3, the 1-4. Like that is shaping up to be their identity, considering that they are a new bunch of players coming together and actually just trying to find themselves. I will also say that, through laning phase as well, they kind of build themselves up through the 2v2. It has been, I'm not going to say flippy because it's definitely not that, but it has been more bloodthirsty than even last year, and it's looked even better. So I'm excited to see what happens in that 2v2 because, again, although, Kitty, you look at the mid-game, early game's definitely where it's at for Arn and Wink and has been one of their driving forces. We're now on to pick Bannon, folks. Get a little bit sad with me. We're still in 13.1. I don't know why,
I'm rotting here.
I mean, Kitty, like we've been here for a couple of years now. And honestly, I think we do pick and ban in our sleep.
Guys, I mean, Zerius is going to get banned here. That means the Varus and Ash are open for the side of IG. Really exciting matchup, guys. Poke until 50 minutes into the game, of course. But I did want to highlight the mid-jungle 2v2 of both these teams because I think that is the spiciest thing. However, Carnaby and Knight in their recent series haven't really been performing up to expectations, especially for Carnaby. I just think the current meta doesn't really suit his playstyle, where he is playing extremely aggressive on Sejuani and the vibe. But because of how Knight has really changed as a player, he used to be that person that was aggressive, always looking for kills but always dying, but now he's more of that CSing, scaling to late game person.
And Kanavi's already lost that Vi as well. Something looked at as a Rek'Sai, which is a bit of a throwback. Kanavi has been like Kindred, Rek'Sai, even the Shaco made a small appearance previous years. He's got a wide champion pool, so not too worried about the double jungle ban to start us off, but we do get what we expected. However, in a different order, Kitty, the priority here doesn't go to that bot lane, doesn't go to the Varus. They get Jace nice and early.
Yeah, Jay's very nice and early. I mean, the Varus is going to get denied from the side of JDG because those two are just the best in slot once Zeri and Lucian are off the table. Of course, you can always respond with the Jhin paired up with Ashe, which fits pretty well with Ruler. But of course, like you've been saying, this Jace already responded with a Jax. Absolute Giga Chat champion being locked in once again. But like I've been saying, JDG, they're just saving that counter pick for 369.
Again, might be a bit of a mistake because a lot of teams against IG so far have been banning away that Jax. Talked about it at the start, 63% of the time, that Jax is off the table. JDG willing to risk it for game number 1 because they know they have a matchup. And Kitty, it's exactly as foretold, right? It's a carry matchup versus 369's Gragas, the exact direction we expected out of this 1v1.
Yeah, that does mean JDG's bottom side is kind of gonna have to make up for that damage since you are relying on the Gragas and a utility jungler since it's still patch 13.1, guys. I know it's very, very sad, but I'm expecting some ADCs and mid laners getting banned out here. Of course, Del, we've seen a huge champion pool coming out of him as well, where we've seen the Yod, but mainly I think IG, when it comes to their playstyles, like you've mentioned before, it really depends on the side lane and how Dove can get his hands onto a champion that can pressure the side lane, while An and Wink kind of just sit back and relax while their side lane carries.
So far, we can look at what Dove's played. The Azir, which is a good ban away from JDG. Things like the Silas, the Kassadin. Kassadin going to be the final ban, as you said, to play those side lanes. Kitty, the only other thing I can see that is up and available is that Rise, but JDG will have the option to take away this fourth pick and maybe deny IG a little bit further, because IG are only banning away junglers themselves. Not really worried about that final pick to come through, whether it can be a flexibility for the mid laners. They're going to take away the Akali from Knight just in case.
Ooh, I mean, that was a pretty smart ban. They may perhaps expect the Gragas to flex to the jungle, but like you've been saying, that Rise pick is still available, but we've already seen that Jace is a traditional counter to the Rise, where he just gets lane party in the first 15 minutes, and especially once your items are online, the Rise can't really match that in a team fight unless you play for those side lanes. So especially with Knight on this Jace, I'm not too worried about the mid lane matchup. Dove does need to have a really good response to this, however, because I think Gideon and Dove are really the lifeline for the early game of IG.
But on the side of IG, if you want to talk about early lifelines, let's talk about Arn and Wink for a second, because it's a Varus support again. Third time that Wink has played Varus support. This guy, if he doesn't have cheese grater abs by the end of this split, I'm going to go help him work out, because he deserves it with the energy he's brought into these games.
Look, I've always gone with the rule where if your name doesn't start with K and end with area, these ADCs on support's looking a little bit scary, but of course, like you said, Wink, third time on this Varus support. It does okay into the Ashe lane, but I just think Ashe is a better version of Varus. You do have a little bit of anti-heal built into you as well, but of course, paired up with this Draven, a lot of damage coming out of the bottom lane of IG, and especially with this Renekton being locked in for the mid lane. Just so much early game already for this first game.
It's going to be huge. I want to talk about it in a second, Kitty, because again, against JDG's comp, it's going to be a bit of a dichotomy here. You already talked about the flexibility of the Gragas. You nailed it. Spot on. Gragas running into the jungle, Sion going top, and another part of the flexible comp of JDG is that Jace running towards mid, Kitty. Run me through how this works, because JDG, I feel like we're a bit five-heading in draft.
Five-heading, of course. I mean, the Gragas does end up in that jungle slot for Kanavi, but I'm a bit worried since we've already seen Kanavi playing extremely aggressive in that early game. So this time around, Knight having that ability to get lane party earlier in the game, maybe he is able to rotate and play around Kanavi where he isn't able to bleed early into the laning phase, of course. But the two team comps for this game one, very, very frisky. Both supports are just ADCs stuck in 13.1. Halo Blaze is taking over the world. But yeah, Ruler specifically, right? We've seen him just having a bit of a shaky performance in his past two series where he is just past three. Yeah, I mean, he was one of the most anticipated ADCs to come from the LCK. Now he had a really dominating debut, I believe, on the Zeri in that first series, but now he's kind of been slacking.
Kitty, it's a concern, isn't it? Again, Ruler jumping into the LPL. We got excited, and for good reason. He got Player of the Week a couple of times. Last three series, as you were saying, Ruler has fallen off a little bit here. So this is about JDG's redemption, because they're on a 2-loss streak. Losing to Weibo was one thing, as a bit of a throw up in the air, but EDG 2-0ing them and smashing them down raised concerns. Now, IG, if you haven't been watching the LPL this split, this team has been one of the most exciting. 5-2 currently sitting in the top 4 with a major rebrand of players. They've just come off the back of a loss to IG. They've only ever lost to TT, which are another mid-tier team. But Invictus Gaming are hyped up for good reason. This team brings the blood. And as you're saying in the draft, this comp wants to get rolling in game number 1 as IG try and run through these lanes, run over JDG, and give us that big old mouth-open experience, gore-dropping, Kitty. You know what I'm talking about? When IG come on the rift, man, this team surprises the hell out of you.
I mean, I'm really surprised, and they're coming out in this game one with the most aggressive early game champions we can imagine in League of Legends, with Renekton, Elise, and Draven all being locked in for this side of IG. I just expect so many tower dives and Gideon just going for the kills and lane ganks before we hit the later game of the stage, because we already know that Sion is an absolute menace once we hit these team fights, and as he gets his items online, I'm afraid that unless YSKM is dealing the damage, 369 isn't gonna die.
Yeah, I think again, the Sion, again, a brain play here it feels like, as IG gonna find Knight out in the invade. Minions have spawned though, so Dove and Knight have to go back. A bit of a health bar advantage that Dove can play through mid, Kitty, as this invade is gonna turn into a 2v2. Wink getting targeted out, missing Hail Blades. Great trade here. Means Wink walks to lane as well with half HP.
Yeah, we do see the Gragas starting his own red buff, so JDG getting this lane priority just means Wink is already half HP, gotta chug some health pots, but just the amount of presence from this Ashe and Jhin lane, we already know why this is such a potent combo going into this game one, and Wink has to be really careful because he only has one pot left. He doesn't play it too carefully. I mean, Gragas, he is pathing towards that bot side and
True.
potentially looking for a gank early on.
You did talk a little bit about, you know, keeping the tempo, the sway of JDG going on. Walk me through a little bit about Gideon and what he plans to do with this topside pathing, because it looks like right now this Elise is going to top, as I just mentioned, but bot looks so important for IG.
Yeah, I mean, locking in that Draven just means you are playing towards that bottom lane. Gideon getting the red and Raptors already wrapping around. You see Ruler and Missing so pushed up, but this is going to be a gank in the mid lane, a 2v2 perhaps.
Knight was already damaged earlier on. He's healed that back out, but as Kanavi, I believe, spotted out now. Dove gets knocked back, but a great slice and dice away. Gideon just shows up here to say how's it going, and Knight is going to be targeted down the cocoon, staying very ambitiously. And Gideon just backs off after a nice trade with the enemy mid.
Gideon taking that trade was so scary because you are tanking 3 waves built up from Knight, and you still get a bit of damage onto the mid laner of JDG, of course, but it does help out Dove in this laning phase when he is struggling the first few levels. Kind of be trying to get in the way, but Gideon having more ideas as Knight is no mana.
God, I love this already. Again, the aggression we wanted to see. Gideon, another part of this new IG that's been coming out clutch. Kanavi walks into the brush, but it is the Gragas earlier on. So Gideon's not going to have the kill threat. Dove moves over as well as Knight has to back away and now walk to lane as Gideon is pivoting for the Scuttle Crab Kitty and looks like also threatening with the help of bot.
They are really low though. It was okay because Gideon did just instantly smite it and take the Scuttle Crab away. But like I've been saying, I think Gideon, just having this Elise in this game one, he should be playing more towards the bottom side of this map, because YSKM is just constantly going to be pushing in 369, and diving a Sion in this current meta is looking a little bit tough to pull off, because even if you do kill the Sion, obviously you have the passive where he revives and he can just slap you as a 1-for-1 trade, so that's something risky to be taken for the side of IG.
But hang on, we got to look away from top because mid is happening again. Knight pivoting towards his jungle. The pings are coming down. They're saying, hey, is Kanavi nearby? Dove trying to lure him in as Gideon now spotted out, takes the Hex Gate. Knight not going to burn the flash here. In fact, out of range of the cocoon. And Gideon just moves away again.
Knight's been playing very disciplined, already dodging 2 ganks from the side of Gideon. So he's getting a little bit desperate, especially on this Elise, that you have to look for those early ganks when you're paired up with a Renekton and Draven. He's going to look for a second gank or third gank towards his bottom lane though. Summoners are available.
Who needs camps? Kitty, who needs camps at this point? Gideon doesn't care as bot and the 2v2 are doing fine just themselves. Wink's damage still immense, and Gideon's not going to be able to find an angle, but he's there just in case. Kanavi now looking for something through mid. Dove pushes up, but the trade, again, just going to come through as Kanavi's going to get spotted out. This is the most I've seen out of junglers in the whole split, like combined into 5 minutes.
He's back mid.
Of course he is. Gideon doesn't need camps. Just going to help with the shove, it seems, so Dove gets a nice reset. Oh my god.
Gideon finally hits level 4, but this top wave is looking humongous. 369, of course, going to be backing here, but yeah, just from the first 5 minutes of this game, Gideon really struggling to find any ganks onto the side of JDG, not even burning a summoner. And once, well, the first step is to burn a flash, of course, and once that summoner is down, you just repeat gank, and that's your way to gaining a lead in that early game, but they're struggling.
Yeah, but Kitty, on your point, exactly right. That struggle has led to a CS lead in jungle for Kanavi. Kanavi's been mid much less. has now picked up an extra level. Hextech alternator in the inventory as well, and about 2 camps in the lead. Gideon has about 4. There'll be 5 camps in total once that red spawns to clear out. And Kanavi's now free to move across the map yet again. Maybe towards mid, maybe towards the invade, as he seems to be going straight to enemy Raptors.
He's looking for some camps, perhaps putting just some vision down, as this Dragon is going to be a high priority for especially the early game team comp that IG has decided to lock in for this game 1. But missing, obviously having a lot of push and resetting earlier on, is going to be paired up, as Wink is a little bit caught out of position
Yeah,
here.
and that ward from Kanavi, it might net dividends here as the barrel roll over the wall. Wink gets bursted out, Arm's joined in as well. There's a flash. Dub's already into ulti, forcing the summoner out of night. They finally get it, even without the jungler. IG group up as 3, and this mid lane is the best party I've ever seen.
So much action already in the first 6 minutes. Gideon is finally here, and we don't have the flash for Knight this time around. So can they finally look for the kill that they've been looking for this early game?
Well, Arn is getting low at half HP. Wink gets some poke over as Knight joins in. That shock blast dodged away nicely by Dub. All around this Dragon. You know, I've let loose house parties when I was 18 at the end of high school. Nothing compares to what we just witnessed. The Kitty. I guess JDG are going to amp it up another level as they try and start Dragon, but it will be on Vision.
First Dragon does go to the side of JDG. Carnavi just has the Hextech alternator already available in his item slot from just the pure amount of camps he was able to get in the early game compared to the Elise. But like you've been saying, right, IG desperately trying to force these 5v5s early on into the game, but JDG, with their team composition being locked in, they have so much range to play with the Jhin, the Ashe, especially with Knight having the ability to poke before these team fights is going to be a huge deal to how JDG wins these 5v5s.
I like that you pointed out, you know, the Jhin and Ashe particularly, because Missing will be getting level 6 soon enough. Curtain Call will come through from Ruler as he is level 5, so definitely something to consider, as right now IG's bottom lane sitting without gold themselves. Flash from Wink, gets Chains of Corruption, Arn walking forward, heals up, wants Missing, cash in, it's only 2 autos, but it feels like the weight of the world. First blood to Arn with a chat move from Wink.
I'm really confused, Hysterics. Why is Wink level 6 and Missing is level 4 on this Ashe?
True.
It's just that support, right? He's the one not CSing, but he's even a level above Arn. And he was able to get level 6 and just get that CC onto Missing, where he was just caught off guard. And of course, the first blood goes into the hands of Arn on this Draven, so he's going to have a huge spike with that Serrated Dirk and Sheen going into the item slots.
But again, that cash in, I mean, that's huge, as Wink, you're right, hits level 6 first, and just exploits the level lead.
Where did he get this level lead? He
I guess
flashes
it's
over
mid.
and gets
He was mid for 10 years.
Yeah, he was mid for... I mean, even Missing was in mid for 10 years. But of course, really nice trade over for Arn as he picks up his cash in. And this ball lane is going to get rolling, as the Draven is very happy with that first blood.
As you said, the Sheen comes through. We've got lifesteal now as well. Gideon setting up the Cuckoo, not going to land, as Herald is the next target. Good deadly flourish from Ruler as he enters the Rift as well. 5v5 now being set up, but a health bar disadvantage for Invictus Gaming as YSKM's coming in. Wants a critical strike, gets it! YSKM! He was quiet, but now we should know him again. Locked on down, the counter engage from JDG is great. That's a 1-for-1. It's top for support now as IG are losing some of their damage. Curtain Call good, but misses the last 2. Gideon. Barrel roll though as Arn now sits towards mid looking for the autos, but everyone from JDG on top of this Draven. He's got a lot of damage though as Chains of Corruption again. Netting dividends, another cash in. Go to the bank with those interest rates, you're sure to exploit.
Name a more iconic duo than YSKM and landing 3-man stuns on this Jax. He initiates the entire team fight and finally gets something rolling for the side of IG. But of course, it was a 2-for-2 trade, so not too worth. But this Draven not dying just means they are way more ahead with the Eclipse being picked up. 3-man stun in this choke, really well played from the side of YSKM. But obviously, once you flash in, once you E in, you don't have a way out, and he gets instantly bursted. I really like the follow from Ruler as he activates the ultimate, and it allows 369 to land that CC onto Gideon. And they do pick up another kill, so it was a 2-for-1 trade in the very end, with the Herald and Control just going towards the side of JDG this time around.
Arn just had the smoothest sidestep from 369 as well as, you know, this bottom lane kitty we talked about, them getting exploited in the top esports series. But every other series, they have been core carries. They've been so much better than last year. Wink, the old AD of IG, now turned support. Arn, the new AD of IG, now turned Chad. And he's 2-0 in this game with an Eclipse and a Sheen already picked up. Arn yet again the driving line here for IG as they move to 1K gold lead and have a bit more control this early game as we wanted to see with this composition.
Yeah, JDG really struggling to pick the fights that they win because Missing is still on this level 5 where that level 6 power spike is just so crucial for the side of JDG's bot lane. We already saw that Ruler had that follow-up from his ultimate earlier on, but imagine if they just had that Ashe ult available, but unfortunately she is currently 0-2 and 0 and just not having the flash available, and with the amount of mobility that IG has, Missing is having a very hard time in this early game.
Level 6 at least now hit, so we're going to see what Missing can do with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow because Dragon's up in about a minute. JDG were able to get the first one, but Kitty, because of that last fight, IG do have the Herald. They should have some kind of advantage while plates are up and while that objective spawns up within their reach. We'll see how they use it because right now, Arn and Wink are sitting comfortably towards mid, and that feels like free plating towards the Draven, who's already so far ahead of Ruler.
Yep, Eclipse in his item slots already at 11 minutes into the game, but like I've been saying, Knight and Ruler really need to play with their range in these team fights and get the poke onto Arn where he isn't able to participate in these team fights, or at least make it a 4v5 as one of them is too low to really join in on the fight, and then they can engage with the Ashe ultimate and look for a pick.
Wink almost having flash available. I think something to note, not sure if it's going to be available for the Dragon, as Wink has been flash ulting off a cooldown at this point, and I'll be moving back in towards River as 369 and Knight on opposite sides of the map dealing with waves. YSCam doesn't have TP, but 369 does, as IG set up that Herald towards mid, and Arn is going to be moving up so he can be the partial benefactor as Gideon placed it down. As I guess not, Gideon gets all the gold. Never mind, forget Arn.
We can't forget Arn though, he is the absolute carry of the IG right now. We already see the CS differential coming out of YSCam and 369 in that top lane, but of course you have to really juggle the vision here in this bottom lane where 369 is already rotating here, and Arn, he does have the flash available, so if he does get a sound onto his space, he has to play it very, very clearly.
Yeah. As you said, 369 walking down instead of the TP. I mean, YSCam without the summoner walking there now. It's a slow Dragon, but IG are going to be the ones who are playing second fiddle. As JDG just looking to take this down. Wink trying for a steal. There's the barrel roll, the piercing arrow, and eventually out of the quiver, JDG find themselves a second Dragon Kitty. And when we're talking about these compositions, this early stacking of the bottom lane objective is quite nice.
Yeah, super important, but this is all just a snowball from how Ruler enter half health, and they've been playing with this priority all up until this 13 minute where 2 of the first dragons does go into the hands of JDG, and they are threatening Soul Point at this mark. Again,
it'll be a Cloud Soul too, so it'll be a nice little movement speed buff here for people like Kanavi. Missing as well with Enchanted Crystal Arrow being off every 5 seconds. As IG still hold that gold lead here in the early game. Kitty, I want you to talk me through as turret plating goes down now as to how IG want to play out this mid game, because again, we talked about their damage sources really ramping up the snowball they want to have in this game. Walk me through map state and what IG need to do to kind of ensure control.
I mean, it's really hard to beat IG because the 2 main carries of JDG has a cleanse available, also having the flash as well. So you're gonna have to burn these in the first try of trying to make something happen in this mid game, and then you have to redo that and hopefully and pray that the execution is there and you get these kills into the pockets of Arn, because you really see how strong he is with this Eclipse, but IG just isn't really playing towards his item differential, and I'm afraid if you just keep scaling up against a Jace and Jhin Ashe, then you're kind of playing into the win condition of JDG.
You also talked about the Sion as well. Damage is going to be hard to deal, especially for a Draven. As we go towards mid once again, players just grouping up. Because Arn and Wink are the priority focus here from JDG. Knight looking for that range you were talking about as well, Kitty, as they start assessing onto the turret. Flash from Wink actually nails down onto Kanavi as Knight gets out of the range in the nick of time. But that's the flash once again off a cooldown from Wink to try and find a pick, as JDG has just repelled that.
Yeah, that was a force of a 3v4, I believe. Wink burning both the ultimate and the flash, getting nothing in return. A huge bleed for the side of IG. But like I've been saying, this Draven is truly the only damage source for this early game because of his item spikes. And Gideon needs to just make something happen. You know, you have the flash available, but you have to be really smart with how you time the enemy's flashes.
It was everything put into the mid lane, wasn't it? It was Gideon consistently trying to pull off that gank, get the summoners that you talk about being so important in this game overall. It never really happened, and although IG do get that catch in bot, although we saw some success come through of the triple counter-strike, it hasn't gone any further than that. The game has lulled about a little bit now, 16 minutes with only 5 kills available. Perfect for JDG's pacing, Kitty, based on what you said. I am curious, though, because, you know, for YSKM on this Jack, he's been a little bit quiet himself, bar that one team fight. I'm wondering how side lanes look a little bit later on with YSKM on this Jack, obviously to be in control and play the standard IG that we know, which is YSKM sits in the side lane, Dove as well, put pressure on this map, and then IG converge.
Yeah, but this time around, Dove is locked in with that Renekton mid lane, and I'm afraid that this champion won't scale as well compared to Knight on the Jace, and of course the Sion in that top lane. And of course, if we reach the later end of the game where YSKM is online, I think Knight just has a better time as that Jace into Jack's matchup, where it's up to skill, but 369 is also not talking about skill. He's going in.
The train gets his counterpart. YSKM blocking the damage, so Curtain Call's good as TP comes through. Dove now flying through the whirling death. Gorgeous damage as 369 has to flash away as well. That was all over the Herald, which YSKM gets in the end, and those summoners, Kitty, you talked about being important. Unfortunately, it was only the flash from the Sion to be taken down.
IG does secure the Herald at the 17-minute mark, and Knight has just been peacefully farming the bottom lane of this game. And of course, no one really died as a result of this Herald trade, which is still really good for the side of JDG, because you don't want to be bleeding early on into the game up against a Renekton, Elise, and Draven that do want to be forcing these team fights. We also have the Essence Reaver in Arn's pockets now, so come on, Gideon. We know that 369, yes, I know that only his flash was burnt, but we gotta have something happen, because I'm getting worried as Dragon is spawning in 33 seconds.
Again, Gideon hasn't done much outside of the mid lane. You know, I guess transgressions, whatever happened there for the first 5-6 minutes of the game. That was his contribution and nothing else so far, as here in 13.1, Water cleared with a 3-hit shot from Wink, but then moving down after clearing that out is going to be the setup for Dragon. At least that Umbral is going to help them clear out some of the rest of the vision, as YSKM uses the Herald in the meanwhile by himself. And Kitty, look at the TP timing for this neutral once more.
Yeah.
YSKM has to drop it and walk down because teleport once more is not up and available.
Dove does have a pretty sneaky flank here. He is walking from the bottom side, so if he's able to get his hands onto the carries of JDG, this could be something good. It doesn't happen though.
Whirling Death is up and available here for Arn, clearing out the mid-wave yet again and walking down. Kanavi's angle also brilliant, as Barrel Roll just helps out find some vision. Now IG start this Dragon, but missing with the arrows. Someone I want you to pay attention to, the explosive cast from Kanavi too. Look at the TP up, 369 sets up the turret. He's going to line it all up and down. Dragon's taken, but Arn is the direct target. To escape that one, you have no chance. Ruler with a 4-shot, perfectly lined. As Wink is now the squishiest of support, left in no man's land. YSKM flashes to get the kill, but missing gets out. He's dead too. IG, that Dragon cost them everything.
They plus 5 minutes to deny the Dragon Soul, but what does it mean? Arn dies, Wink dies, YSKM falls as a result of that, and just 369 in these teamfights on the Sion, unkillable, especially once he gets his hands onto the AD carry of IG. He just doesn't have a way out, and you saw how well JDG played that teamfight. They were solely focusing on the pure damage source of Arn, and once he dies, IG kind of just scatters.
Well, Kanavi's got to flash away, though. This is a good pick out, but he gets dubbed. It's a 1-for-1. Unfortunate, but at least they get something. I wish I could say, but 369 meanwhile is trading up again.
They're just trading more for more, and I'm afraid that JDG isn't slowing down. Jin already having that bounty available. National.
Okay, not going to hit, but hang on. Knight's damage will. That was huge. Already ramping up a 2-item Jace. Kitty, your concerns were very just as we look at this again, and Arn is just free of any front line.
Yeah, I mean, IG is just solely focusing on getting this Dragon, but they forgot that Sion goes right onto Draven, and the target selection from JDG was perfect, especially from Ruler landing that 4th shot onto the AD carry. And this entire fight was just kind of a struggle for IG, because you don't have that damage to finish anyone off now. YSKM even burning the flash, really good prediction from missing. Dodges that, but there's more fighting.
He's nuked. Bye-bye Wink. He just gets explosive cast out of the replay by Kanavi. And this is more like it from JDG. IG have struggled in this early game to get much more than that 1.5k gold lead. But JDG, again, showing this great resilience and this win con understanding. Now taking over the game with an engage from missing yet again. Destroyed with the help of Ruler. IG are now just getting torn to pieces as Knight goes in under turret. No care whatsoever as they juggle the arrow perfectly. The aggro rather, and Kitty, Jing Dong are now 3,000 gold up in a matter of minutes.
They can't do Baron just quite yet because Gideon is still alive, so there is that 50-50 Baron flip, just in case, you know, you don't want to be throwing when you're in such a winning position of JDG, and this is probably the best game we've seen.
Well, look at the replay again. Kitty's run me through because we didn't see this, but Wink got absolutely nuked. I don't know if Kitty's muted in my ear, in anyone else's. She has disappeared. There is a storm in Sydney. Has Kitty been taken by the storm? I don't know. But you know what that means? It means I get the solo cast. Ladies and gentlemen, there's bad stuff going on in Sydney and there's bad stuff on the Rift. This is my role. I get to talk about this. Wink is destroyed on the left-hand side. Arn in the middle. This has now just become yakety sacks. As Invictus Gaming kept looking for picks, Kitty told you before she went into that starry night that Invictus Gaming simply needed to snowball the early game and then it would be all Gucci from there. Now we are going to try and recover Kitty's net in Sydney right now. I'll let you all know. My house is under a gum tree and it is pretty much like IG's game. It's going to get obliterated if this wind continues. So game one for me might be over pretty soon as well, as 1.5k, that Baron is down. Look at the replay. Now, running you all through this replay, I can give you a quick update that 369 has just had some of the best ulti engages here in this game. Arn goes to the spinning axe, arrow locks him down, and will just be destroyed by Ruler. But on the left-hand side of the fight, the TP from Dub, they want to come in, try and get that split before Ruler joins in, but they just can't kill anyone anymore. Knight's damage is overwhelming, missing as well as engages. Counter engages rather huge. And 369, speaking of unkillable, there's the king of it. 007 in the top lane. We all know that Bond, he never dies in the movies, does he? IG now gearing up around this fourth dragon, excuse me. But what can they do here? They're damage limited. IG's 80 carry with 2.5 items, it would be relevant, but the Scion is matching that now as well. And this Dragon's about to spawn in 10 seconds. It's the early engagement for 369. Let's see if he can finally die. 3 members there, but the arrow follows through. 369 has taken no damage. Gideon is blasted to the side. YSM jumps in, but it's all for naught. As JDG gets poked out, missing is down. Winky, winky. Blinky and you miss it. As Dove now, he's ready to frontline this one. They've got a numbers advantage, but look at the health bars. So damn low here from IG as we're running back in. It looks like IG are going to try to still take the fight at 369. He's taking so much damage. Gideon running forward, piercing arrow yet again. Arn running forward as well as this Dragon at 4k. Going down there, holding there, turning the fight instead as Ruler's last shot doesn't need to connect. Knight takes out the mid laner while Wink takes half HP. 369 with a beautiful knock-up, and Knight will follow through for the rest. IG have gotten a little bit lucky here, a couple of great picks, but it's not enough in the end as JDG have fully completed the circle of life in this game. Looking for the final kill. With this Baron buff, they should be able to take a lot of this standing gold. The next Dragon as well. 20 seconds on those death timers. You can see Ruler right now blasting through turrets as well. And I have to say, you know, JDG, the concerns we raised at the start, I think they've really cemented. They've really cemented themselves still as a top-tier team. This was an important matchup, and even though it's a best of 3, this game 1 was going to show us whether JDG were back in charge. Ruler especially having a really rough time recently. I think missing alongside him as well could be said the same. But maybe no longer, as that combo was a nuke into the boopers. Dub's going to be knocked up on the back end. JDG get away safely. That Dragon's still not taken, but it looks like the bottom lane takes it. Kitty! Welcome back. Good luck in Sydney.
Red team has slain the dragon.
IG tried to fight. They did a little bit of fighting. It was good stuff. And then JDG just returned to not being able to die. As Knight is 1v2ing. Kitty, this is what you miss. JDG just styling. You know, you see the people walk out of Gucci with those, like, 3 bags, and you're like, man, those people have money. That's JDG right now.
Blue team's inhibitor has been destroyed.
True.
Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Blue team's turret
Yeah.
has been destroyed.
Don't worry, look, you work that out again. The wind is blasting my house right now, Kitty. I don't know how I survived, you didn't. But I can understand the internet right now not being too great. It does feel like the apocalypse is. IG, we'll look at this replay. And this is just brilliant. Un has to dodge arrow or Scion, and unfortunately he has to get hit by one. And that opens up the base in the end as well. And for IG just to kind of get dotted on with their I's and T's, as Wink narrowly surviving that one as well. So, go for it. Holy crap. Yep. Yeah, maybe the LPL wind has approached as well. Kitty, talk for a little bit. I'm going to shut a window before the house comes crashing down. Wind, help me. Yeah. Again, Gideon's early game, Kitty, as I can confirm. The window's shut, the area is safe and locked down. That Gideon's early game wasn't really there, and it was a shame because we've seen so much from Gideon in the early game. We've seen so much from this guy taking over the first 15 minutes of the game, or at least solidifying it for his solo laners, or dare I say bottom lane that's been coming in crack. Kitty, we're going to be jumping in and out, don't worry. You know, if we survive this first series, we've done well.
In my own microphone, this is going to be really trippy, but I will try my best. 369 looking for another engage.
Okay, well, at the very least, Knight comes in from the flank. That wasn't even an elevated shock blast as Wink just goes down. 369 has been under turret for a millennia. You'd think he'd be hurting by now as he just heals it back up. Of course, Konami going back in too. Goes golden for the nick of time. YS Game is trying. Look at this top laner. Try to keep this game alive, but it ain't enough. Arn jumps on in. It gets a bit messy for JDG, but Ruler stays standing. Knight gets the kill. And this is JDG to take. It's not the end of the game here, Kitty. At least it will be another open inhibitor.
I'm so sorry, everyone, but I wasn't connected to the broadcast until 3 seconds ago, but I am back.
No.
I'm so sorry. The storm took my internet out, but of course, all
Again.
it took for my net was that JDG wins his first series and they're back on their feet as the super team of LPL.
Yeah, one game it might only be, but still JDG with a good showing to open up this series. Whether it's internet or IG getting slaughtered, it feels the same right now. A bit of a disconnect in the early game. I'll have to see how IG close that out in game 2, but JDG, just keep on trucking, man. That was beautiful.
That was a very beautiful mid to early game from the side of JDG, and obviously we saw the intentions of IG's team composition. At least the Renekton and of course the Draven, they were going full banging for that early game, but they just weren't able to get the early kills, especially onto the carries where you're Renekton up against a Jace, where you are looking for those mid-game skirmishes. But if everyone's too hesitant to engage, then you're just going to eventually bleed as you can't match the damage and the amount of health from the Scion.
And you nailed those compositions really well, Kitty. Like you told us that it was going to come down to a lot of this early game and how Gideon plays out on this Elise. We also talked a lot about the bottom lane 2v2, and I think this time around it was better, but as you also identified, Ruler Missing had a decent enough start where that Draven couldn't really fly through the game, considering at level 1, Missing, or rather, excuse me, our Wink on Varus was put down to half HP. in the early lane.
Yeah, I mean, as that Draven Varus lane, you never want to be leashing. I think Elise can just do the red buff purely fine by herself. So that was a bit of a misplay from the side of IG, and that kind of just snowballed into, of course, the first 2 early dragons going to the hands of JDG, and they were pressured for that dragon soul point where they were forced to take the 5v5, and without a pick, I'm afraid, on this Elise or Renekton, or even without a flank, then these 5v5s are looking extremely impossible because 369 is just an absolute built fridge in that top lane.
He was indeed. And again, he did really well in the lane matchup. Like, YSKM didn't have an advantage, which is rare to say. We talked about top lane Kitty and the champion pool there within, where we're saying 369 at the moment is more of a role player, more of like a tank top, bruiser top. Like, that's why the Gragas was seen as his, because he has been pulling this out time and time again. But even against YSKM, when the matchup for YSKM, you know, we talk about this guy taking over top lane, he got no attention and therefore wasn't able to do anything against 369. And outside of one skirmish, YSKM had a pretty, I guess, quiet game as well.
Yeah, I mean, I believe my microphone wasn't connected to the broadcast, but my main point was that Carnaby is having a really good performance on this Gragas, topping the damage charts, even doing more than Knight's Jace. But I think from his series up against EDG, he definitely had the roughest time. We saw him that he wasn't really communicating well with his solo laners, but this game is really a redeeming game for Carnaby to just come back and say, hey, I'm a really good jungler, but just give me the early game and I'll play around you and I'll carry you on this AP Gragas. Again,
Kanavi, 27% of his team's damage. Meanwhile on IG, Wink did 31%. Varus support did 31% of his team's damage. Like, yeah, Wink had some really good engages there. And I will say, again, like, this bottom lane is full of surprises, even in a loss. It was a 29-minute loss at that, and JDG getting back on top is a good story, but I'm curious how drafts change here, Kitty. We're going to reset, go to game 2, and see if IG have anything in the tank against JDG, or if JDG are going to go for it. We'll have to both do that as we go to a quick break.
He's going to feel really good playing as aggressive as he's been. Is TP playing?
FPX could be in trouble. Gideon goes in. No, he's dead before the fight starts. YSKM's going to come in late, but Lola is already down. The ulti burned down. It's all out onto LWX. He's going to get flipped back as well with the dying breath. Cleans it up. Running away. He cleanses through. Dodges away from Care. His last auto. Oh my God. It was Jason Bourne.
The bigger thing is that Light now has to reset, so Ruler going to get that wave in and deny some gold.
Hang on a minute.
Kill it topside?
He's got the armor straighting, but it's Gragas. It's Gragas. Oh, get ready, Bomba!
I think it's on their mind right now. Frank's 2v1.
He's gonna go for
they
a
about to
1v2.
end
He's got
up
a
on
TP
Twitter?
coming in from Dove here. He wants the highlight reel. He has the GA. He's surviving. Heroic entrance comes in. He hasn't got the GA popped yet. He finally does, but the health bars from LGD have no way to stay in the fight. Why is Cam in some trouble here? Riposte comes out, Counter-Strike misses, he's still alive, and the rest on, flash it forward, on, the root ends, and YSKM comes in to clean up a double kill. IG destroy LGD in game 1.
From the side of Ultra Prime's tower, but they haven't dropped just yet, and they say that they're going to go straight in onto Doggo, who does cleanse and flash away. Chain of Corruption, he doesn't really land onto anybody of significance. Rookie flashes forward, gets a double, and this game is done. This series is over. Blink and you'll miss it. Rookie has just decided they wanted to win the series.
I think it's because you need to get on top of Light. You need to be able to take him down. He finally doesn't have his summoners up, but he's still playing around this so well.
That's what Lyric said. The bell comes out though. Kanavi going to be chased up. He flashes away. 369 looks for another angle. 369 there on top of Casper. They get him, but Light still issue with Xiaohu firing away. The Shy from downtown. Where did he come from? Where did he go? Where did he come from? The Shy's Cotton Eye Joe.
Didn't even know what happy means till you came along and walked into my dreams. It's funny how the times can change so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
Tell me what you're dreaming of, waiting for your fate to come. There goes another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop to give in? Never gonna try to reach up for the stars? You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your name. You gotta hit that warning light. Are you done with the waiting on why? Oh my. You better run now, run before you hit the end of your line. No, 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 no. No line. No, so what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. You know you're ready for something, but that something doesn't come easy. Getting ready to take that jump, but just understand it, just hold that feeling. Now it's gonna make you chase your dreams, are gonna keep on slipping away. So get up and get that station. Never gonna start to fail. Don't you ever stop giving. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. No, no, no. 'Never gonna stop to fail, and don't you ever stop to give in. Never stop reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point sitting wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point sitting wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no.
下一场对阵 IC3队的话，应该要小鲁对线准备好吧，因为最近看比赛，他们小鲁对线对得很好。这个版本的话，因为野和再肥也是打不过线上的人，所以应该多选功能性打一把。极端选手的话，就是功能性打也玩得好，如果跟他也去打的话，应该两边都互相帮队友吧。
I mean, that's what game number 1 was, helping out the mid lane to an extent of sitting and camping in the lane. Kanavi with a good read over IG's bot and especially Gideon in the jungle there as they take out the game 1 win. And Kitty, it was a 29-minute win. It was very JDG fashion. It was clean like we, I guess, talked about prior to their losing streak. And it's really nice to see them come back with 369 also getting MVP on his signature sign.
Yeah, I mean, going into this game 1, really just see how well they read IG's team composition. They knew that YSCam was going to lock something like the Jax, where the Jason Bragg is just double counter for YSCam, where he wasn't really able to play the game. And of course, Sion goes really well into the Jax lane as well, where he just became an absolute monster in these team fights, where IG's team composition, once on the Draven wasn't able to get the kills rolling in that early game, he just got destroyed by 369 in these team fights.
And as you said, you know, the Sion going into the lane, like it was smart drafting, right? The Gragas was picked up early. IG thought it was going to 369 again, but it was a jungle swivel, and then 369 showed out with the Sion. So smart drafting combined with smart plays from JDG, it was a massacre by the end. Kitty, these pick tools were so frustrating, and as you talked about in this game, they utilized the range so well as well.
Yeah, I mean, On was just having an absolute terrible time. We've seen 2 plays in a row where 369 is either flanking or he's just ulting onto his face straight away. But yeah, like you've been saying, I think this Draven pick wasn't obviously doing its best because there's just so much CC from the side of JDG. And even if they don't land the initial engage, well, you have a lot of follow-up from the Jhin and of course the Ashe 2 screens away. So like you've been saying, the range from JDG's first team composition was extremely well played around, and also that this Renekton pick I think was a bit silent.
It really was. Again, Dub didn't really get off the ground. We've also known you is perfectly well spelled in the audience there. For YSKM, you know, quiet game with Dub you just mentioned there as well. Bottom lane was the only lane that I guess got something, but Arn, even with the big cash in fact the double cash in as well. Kitty, Arn wasn't able to do anything with it because the game was just going so smoothly for JDG.
I think Wink played exceptionally well given the circumstances of this game 1. Like you said, he did have top damage on Varus support, and he was able to utilize his level 6 spike and then instantly engage onto the enemy support, and that made Draven, of course, get his items online early. But yeah, this top side of IG really gotta change something up because it didn't work out.
So now with JDG on blue side, let's talk Turkey because we swap around and we get to have a little bit of a look as to what JDG want to prioritize. It's straight for the Fiora, Sejuani against Gideon. We talked about these team-orientating junglers, or rather Kanavi did in the interview. He takes it away from Gideon while Kanavi loses the Elise potential on blue side this time around.
Yeah, I think the really interesting thing for this game too is that IG this time around has the counter pick, and that is most definitely going to go towards the side of YSKM. And once he gets that winning lane matchup up against 369, we've seen what he's been able to do on champions like the Camille and the Jax and just take over the side lane. But of course, champions like the Lucian and Zeri's banned, sorry, but Lucian probably going to get banned from the side of IG here, and that's just going to be a result of a Varus or Ashe swapping from JDG.
So I wonder if, as you said, Varus Ashe gets prioritized because on the other side, Gideon will get his jungle of choice. It's actually the Maokai taken away from Kanavi, which is also Gideon's, or at least one of Gideon's favorites, so 7 games played so far. You were talking about Ashe Varus. It looks like JDG put a heavier weight on something like this Ashe.
Yeah, I honestly prefer the duo of Ashe Varus up against Lucian Nami, because Lucian, you obviously want to be Eing forward and dashing forward to do that damage, but if you have so much negating power like Ashe and just the amount of CC that Jhin is able to provide, then you're going to have a banger of a time in that bottom lane. And that's why JDG has prioritized the Ashe over the Lucian this time around.
As you said, handshake deal then for IG's bottom lane. Lucian looks like the easiest response here, as Arn and Wink have been really great on this duo too. Like, Wink, by the way, with 15% of his team's damage, which for a support is just nutty. His most played is this Nami with a 17 KDA. It has been stellar to say the least, with Arn coming behind with about 15 KDA himself. So, Kitty, we know that what that bottom lane is going to be. Now the priority for IG is what?
The jungle. We already see 2 jungle bans coming out of the side of IG. That means they're just narrowed down, so Kanavi can't really get a favorable matchup in this game 2, but of course we already saw how much he did with that Gragas flex from game 1. So I just think his entire, is it mojo? I believe I learned this word from Machine from the previous JDG cast, but the mojo of Kanavi in this game 2 is just looking fantastic.
Yo, if we're giving credit, it's got to be Munchables. Munchables came in with the mojo terminology. He didn't invent the word, but he definitely invented it for JDG. And yeah, it was some real Austin Powers mojo for this team. And I will say, in JDG's wins, they've had mojo yet again. That's what that 2v2 bottom lane is going to do. And Kitty, once again, I love this. They're like, hey, you still don't know if this Gragas is going to be top or jungle.
I know, they're just playing with the minds of IG and just making YSKMs like, you're gonna pick Jax and we're gonna make you pick Jax and we're gonna lock in this Gragas. It's just blinding it, and it's just such an insane flex from the side of JDG. But you know, a lot of mid laners are still available, like the Azir and the Ryze. So I'm not gonna be surprised if Dove does opt into something like this for this R3 pick, but we'll have to wait and see.
Let's find out. As we're talking about, as jungle is a priority, Ryze, okay. That's going to come through from IG. Get that bottom lane up and rolling already. The thematics of IG, Kitty, looking a lot better this time around. So run me through some of their bans, because they're going to start with the Jace here in mid. We know JDG are probably going to be looking at junglers, right?
I mean, we still don't know if this Gragas is going towards that top or jungle this time. It could honestly even go mid, but I don't see Knight playing Gragas anytime soon. But yeah, the top laners are going to get narrowed down because YSKM is trying to look for that perfect lane matchup up against 369 for this game too. And from the previous, I believe, game, we already saw that 369, once he gets into a winning matchup in the Sion versus Jax lane, then even if you can't win the early game, I mean, just it depends on On and Link for this game too, to let YSKM scale and let him pressure the side lane once again.
I love that once the Jax was banned, YSKM looked at his coach and was like,
what do I do?
what do I do now?
I mean, Camille's still up.
Yeah, Camille, as you say, you know, Aurelia is something that he has in his pocket as well, guys. Just a heads up, that last game was the first time that he had lost on the Jax, but apart from that, he's still 3-1 on the pick. So still a big priority here as we look towards what's left. Viego banned against Gideon.
Wow.
Gotta respect that. That was their dominating dumpster win against AL earlier in the split that Gideon piloted that.
It takes a man to main Viego for them to pick it out in this current meta. That champion is just terrible up against something like the Sejuani and Maokai, but of course those two have been banned out. But just to be sure that Gideon doesn't pop off on this Viego once again, paired up with Dove on this Ryze for this game too, then that's just gonna get taken off. Of course, Sion has been locked in for the side of YSKM.
Wow. He ain't a Sion player. He plays Cassante.
He really ain't.
But Cassante is kind of busted and like a bruiser carry at times. So now 369 getting his option to pick whatever he wants. And Kitty, this might be the reverse in the matchup. We might get something exciting.
He came into this series saying that he's going to school YSKM. He's literally playing the Camille into his own champion. The champions have been swapped around for this game too. And we'll have to wait and see how 369 really performs in this matchup.
And already I can see that for JDG, you know, you're not only swapping the champions, but you're swapping the identities. Is it going to be a Knight Yasuo with Bomber Jungle? No way. Are we
Lock it in, Knight.
I mean, Kitty, we're getting excited. I hate it. Hovers sometimes bait me in. This is his brother. I would take that as a close enough. Yone's still exciting. Ain't going to be the Yasuo, but still all in, Kitty, from JDG versus IG going a little bit more standard here as we have to wait for their jungle to wait and see.
Yeah, IG saves the counter pick for Gideon this time around. I'm pretty surprised because YSKM just dropped the Eagle and picked the Sion blind. And I'm not too sure what Gideon's going to pick here because you're up against a wacky team composition. We have Gragas in the jungle once again and 369 and Knight on these carry champions. This is just IG's team composition, but on JDG this time.
I can't believe JDG just flipped it around again. Confidence coming through. As you said, Kitty, kind of like IG from day one, but Kitty, this time around, we do have better scaling, right? Like there are more elements, more reliable elements from JDG running into game two.
Yeah, I mean, IG going with something more textbook. We have the enough front line from YSKM and Gideon on the Wukong and Sun, of course. We have good scaling, but once again, my eyes are on and Wink because they have to make up for the lack of damage they have in that early to mid game to really let Dove and to really let YSKM get those items online and let them create that side lane pressure. But are they able to do it? From their game one, we're not too sure just quite yet.
Game one was a great showing from JDG. The tiles have turned, or sorry, the tiles? No, the tables. There we go. Don't know how you
The
turn
storms
tables.
also turning outside.
It is. It's getting louder and louder, but that could just be JDG knocking on the door of a 2-0 to bring them back into form. A 4-2 start in the split, but they were 4-0 before Weibo Gaming, before EDG schooled them. JDG were our top team. A win over IG here would put that question back on that table that we flipped over as well. As for IG on the other side, this 5-2 team that just lost to Top Esports, we said this was their hardest week yet, and we weren't wrong. Invictus Gaming have such a big test. They've already taken a game off of Top Esports. Can they do it against JDG as well? Can they take it further to a Game 3 and potentially a win? With a comp change here, with something more standard, relying on Arn and Wink, who have been so good in this split. IG are going to show us the answer as we head into Summoner's Rift. JDG with a quick invade through the bot side. As Kitty, they will be spotted out by a ward going into this enemy blue jungle.
Yeah, that ward does get taken off for JDG, but like you've been saying, this is the first time we see YSKM on a champion that is more utility-based and not on a carry champion. This is something extremely new for IG's team identity, and like the pressure for Arn and Wink this time around is immense. And obviously, we are on match point. JDG is currently 1-0, so it really depends on how Gideon gets this Lucian ahead.
But let's be real, if we're talking about pressure, I mean, IG's bottom lane, they did away with Gala from RNG. They took out Leave and Mako in one fell swoop as well. Hell, even LWX. So pressure shouldn't be that heavy, as it looks like it is going to be a topside start, an invade start rather here. As YSKM is solo doing blue, just like good old Sioners. We've got a lane swap. We haven't had a lane swap in years. What the hell? Oh my god, make 13.1 interesting again.
Did I load back into 2018 or something?
You
we had
did.
the Sion taking the enemy's blue buff, Lucian Nami, in this topside matchup where 369 was completely caught off guard, has to burn the TP to come back here. He already senses that Gideon perhaps could be in his own jungle, but he is currently level 1. I'm not too sure what he can do here.
Okay, we're looking at Sion on the bottom left of our screen here, just whacking away to Grop. Not going to get that full kill, but TP is available for YSKM to go to bot, but he's walking it out at the moment. As you said, Gideon going to be spotted. Kanavi there. Blue buff now realized that it's gone. And IG, I mean, this is just playing a game of whack-a-mole, but JDG at the moment can't really get the right mole.
Can't if he just rocks up to his top side and he's like, oh damn, my blue got taken by Gideon. I'll just go to the enemy's blue side.
He's level
and he's
1.
like, wait, the Sion has blue buff this
Kitty.
time. 369. Oh my
He's level
lord.
1. I mean, Gideon's 3 zones him off. You don't even need the kill there. Give Arn and Wink the full lane priority. This is the definition of whoever created let him cook. This is IG cooking right now. Look at the kitchen. As 369 has to flash away. First Strike does mighty good job as this dive turns into a 3-man. 369 with no summoner. First blood to IG, the ballers.
But can Kanavi do the exact same on this Sion? I don't think so. His passive is just way too strong. He might even trade for a 1-for-1 here.
Kitty, Sion's a different story, but JDG still have more levels in their back as Bob
Good
D's not going to
cancel.
get this Phoenix Strike. Flashes into the barrel though, and YSKM goes down over to Ruler. Will have the TP to get back to lane, but JDG with a good response.
But the difference is YSKM took the entire way, 14-1 CS. 369 still level 1 at the 4-minute mark. Arn is not giving up on this either. He is not letting him get any XP in this lane.
He's got 1 CS. He hasn't even got to one of his numbers in his name. Arn and Wink zoning off the wave. Kitty, the turret plating's dropping down. 369 wants to come back in. Arn and Wink this time, they're going to let him get to it. Are they
He
swapping
finally
back?
picks up his
They're swapping
second
back.
wave. Oh, they are swapping back. Well, I would say this is an overall dub for the side of IG. Obviously, you got the waves into WiseCam's hands. 15 CS compared to 369, where he wants to have that good CS lead and he wants to have those items online, so he's able to duel these side laners of IG. But once you're set this far behind, I'm not too sure if 369 is going to have this wonderful game for this series.
Well, he had a great game in game number 1. I want to look at what happened on the other side, Kitty, because gold's actually even after that bottom lane dive as well. As WiseCam returns to his original lane, as I'm sure 369 will be a little bit happy about. And the waves pushing up into him, so 369 will be down. But Kitty, as I was saying, bottom side is an issue right now. 10 CS lead here for the Varus over now his original counterpart, Narn. That's a serrated Dirk Varus. There's going to be a lot of burst damage coming through early from Ruler and Missing. As they're in control of this lane, just look at them go.
But Gideon's already rotating back to this bottom lane, so if JDG's not too careful...
Heal comes through, as you said. They have to be careful. Flash forward from Arn, wants to take down Ruler. Great ebb and flow here as Flash has finally burned Ruler, now without summoners, as Gideon shows himself.
Gideon was a little bit too slow into this play, but of course Ruler burns 2 summoners as a trade-off. We also see Kanavi hovering around the side though.
As he comes on in, it's all going to take a body slam, but the clone's going to block it for now. Gideon still running for his life as gets a bit of movement speed, ease onto the minion wave. A 3v3 in the bottom side, won't pursue as Arn just does a bit of damage to follow through. Hang on a minute, Arn, dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. Arn gets sniped down by Ruler. He walked forward into a Gragas and he feels the might of the belly. As Dub now 1v1 versus Knife, level 6, remember, has been picked up, and the ulti gives him a benefit of a solo kill for Knight right in the face.
And this all started with Kanavi once again, beautiful combo connecting onto Arn and just picking him off, while we see that Dub was trying to rotate towards this bottom side play, but just gets caught off by Knight. Oh my god!
This game, oh Kitty, you know, I was coming into today regretting being on 13.1, but not only do we have a lightning storm around our house right now, but we also have JDG just pushing the tempo and matching the insanity of the early game that was IG.
Like you've been saying, Hysterics, crazy is our game, and IG introduced the lane swap. However, JDG comes out on top with 2 kills ahead, and 369 obviously still a bit behind in terms of that CS, but 2 kills onto Ruler just means they made up for how much 369 lost in this early game. We're gonna see this play once again. Knight just gets Dub caught out in this middle and doesn't land the ultimate, however, but you know, when you are playing Yone into Rise, it's just a terrible 1v1 situation. Knight doesn't have any vision here, however, but he is just going to get Eve ordered. Dodges a lot of these skill shots from Knight, but early on, you're just never going to win a 1v1 straight up against Knight.
I'm constantly hearing Lens in my ear. I guess that's because we're looking at the bottom lane trade now as well. Kitty, Arn, unfortunately stepping forward, and Kanavi just punishes it.
Oh my god, these jungle mains just see that and they're like, oh my god, that is so satisfying, because we just pick on off with that flash connecting as well. Kanavi having a beautiful series up against IG. Definitely a boost of morale for how he came off in that series up against EDG.
Kitty, as you were saying though, you know, Ruler the benefactor, twice over now. 2 kills, 20 CS in the lead. Mid just got a solo kill. Gideon almost died. The flash forward from Knight as well. This early game's going great for JDG, and you know, we did talk about their comp needing tempo, about how they can kind of play this game snowball effect, right? It's already started off, I'd say better than IG's game 1 started off for them with a similar draft.
Yeah, I mean, like I've been saying, Arn and Wink are the main carries of this early game, but with Arn not having that flash available, either Cleanse and Kanavi just consistently pressuring the bottom lane of IG. I'm not too sure if they can reach that late game.
Well, Kanavi's coming through. Explosive cast sends him back in into Ruler's quiver. Kanavi and Ruler. That's a Karula combination right there.
We have Karula, we have Knight on JDG. Arnie
Yeah.
just having a terrible time on this Lucian. No summoners available, but just all the ultimates on the level advantage that JDG has at this 8-minute mark just destroys the bottom lane of IG. And they are looking desperate because this top side, I mean, you are trying to scale, but if your early game carry isn't online, then how are you going to get there?
I think maybe the name should have been Renavi. The bottom lane combination. Kitty, so far, Ruler has just been clean in this series. A nice return, a nice setup. I hope we get a replay of that because that was cleaner than clean. That was a bomber into hail of arrows. That wouldn't have connected otherwise. And
Yeah,
you
I mean,
see
they didn't
JDG
even
like
get to
this.
take tower.
No, they didn't. Kitty, it's your turn. Run us through it. Look at it.
Oh my god, so look at Kanavi just ulting on into the side of Ruler, lands an E, and Ruler's empowered Q just lands straight away, and On forced into a corner. He can't even dodge because there's a wall there, and he falls as a result of that.
Well, as we look at the scoreboard, we notice suddenly JDG are now 2,000 gold ahead. The first dragon went over to IG, but here at this 10-minute mark, IG are trailing a little bit behind. Kitty also mentioned to you guys listening at home that Arn and Wink would really have to be in a good position in this game, but with that lane swap top, that's where it started. But it seems like it's ending towards bot here. But now Knight going in on the 2v1 towards mid. He feeling himself a bit, but Dove has the ulti and flash. Thinking about it as the damage is there, rather.
But Kanavi,
He's coming in from a flank
He's
as well.
caught some-
Get in here. Kitty, I'm worried as he gets away. Bomber flash into Dove. Doesn't fully connect here as Kanavi now a little bit too far forward. This time around, he won't get away with it.
matchup, Kanavi definitely looking for something that we don't see. Burnt the flash and ultimate, and IG responds with a kill, but On struggling to get any CS in this bottom lane. 4 plates already going towards the side of JDG. I mean, Knight pretty low from the previous exchange. I'm still pretty sure JDG is extremely happy with how this early game is going.
Arrow, Chains of Corruption, full stacks here for the arrow in the quiver. Out comes a bit more of a hail as Arn takes a bit of damage as well. Chains of Corruption combo, Kitty, it's dangerous. And Arn and Wink are now just going to lose their turret at 11 minutes in the game to this 2v2 from JDG.
Yeah, and the Herald went to IG and they placed that mid lane. However, Ruler
Yeah.
with the pure presence in that bottom lane just already grabs the 5 plates in this early. And Kanavi dodges the E. However, doesn't land it onto Dove this time around. A bit too confident from his previous play in bottom lane. And that kill goes towards Dove. A little bit of a breather for IG, but you have to be sent back to reality that Ruler and Missing are now open to the map and they can just rotate towards that mid lane.
It's Kanavi who tried to defy gravity. I think Kanavi right now is still the best jungler in this early game as Gideon's been quiet yet again here, but still that mistake capitalized quite nicely as IG finally gets something back. But Kitty, 50 seconds to this dragon, and I fail to see a way that IG want to play this considering that you are going to deal with a 2-item lethality virus at
Yeah.
12 minutes in the game.
I mean, just the pure item differential in that ADC position, and although you put 369 behind, but you have to remember that this is a bottom lane centric meta, and
Yep.
all the fights are going to be happening around this dragon, where this Sion, unless he rotates early, he won't really be seen with that lead.
Hang on, Realm Wolf's going to come through. Nightbite be in a bit of trouble, trying to turn it around onto Arn here. Has the ulti flashed away by Arn. And the whole of IG here to help supporters. Wink goes over and suddenly I started talking like I was from Texas. Yeah! Well, Knight, he's going to die. He goes on a bit of a cowboy ride. He's culling for the wave to try and set them up for the dragon, but that took so long to kill Knight on Yone.
I mean, Knight was definitely caught out in the Wild West, but that does mean it is a 4v5 for this next up-and-coming dragon. The ultimate from
Silence.
Wise Cam.
Missing has to flash over the wall. That's good zoning from IG and Kitty. At the very least, we can say that despite the lead, JDG not in semblance of control. As I say that, explosive cast, Gideon flash for the Axe Prison. Misses, but it still zones him away. As Gideon gets double ulti off, Missing now in a lot of trouble with the re-engage. From 369, he was behind, but now he sees flashes outside of the decimating smash. JDG just class as the arrow was going to hit again. JDG are back. It's so easy to see.
JDG Ruler is back with his mojo. He is untouched in these teamfights, and just the pure amount of damage from this virus, IG can't handle it. Even with YSKM coming into this teamfight early, Knight is still fighting.
He's going to get that base build, or rather not the ulti, but the proc on E. So close. Gideon lucky to be alive as Knight solo zones him out. JDG just show us that this dragon might be theirs too.
Gideon has to just walk away with the L. The blue buff gets taken and barely with any HP as a result of that. But missing, just flashing away from YSKM's initial engage, really, really good. But Navi ults YSKM back into the side of JDG, and Ruler just played this fight so well. I mean, he just dodged all the CC from IG. I mean, obviously he got hit by the Wukong Cyclone right there. 369 comes in, locks down Doug, and the Q from Bass hits 2 people. But once again, Ruler in these teamfights untouched and just tossing out so much damage. IG can't handle it.
4-0 on 1 on Ruler, 1-0 on 3 on Missing. 4 out of 6 kill participation right now. Important to consider how this early game started out with JDG just playing through that bottom lane. Now up 4,000 gold. You're sitting at home and you're thinking, how did JDG lose to Weibo, lose to EDG? A very different roster, Kitty. I don't know what's happened over the past couple of days, but this is a much cleaner version of Jingdong.
I mean, Jingdong always had that potential to become one of the best LPL teams we have in this spring split, but obviously a bit shaky in their previous 2 performances. But it's just, when you're in a competition, it's mental that matters the most. And we saw that Ruler and Knight, they weren't on the top of their game, for especially the series up against EDG. But this time, second time into this, I believe it's week 5, they are looking like different human beings.
Well, to close this one out now, Kitty, I got some questions because we asked for JDG to get a lead in this game, really snowball things ahead. What do you want to see now from JDG as there's not too much on the map? Hang on, pause on that. I'll ask you in a second because Gideon's going to be arrowed. Knight's coming in as well. Ball will take him an ulti. It's a one-man, but it's enough. And Kanavi picks up the kill. Tidal wave for the responses. Dove comes in with the Realm Orb. YSKM TP for that as well. But nothing given, bar the kill over to Jingdong.
Really tough map state for Gideon to even face check any of these bushes. I mean, we have to remind the audience that IG saved this counter pick for Gideon where they selected the Wukong, and we saw it doing wonders in the early game. But I'm afraid when the items are online for JDG, you are just way too squishy and you can't be getting caught like that.
Missing setting up again to poke them down. Explosive cast sends them away as JDG now just looking to take down the mid tier 1 turret. That'll be yet another. Yeah, we're going to get this 1v1 again. There's no ulti on Knight, and Dub probably learned his lesson from last time. Is that 1v1's also something to consider? And Kitty, after opening up mid, they're going to get Herald too. And now I think my question's ever so relevant. What do IG do to stem the bleeding here?
Look, JDG's team composition has a big faulty in it. They're all damage, no tank. They are a glass cannon team composition. If IG plays these team fights smart and gets picks onto the side of JDG, then I'm sure that they can win these team fights and really get to the late game. But of course, like you've been saying, Kanavi's looking for more.
Dove now in a 1v3. This has happened before. And IG looks like won't learn their lesson. Yet another kill under a turret here in game 2. Kanavi is styling on the boys right now. As Herald's going to get yet another charge. And JDG have now moved up to 6,000 gold.
I mean, Kanavi just isn't slowing down on this Gragas pick. Once again, full AP. And he is just making everything happen around the map. I believe that he has 6 KP out of 8. And IG just getting caught in the side lanes. Like we've been saying, IG's team identity is playing through the side lanes, but this time they've decided to opt into a more textbook composition where they want to scale to the late game and just stop the bleeding. But unfortunately, with how An and Wink came out of laning phase, Ruler is way too strong.
Oh my god, even 369 is now destroyed YSKM with 1 item. Hookshot, wallshot away. He's not going to overstay his welcome as An and Wink were coming down, but no one else on the map. And Kitty, I love what you said before about the comps that, like, okay, IG are happy that it's all damage, as now we get to see with the culling out as well. Chain disruption, arrow!
Oh, no!
Missing, doesn't miss. Apparently the flash forward on under turret, can't get him! Oh, Missing with the savior play, and An, you change that around, that anagram, that's more like, nah.
This is just, this is a pain compilation for An. Every kill, just 1 HP, and he was so close to getting the 650 bounty onto Ruler, but he just doesn't have enough damage building the RFC second, and that was their way to come back into the game.
Oh, here we go again. Realm Warp tries to get him out. Nub's is going to be solo killed. Jingdong ring the doorbell of death again.
I mean, like you've been saying, Hysterics, this team comp, once they're online, they are not slowing down. Kanavi once again looking for this
Arrows
winner.
up. Arrows up. There's an Ash. You just love firing it out. Gets getting the explosive cast, hits him as well. And that nuke damage has gotten even further as Kanavi now level 11 Gragas with 30 CS in the lead. A 2 XP lead over Gideon in levels, rather. It's just showing the difference here. Knight in top side as well. Kitty damage will never matter because IG just won't have enough by the time they actually get to play a fight.
I mean, why pick tanks when you can just pick damage and kill the tank's forehead? But yeah, Knight in the side lane, him on the Yone, Dove is never going to be able to match him in the 1v1, and he's getting so much done, especially 369 winning this 1v1 up against YSKM as well.
Meanwhile, Gideon's dead, and now Kanavi just waiting for the next one over the wall. Knight finds him instead. How much has he had to drink? Kanavi doing a bit of drinking and driving on Summoner's Rift.
Sorry, I'm too depressed. Oh my god, Arn is having a terrible game for this game too, but Dove just trying to get the wave out, has to burn the flash. Missing has been on point with these Ashe ultimates for game 2. I think he honestly is the one that is making Arn's game 2 terrible experience, because we saw how Arn just, you know, he forgot about everything. He was going for the bounty, but just missed it out by one shot. They're just consistently trying to get a kill onto Ruler, but they just don't have the damage on the follow-up. Arn should have just kept going forward. I mean, you're dead already. This falls as a result of this as well.
Nothing they can do at this point. It feels like game 1, but it's happened so much quicker as Kanavi almost solos Gideon. Well, when he has his second item, when he has that Shadow Flame, Gideon is dead there, as Knight now looking for Arn. This time around, there's a 4-level lead between AD and mid. Arn, if he walks in, is just dead as Blast Cone's ult's going to take Missing coming up as well. Arrows there too. Get ready for more blood sport, as Arn is going to try and zone this one out. Waiting, the dash is already used. Ulti from Knight. He doesn't even burn it. He returns and then ultis. Dove trying to kill him desperately, but Knight still stays standing as everyone jumps into the corner. YSM and he's taking his wannabes, and Knight still survives. Tidal Wave doesn't kill him. The ulti from YSM gets him. That's something for IG, but they're still all gonna die.
A 1-for-4 trade going towards the side of JDG at 21 minutes. I mean, this is just a free Baron going to the pockets of JDG, and I'm afraid that they are not slowing down, especially with Dragon spawning in 250. Once you get these Baron minions online and the lane priorities gets pushed in, IG just cannot contest anything. They're too behind.
Let's look at it again, Kitty, because Knight, he holds all his spells really nicely until Arn just dies from everything but himself.
Arn is just trying to get some CS in the side lane, but of course we see 2 TPs coming out of IG to make up for that play. But Knight is just on 1 HP and no one is really focusing him down. Dodges the Nami ultimate, gets a bit of healing from the Triumph, and unfortunately couldn't dodge the AoE from YSKM's charge, of course. Ruler, he's flanking once again, gets the kill into Wink as well.
He's having the time of his life. Good to see Ruler back in action. 8 kills here for the Madman on Varus, as Knight's going to get dove, but he hits both with his Q. Dove now zoning away, doesn't have the ulti. They finally get another kill. Knight dropping down is great, but JDG's response might be better, as Missing now waiting up for the arrow. Doesn't have it available. Flashes away from the tidal wave as well. Kanavi might have the return as Arn gets destroyed by Ruler. Almost dying. Chance corruption he escaped from, but now Wink is left on his lonesome. Supportal combat! Dun 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 dun.
But
well, it doesn't happen because the cameraman goes to the right. We ignore it. Meanwhile, because 369 gets another kill, Arn dodges away from the arrow, and JDG, these smooth criminals, man, just can't be taught.
When do we ever see an ADC zoning off both the jungle, mid, and ADC of IG? He is just 1v3ing in this bottom lane, while Wink was just getting trickled off by the Ashe support. I mean, what meta are we with? I think Ruler, he's just having the time of his life on this Varus.
I'm just upset the cameraman turned the camera away from Missing and Wink. Like, that was just such a silly thing to do. Either way, Kitty, there's almost 15,000 gold. This is exactly what you want to see of JDG. And look, for IG fans, everyone out there saying, oh, this team was overhyped. Not really. A bunch of not many names, they're still trying to find picks. JDG are a different beast as Arrow connects only onto the clone. IG have done a lot of work, even against top esports, taking it to a game 3, against EDG, against RNG. They're still a playoff-looking team, but JDG is showing us that they do deserve to be in that consideration for top 3 still. And will actually end their curse with a win here, putting them up to 5 wins themselves. A very big deal, a very big day. As JDG look to put the finishing touches on. Brawler snipes down, damage on Dub. He has to flush away, he respects it well. 369 might end the game himself. Kanavi turns on the Wire's cam. The chance now is Kanavi has to flush away and Brawler gets zoned away, but Arn at half HP, IG. Now the return begins. Look at Knight, look at Knight, look at Knight, look at Knight, look at Knight! Goes over the wall, bare bones, bare back, and actually dies bare bum. IG are going to lose their top lane over the response as Wink and Arn running for their lives while 369 bring up the top lane camera. He's just running the game himself, running into the Nexus turrets as Dubburst 369 holds it up for the time being, but yeah, kitty sucks. Kanavi gets another, and Ruler with another, and another, and another. When's the next one coming through?
Come on, one
Hail
more
of
cue.
arrows, run him down, and I'm dead again.
Same
You
way.
can't escape, kitty.
I mean, Dub just forced the back because just pure pressure from 369, getting these waves in and getting the inhibitor as well. One Nexus tower falls as a result of that, and 3 of your teammates are dead from the bot lane skirmish. Dragon doesn't even, it's not even a consideration for JDG. They're just gonna end the game.
They're trying to kill 369 and elongate it a little bit longer. Kanavi gets over the wall. But at 25 minutes, we have 21 kills from JDG alone. This is going beyond a massacre. This is almost 20,000 gold, kitty. This is like, you know, it's rough. People have called me out before for saying it, but it does feel like a solo queue game because of the diversity in teams and how one-sided this is.
Yeah, I mean, Hysterics, I set this game up. I said that IG needed on ahead, but this bottom lane, 1 and 10, Gideon just trying to make something happen. Catch something, get some gold. Oh my god!
Okay, now Dub, do you really want to participate with that? You got help with missing, says that the arrow doesn't connect. Now for the Aqua Prison, it might not land, but they should be able to get the kill. A bit of backup is all IG needed, as meanwhile, Arn is dead again. Kitty, they just abandoned him.
There's no help for Arn anymore. He's 1-7 at 26 minutes into the game, and although you pick up the kill from 369, I mean, your entire map is in shambles. Kanavi is going for the flank. He gets popped with just one ultimate, I'm assuming. The life of an ADC is terrible, guys.
Yeah. Well, as Arrow. What? What? That was an assumption. That was just blind. Dub's gonna get away. No, he's not. Missing, change your name. At least miss some of them.
His name should be hitting because he's hitting all these Asholts in this Game 2 series up against IG, getting the pig onto Dub. They no longer have the wave clear, and the 2 of these minion waves are just pushing in and suffocating IG as well.
I cannot believe the quality of JDG we're getting here. This stomp that has happened over and over for the past 20 minutes now. As they run into the base, this is the final hurrah as everyone gets poked out because everyone does damage on this JDG roster. And Kitty now running into the Nexus turrets. The whole gang is here. They're going to be running into Invictus Gaming, who had a bit of hope coming into the series, but JDG shut them up, not even letting it go past an hour in total time. Kanavi gets the first kill as Gideon now has to think about a way to engage the Cyclone, but the Nexus is bare this time with Brawler and Missing running into Dub. The burst is unreal, and JDG can also return to being unreal in the LPL. Moving to 5 wins, the curse of that 2-loss streak is over, and JDG return to being absolute beast.
JDG is going to be very happy with how this series up against IG went. A clean 2-0, where I think both of these games, IG's just was never in a winning position, especially from what we saw out of Knight and Ruler. They just look like different humans after week 4 and week 5. But of course, they are now, they just won up against a top tier team, which is IG, and handed them their 2nd series loss in a row. Really good stuff from the boys, and I knew I could believe in them for this week 5 second performance.
I think we can now believe in them going forward. Like, that was enough for me to show that JDG are still one of the top teams. We've been shouting this in your ears the whole time. but it really is an important point considering that so many super teams in the LPL in the past have failed. JDG has components that we saw earlier in weeks do so damn well, but again, it was concerns against WBG Gaming for people like Ruler, for missing as well, Kitty. I think Knight was very quiet, both that and in the, I'd say in one of the games in the EDG series. This was a perfect little resurgence. Now to move them up with the likes of Top Esports and EDG and even LNG, who are top in the league right now.
Definitely a huge morale boost, and of course a redeeming game for JDG. And you know, I've always I am a huge JDG fangirl, and obviously I was very disappointed in them when I saw them lose against EDG, but they've always been that team that had the perfect early game. I honestly think they had the best early game, and we kind of just saw JDG take over the entire early game up against IG, where they were just suffocating. Although they picked the scaling comp this time around, they just never gave them chances to ever get to that point.
And again, it was pick after pick where JDG might slip up here or there, but it was always capitalized on the other side of the map. There was always something greater that JDG were getting. Starting from the early game, like, let's be real, IG quite innovative, running a lane swap in 13.1. I don't think that's something we've seen pretty much anywhere. Actually, I could probably bank on that. And at first, Kitty, it looked quite intelligent, but we shifted gears and we saw that Ruler and that dive that came through bottom lane onto YSCam Sion. That actually was more impactful as the game went on.
Yeah, I mean, you even gave a better name for this duo, Karula, I believe, Hysterics. Is that what you went with?
Do you like that one, or do you like, what was the other one? Started with, it was Karula or it was Renavi? Which one do you like better?
I like Karula because you have Kunai on your team in that mid lane, but obviously looking at the damage graphs, it is just a terrible time to be the side of IG. You are just set way too behind for this Lucian to ever get his items online, and just the amount of range from the bottom lane of Varus and Ashe. I mean, this is a really good example of why JDG preferred or took the Varus first. I believe it was Ashe actually. They took the Ashe over the Lucian Nami. You just can't really walk up and play as aggressive once you get that Gale Force and Mandate online for the Nami Lucian to ever make those mid picks for the side of IG.
Yeah, for Missing as well. I mean, I think we're starting to see the priority on some of these great pick supports. Missing has been someone who would pull out things like Bard in the past, things like, I'm trying to think of some of those unique picks coming through. I'd even remember like the Pantheon meta. Missing was a big proponent of that. So it's nice to see such quality play coming out of the support. As we're with the mid laner right now over on stage, we're going to hand it to Christina, who's talking with Knight.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game interview. I'm Christina. We are joined by Knight, the millionaire for JDG. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. First question for you, what's your take on this game against Inventus Gaming? Because it's really a clean 2-0 victory for you guys. 欢迎 Knight 选手来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜今天京东2比0拿下了比赛的胜利。那么 Knight 选手觉得今天这个干净利落的2比0整局比赛下来感觉怎么样？
可能今天大家状态都比较好吧，就打比较顺利。
We are in a great form today and we really play very smoothly. And second question, I really want to get back to the game. Number one, because I think that IG performs pretty good, maybe in early game. But how did you guys manage to engage driven precisely in mid to late game team fight and win that game number one? 那么说回今天的第一局，其实 IG 对面开始打得也不错嘛，他们下路德莱文也是很早就提款。但是京东这边是如何在中后期的每一波团战都非常精准的开到了对面的德莱文，并且赢下了这局比赛？
主要是319德莱文玩的319赛玩的比较好吧。就之前在滔博的时候，他在京东，他自然就玩的比较好，就很会开德莱文。
I think that the reason why we can engage driven precisely is just because our top laner 369 really did a great job on Sai. And when we played in Top Esports before, he also did a great job and he was so proficient on this champion. Next question, I'm curious about what was your team's communication being like when you see the level 1 lane swap from Inventus Gaming in game number 2. 那么第二局的时候，我们上来看到 IG 对面有一个很奇怪的操作，就是在1级的时候就有一个这样换线的举动，但队伍看到这样一个操作之后，你们的沟通和反应是什么样？
但是也就有点吃惊吧，因为很久没有玩这种换线套路的，就这种换线我还挺伤的，就没有准备好。
Actually, it really caught us off guard because we haven't seen this really strategies or mechanics for a long time. I do think that really surprised us, but we can handle it very well. Final question for you. We have seen Knight plays 10 different champions in Spring Split. How would you evaluate your performance so far, especially coming to JDG? How would you make sure integrate your own performance, own play style into the whole team? 那么最后一个问题，那个选手这个赛季的英雄池是非常广，每次我们都会看到你的英雄在这个赛季已经玩了10个不一样的英雄了。你是如何觉得加入到京东之后，感觉自己是怎么样把自己的游戏风格和队伍的游戏风格非常顺利的融合在一起？因为我们现在看到来自京东这边的团队协作是非常默契的。
加入京东之后，可能就现在也还在磨合吧，但就队友都很相信我吧，就我选什么英雄，他们都觉得可以，我就选了，所以英雄只会选比较多。
Actually, we are still practicing team synergy in JDG, but my teammates really trust me so that I can play all of champions. No matter which champion I pick, they always believe me and trust me. That's why I can play so many different champions in this season. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢 Knight 来到我们的赛后采访，跟大家说再见吧。Back to you guys.
Thank you to Christine and thank you to Knight as well for that lovely interview. And I think Kitty at the start, Knight essentially just admitting what, mojo to the team?
Yeah. Christina was just like straight up, how did you guys think why am I having a brain fart? Why did you guys have such a good performance where it ended up being a 2 and a 0? And I just straight up said, the mojo. The form was there.
Baby's been listening to Munchables. Yeah, he's been paying attention. Again, Knight, a bit of a centerpiece with the flexibility through his champion pool at the very least. Ruler gets MVP for that one. No big surprise here on the Varus Kitty. We talked about that 2v2 bottom lane. With the lane swap being as crazy as it was, I never expected it to be this great, but a 7,000 gold difference at the end, Ruler was in charge.
Yeah, Ruler is always in charge once JDG gets that early game rolling, and we always see him picking up kill after kill, especially him on a champion like Varus where he was able to kite the enemy team perfectly. Well, I just don't ever see Ruler doing bad on a champion like this, especially when the early game didn't go too hot for JDG. 369 was struggling a lot, but Kanavi just coming bot. Kanavi? Did I say it correctly?
Now you heard
Oh my god, I'm saying it correctly now. Kanavi just coming bot and consistently ganking on where he wasn't able to find those kills onto the enemy team, and he is just so far behind where your early carry up against Ruler this far behind, I believe it's like a 40 CS differential in bottom lane. I mean, you just can't really come back when you're up against one of the best ADCs in the league.
And again, one of the best teams in the league once again. Their status has been reinvigorated. Now for JDG, a 5-2 end towards this week is a good sign of life. IG now 5-3. And we can talk about their schedule just quickly or mention it to people. It does get a little bit worse with Weibo coming up next and OMG also being a bit of a question mark in terms of form. If IG can get over that hump there, then maybe still we look at them with favorable eyes, but it is going to be a very hard task.
I do respect IG kind of introducing us to something new. It is quite literally the first time we see YSKM lock in a champion like the Scion.
True.
So they are adapting to the meta. I mean, we are going to go into the new patch very, very soon, but I think Scion hasn't really gotten any changes on patch 13.3. So it is something nice to have earlier onto the split, because once you get into playoffs, everything's going to be 2 times the speed.
And again, like seeing that adaptation from IG, I feel like that's how we got here in the first place with their skill, but I want to see how far IG can go, but at the very least, JDG, we know, are going to be ending this week happy. 5-2 again is the end scoreline. Kitty and I are going to jump off the cast, but coming up next, we're going to go straight into RA versus BLG, then Ultra Prime Weibo later with Mazel and Lyric. Stay tuned.
Very big. Balan putting himself in front of the top esports jungler to make sure he cannot get away as Ching picks up that kill. Harry is coming, and Harry is getting bigger. Ching is moving forward. This is Ultra Prime, but look at Rookie. These health bars are so low. Rookie gets one. Rookie's looking for another one. You can see it in his eyes. They're going to get another one as well. Rookie has just made this fight his own by just sitting on the backside.
The LPL are kings again.
A classic Fnatic death brush. We're going old school here in this one. There's a pick. Can they find more in the middle of everyone? The lightning glider. Oh my days, it's already over.
When I think of Edward Gaming, I think super carries in every position and an almost guaranteed finals appearance. But to be honest, this year, I doubt it. I thought we may witness the end of an era, one that has been defined by winning. But what I didn't expect is that we may be witnessing the beginning of a new one.
Ulted into 4 people, and he is not scared. NIP being surrounded.
They're being pushed into a corner and a cannon ult. They get 1 kill onto JJ, but it just does not matter.
But don't get excited just yet, because across the stage is a team that has taken no prisoners. Calling this matchup a test would be an understatement. But hey, what better way to prove yourself than against Rookie and Jackie Love?
He has talent there. He's They get it away from Ultra Prime, or sorry, Ultra Prime get away from them to stop esports now, looking for this fight. Look at Jackie Love just putting in work. Rookie is ending the game. Guys, your base triple kill, quadra kill coming in for Jackie Love.
Gonna get this party started. Oh yeah. The week is done. We've been stepping out. Gonna get this party started. Only just begun. Baby, there's no doubt. See you at the after party. Gonna get dressed up and act just like the royalty. Let me hear you say let's get this party started. Turn the beat up now. You know I like the sound. Dance like no one's around. Get this party started. We're going underground. Oh yeah, we bring the crowd. We're gonna shut it down. Stars in our eyes, that's how we roll. Ripping up the dance floor, flying high, out of control. And all we want is more. Gonna get dressed up and act just like the royalty. Let me hear you say, let's get this party started. Turn the beat up now. You know I like your sound. Dance like no one's around. Get this party started. We're going underground. Oh yeah, we bring the crowd. We're gonna shut it down.
I would fight for the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough without
protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. Hold the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Hold the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans, they can't betray enough. Empty spaces, time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. Hold the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Hold the shots, bring it back to what it's not.
People up the back now. Everybody's looking at you. People up the front now. Everybody's looking at you. People everywhere now. Everybody's looking at you. Oh my, they're licking their lips now. Oh my, you're stealing the view. I think I know what they're thinking, trading their dreams for someone like you. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, but everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Everything you do now, everybody's looking at you. Everywhere you go now, everybody's looking at you. Oh my, you got their attention. All eyes are following you. You got some magical secret. Just keep doing whatever you do. I don't know why they never noticed what I knew, Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this light is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, conviction, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that this light is our light. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない理解不能のスピード100倍速い地獄なんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Trading モール始めよう 全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわすげた気づいてよマジでベイビー一番でノックアウトするわ You better be listening 地をこうなんて哀れよねねえ聞いてよな負けの準備でもしておきな Come try me if you were down 悩んでもやめないわ No more 苦い思い消えてよこの街に呼ばれる生命フェクチャー全力で追い越してよさ Dreaming の始めよう
Country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
I saw you sitting in the moonlight. moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love. Oh, hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love. Oh, I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna waste time. I saw you sitting in the moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love. Oh, hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love. Oh, I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me. Yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour bus. I saw you sitting in the moonlight tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love. Oh, hey, 'cause I need to find a new life, no love. Oh, I can't lie, I've been thinking about us. Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water.
下一场对战 RA 战队的话 ，RA 最近好像也是在连胜嘛，然后我觉得他们下路也是打得非常好，然后阿萨姆也是就最近几年比较厉害的新人，然后我觉得就很期待和他们交手，等着被我们下路组教育吧。
Welcome back to the LPL. We have said goodbye to Hysterics and Kitty, but you have welcomed now Mazel and Lyric. And for the first time in 2023, I'm joined by my dear friend on the desk here. Lyric, how you been, buddy?
You know, I left the USA, specifically Mazel. I was like, oh, hopefully I'm
You
getting away
left
from this
me,
guy.
man.
But you know, the schedule gods that be, aka Hysterics, you know, finally
He's
brought us
blessed
back
us.
together.
He's blessed us. Shout outs to Hysterics. Shout outs to Hysterics. But now we got to get underway straight into the lineups of our matches. You already see one side there, but now we'll get to see BLG take to the stage as Ben himself flexes those muscles a little bit. But it will be Shun, Yagao, Elk, and On as we talk a little bit about BLG and some of the ups and downs we've seen from this squad this split so far.
Yeah, kind of interesting that they're sitting 3-3 in the standings because, I mean, they've looked like one of the top teams in their wins, right? They took down Weibo. They went to 3 games against JDG. We've seen them take down teams, I guess expected wins against teams like AL in recent series, but definitely been a bit of inconsistency there with their play, which I feel like just defines a lot of our top teams when you have
It really does.
I mean, players like Shun, Bin, Yagao definitely not having the star-studded 2023 like he had in 2022 summer. But I mean, you still have a lot of strong pieces that can pretty much anyone on this roster in any role, right? It just wouldn't surprise you to see them step up and take over a game.
And that's where I think on the other side, where we didn't get to see the RA walk out, right? It's crazy to me to think that, by the way, a little shout outs to the host that's giving us a little bit of fun as we get into the games. But RA themselves, like, if they win tonight, they're 5-2. Like, they put themselves in the top 5 conversation. Yes, we still have a long ways to go in the LPL, but for RA, man, what a comeback into a split like that. And I think it does beg the question, are BLG going to be able to rise to the occasion when you've got this RA roster who I still feel like have come
into some of their own now in these last couple weeks and have found what really is working for them, right? I mean, they do go up against a little bit lower opponents in AL, but they take the 2-1 win over them and 2-1 win over OMG as well to come into this series.
Yeah, I feel like RA are such a weird team because they still have, I think, a strong core, which is that top side, right? Cube, solid rock in top lane. Luoyan, one of like the premier like carry and like farm junglers, and Strive, which is one of the most exciting mid laners since he came in. Adding Asam in just gave them like another set of firepower. We even saw there, right? Elk in his like pregame interview saying, hey, Asam, a very promising rookie coming in. The one question mark to me has always been Southwind. And Southwind in games still kind of finds ways to get picked off and give over kills that really shouldn't happen. But he's worked pretty well on the map, especially with Luoyan, which I feel like is one of the unexpected strengths that this roster has brought to the table this split, which is why they're sitting at 4-2 in the standings.
Yeah, that connection between Luoyan and Strive was something that I was very much finding lacking last year, and being able to kind of see a little bit of cohesion here is really nice. But again, tonight is going to be a big test, right? I was making fun of it as like the king of the Nidalee in tradition, right? Luoyan is definitely the more experienced Nidalee than Shun is, but I love that this aggression is going to be our key forward foot for the jungle matchup. We have seen both of them maybe go too aggressive at times, but I'm very excited to see what the early jungle meta is going to play out here. Even if we haven't seen that many changes, it's about the actual mechanics in the game that are going to be fun.
I love it as well because Luoyan has been the one who has been going towards Nidalee more this split. But Shun, I mean, we think back to last year on IG, it felt like him getting on Nidalee and finding those like huge early game leads for IG was really the only way that they were hoping to win games. Sadly, most of the time it wasn't able to work out. But yeah, coming in, I'm interested to see who's going to get it. I feel like we've seen Luoyan not find as much success, right? Sitting one win and 2 losses right now with that Nidalee. So maybe not even going towards it and just sticking to some of these more like facilitating CC junglers, right? The Vi's, the Wukongs, which just have been so prominent to him. But hey, I'd be stoked to see an Italy. I'd be stoked to see a Kindred, which he also has brought out this split. And yeah, Luoyan on the opposite side, I think, has been more stock and standard in that jungle in 2023.
Yeah, and that is also a growth that I find so interesting, and especially with the very heavy reliance on such like the Vi. I really want to see how fast that goes down the drain. Do we get those one-off Nidalee bans as well? But specifically, we talked about Luoyan and Shun, but the biggest thing is they have some late game carries, right? They have Asam, they have Elk, and especially this bot lane meta, which we feel has gotten a bit stale, getting picked through here with the bans early on, will lead some interesting questions to be, I guess, answered as we get a little bit further on. So it is the Lucian and the Zeri ban for RA, while on the blue side for this first game, and the Vi Jax ban for BLG. Man, Jax is just always on that table, huh?
I'm just surprised the Jax ban coming through from Bin himself. You know, typically that signals things like a Cassante in my mind, but even then, that hasn't been a pick that Bin has really gravitated towards too heavily, sitting 0-2 on it right now. But maybe could put some pressure on RA to want to go towards that one themselves. We still, you know, Zeri's ban, we do still have things like the Yumi Open. Varus still going to be the big pick jumping out in my mind. It's what RA's bot lane has gravitated to regardless, so I'm interested to see if BLG will take that one away, but no. It seems like they're really trying to just force them into that Cassante pick.
They
with
really
Jax,
are.
Sion taken off the table.
But we've seen answers into the Cassante itself, right? And it, of course, has been a little bit of that side. But I especially want to see if we get like the Darius's, the Olaf, stuff like that coming in here. A little bit of spiciness. But what's not spicy and what might be a little bit cold here, Lyric, is this Ashe pick. While still flexible for RA, it has been a mainstay. And there's the duo you usually want to go with it, but left on the board, I would expect BLG to go ahead and lock that one in.
I gotta be honest, I always want to forget that Ashe is the champion in this meta, but good call by RA. Yeah, good call by RA to go for it, and just the amount that it brings to that bottom lane. For BLG, you would just expect they look to take away the Varus here. They do end up going for that. So we still have jungle left open. We still have top lane. Again, we highlighted the Cassante, especially with the amount of top lane bans coming on through. When looking at Luoyan, he's really been someone who's gravitated heavily towards the Vi this split, but a lot of times when you get the Maokai, you do usually see the Sejuani answer coming on through. So jungle gonna be what's to come here. And then, I mean, if they want to go for their bot laner with Varus already picked up, right? We've been seeing a really heavy rise in things like the Jhin rise still left on the table. So I think that'd also be a really good pickup for Strive if they just want to then save 80 carry for later on in the draft. You still do have a few things open that you can pair this Ashe with.
And I like leaving that kind of on the table to some extent because it can't. Well, the Rise was it, but then nope, it's the Cassandra. It's still on the board. We got to take it. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to kind of this second phase game plan, I guess, from RA. Specifically now that they kind of have that forward aggression for Luyen on the Wukong. And it's the Jace right now as an answer for BLG, while again, still potentially flexible. I don't see that one as much flexible as Cassandra was already picked.
I will, yeah, like, it could go in that top lane matchup, but I like to hit the nail on the head because, I mean, Bin hasn't even played Jace this split. Yagao's played it twice. So very much a pick that can go towards that mid lane. Now you would expect BLG to want to use at least their second ban to maybe pinch 80 carry a little bit more. Jhin already being something that we've highlighted. I guess you do also still have like other things like the Caitlyn there as well if you really wanted to take that off the table. To where for RA, it seems like they are reading for BLG that this is going to go towards the mid lane. You have the Maokai, so it's just up for the potential of the 280 soul laners to come out. So banning out some of Bin's more well-known, I mean his most well-known champion, honestly, the Camille.
You gotta give some respect.
Good call. Yeah.
I think that's a great call from RA, and it is also leading towards the signs that we'll get for the second phase at the end here. Are we going to join that table against Strive? Something that he's also been very, very much leaning into, and it's something that also just works really well with that combination of Luyen and Strive that we were talking about earlier. That cohesion from the mid lane to kind of shore up some of the aggressive moves from Luyen as well. But this last ban, I would wonder if it does still go to this top lane matchup and maybe take something away. No, it's the bottom side matchup. The Heimerdinger that usually goes with the Varus had to be taken out of there.
I think it's a good call. For BLG, you can still flex Varus to support. It's not something we've seen on Do, but that potential is there. Karma's been another one we've seen typically when it's like, okay, Heimer, Ashe, these two, if one of them's off the table, you can go for that. And I would think you would want to look towards that support pick. And again, you can keep hiding that potential of, you know, Bin potentially bringing up the Jace, but they don't care about doing that.
No,
Bin is just going to go into the Gwen, so we at least have our solo lane matchups fleshed out. And now for RA, we've already speculated on Jhin being one of the things that they can go for. Sivir would enable them more to just go for that style of being able to run down to BLG's composition. And with BLG looking to play a lot with range, right? Varus and Jace, I mean, having that on the hunt is going to provide tremendous value.
And for Strive himself, I mean, he still has another comfort pick, at least on the season for him here on the Silas, maybe getting those Nature's Grasps, things like that away, the Chains of Corruption even. But I would expect something like this, a little bit more of that aggressive focus in the mid lane for Strive, and it is going to be so. So now, with knowing where this squad is going, it will be the Caitlyn locked in with the Varus combo.
Yeah, you would expect On to be the one piloting the Varus and Elk to take the Caitlyn. I kind of think that is a bit better. Varus doing more later on as a support in my mind than what Caitlyn would do. Caitlyn, if taken into the support role, I mean, you know, you have very strong like first two levels, so we're going to see what BLG opt into with who takes what in the bot lane. But looking at the comps we hit on, for BLG, a lot of playing with range. You have a ton of zone control coming out from Maokai. Even just Gwen's presence, putting up that hollowed mist and standing in front of people like Yagao, like Elk, is going to do a lot to dissuade RA from coming in. And for RA, it's about running them down. You have the Sivir, you have Wukong, you have these champions that want to get in your face, want to be aggressive, and go straight to that BLG backline.
And we had talked about kind of that duality from Luyen, where he is just that aggressive jungle. He can sometimes just go for that farm style, but on this Wukong, I would expect that early aggression to try to be an answer of where Shun will be looking at this bottom lane. If they don't get ahead, Elkadon, I know we've had all kinds of conversations about how viable double ADCs are out of lane, right? But the Ashe has so much value out of lane, where I feel like Elkanon are definitely going to need something to give in this early game to have say in the later parts of the game here. And we're about to get into it. Game number 1 of our second series of the day here on Super Saturday in the LPL. It is RA versus BLG.
RA with a win here in this series would go to 5-2, putting them in contention for the top 5 going into week number 6. While BLG, they have had trials, they've had tribulations. They are pushing for the upper quarter of the standings. We got the battles of the junglers, Loyan versus Shun, and it's going to be a fun one, Lyric.
I'm excited. I mean, both of these guys have been standouts over the past 2 years. Shun, I mean, being really the only bright spot on that IG squad of the past 2 years. Loyan on the upset. Oh, wait, was out. We're already getting action. Not
Can
even
we
a
get
minute
sound
into the game.
effects? What's the oof sound effect that we need? Can we please get that? Because Elk's going to need that. That flash will absolutely be returned to in the early part of the game.
I mean, you were already hitting on it, right? When you have the spot lane, Varus, Caitlyn, I mean, Ashe will just provide utility later on in the game. Having Caitlyn in that support role, it's really just about finding and snowballing that early lead that you can get. So the fact that they've already burned one summoner down in that bot lane, I think it's going to be huge. You know Shun, it's all about mid and bot for him. You really shouldn't pay any attention towards top lane, leave Bin on that island, trying to enable Elkinon to get that push, and even just hover around mid, making sure that Loyan and Strive can't find any ganks off onto Yagao, and you know, set him behind from also finding his own semblance of lane domination.
And I actually want to return to a point about this bottom lane. Maybe I'm just blind. Double Hail of Blaze bot lane, man. That is aggression at those attack hits. And you saw actually it be used pretty heavily on the Southwind as well. And so that's a little bit of something I want to keep an eye on, and how worth this double Hail of Blaze bot lane is going to be for BLG.
I mean, we can see it now, right? BLG have the favored bot lane matchup. They're going to be able to get pushed. They're going to be able to find these trades. They have range advantage. The Hail of Blades only going to supplement the damage even more. It's really going to be about Asum and Southwind just looking to survive. So that's why for Loyan, it's going to be about early ganks, and we can already see him looking for an opportunity down here in bot lane. There is a ward, though. They would be able to spot him out.
Elk not having flash is just like an open wound to a predator in the wild here. And he is an elk, so maybe it's just a little bit of a wound on a wild animal itself, as Loyan will make his presence known, finding Elk. They are all inning on the bot lane for BLG. They get 1 kill. Can they find 2? Are they going to give it to Asum is the big question now, as inevitability is the key. 2-0 for RA early on.
Loyan recognizing we need to go for this, or our bot lane's going to be forced to recall so early on. Elk's going to start building a massive advantage, and they prevent that one from going down. He's even pushing out the wave right now to make sure that that's going on. And, you know, we kind of pan up to this top lane matchup. Cassante, 6 wins against only 2 for Gwen. This has been one of like the weirdest answers coming from LPL teams. We've seen it does well in the laning phase, but still, you know, I don't know why our observer brought us to top lane just to come right back down. I love that they use the heal here to close the gap, and Aston is so willing to go with that flash to get the kill, because they know it's guaranteed, right? The Varus not having flash, it doesn't matter if you're expending all these summoners, there's really no gamble there. And the fact that they're able to turn straight back onto that Caitlyn and Southwind didn't go down is huge.
And the fact that you get Loyan some resources, you get Asum some resources, it's just going to enable Loyan to be that aggressive forward front for RA here on the Wukong. So I expect much more proactivity coming from the RA side, but that means that you have to look at the other side where the quietness from the trees. Shun on the Maokai, not necessarily needing to get anything super proactive, maybe towards his bottom lane he does, but I see him hovering down this way. We'll see if he actually gets anything going for BLG's side at least.
Hover is the key word, because it should be pretty hard to find these gank opportunities just from the fact that Elk and On will be consistently pushing in this lane, but just making sure they have vision control, allowing them to have this isolated 2v2 where they went out, and making sure that Loyan can intervene is going to be Shun's whole mission this game.
All right, see that aggression for Elkinon doing well with this Caitlyn Varus bottom lane, even though they have been put back. That's a gigantic stacking wave towards the bottom side of the map. It actually looks like Shun will be backing off. A trap line coming out here. Southwind and Asum just trying to get as much as they can on the bottom side. But now Dragon is being spawned on the map with all this pressure on the bottom side for BLG. Do you expect there to be an early Dragon focus for this squad as Barrier actually gets popped from both sides?
I think there should be. I mean, when you have a bot lane that's winning so hard, when you have a mid lane as well that will be able to keep up prio, Strive just got the wave pushed in right now because he recalled and TP'd in first, but, you know, once the lane state neutralizes, you got Will once again be able to maintain push, but look, RA might not even let that happen. They might just keep trying to find these ganks in bot before BLG can even try to use the amount of pressure their bot lane has into an objective. But with Shun coming down here right now, this might be an opportunity that they can find this.
So it should be just the give of the dragon over to BLG early on. I just saw that Strive hit level 6 in the mid lane. We actually got to see him a little bit on a roam in that moment. I actually think some of that movement from the mid lane is super good. But also, a little point on Strive. This is now his 100th game in the LPL. So congratulations to Strive. And
that's so
you know, we'll see
crazy
if he can.
I just,
right?
Like, I can't even believe it. It still feels like he just came in the other day. Yeah, it still feels like he just came in the other day. 100 games. I mean, it just shows how many games we have in LPL every single day. Doesn't feel as bad this split because you know, we've upped the casting team quite a bit, and I don't have to cast every day.
But I think it's cool to see, you know, an RA developmental piece from the LDL roster be brought up, right? And to have this, I mean, he's been called up since 2021, right? It's not any time new, like you're saying. 100th game of the LPL feels like yesterday, but being called up in 2021 is kind of huge. And see if he has any influence here, as it doesn't matter, because Shun and On, they want some revenge. And they say, you know, you got my flash from my ADC, let's see if I can get yours. As Southwind will have to burn that one. And both summoner spells on the bottom side for RA are gone.
They get both summoners, but the fact that Aston and Southwind have been keeping up pretty decently in farm, 9, you know, so a little bit more than a wave down, I think is still a tremendous effort. A lot of that being owed to, again, the amount of attention Loyan's put. So nice to see that Shun has finally been able to find, you know, a timing of his own to impact the spot lane matchup. And I mean, for BLG, again, I feel like a lot of it is just wanting those lanes to be able to play out stock and standard. They have been doing a good job of keeping up vision in the spot side river, but Loyan has just done such a good job of, hey, I mean, you're pushed up so far, I can just play with these like windows and tri-brush. We're gonna have Southwind clear this out, and then you can just outright look for the gank on the lane, and it doesn't matter if you have those wards there. You'll be able to close that distance in time. With summoners on the side of BLG, their bot lane should be a little more safe. But we know that's where Loyan's just going to keep going back. So it's just one of those games. It's one of those games where like the win cons of what the teams want in the early game are just so straightforward that it's kind of hard to talk about anything else. Is look, he's back here again.
It's like a well. You just keep, you know, the bucket's there. You do a little crank on the wooden thing, whatever, that lowers it. You get some water. You pull it back up. You see if you got anything. Loyan this time might go a little dry in his bucket, as Elk and On playing pretty safe. But you don't understand how a well works?
I mean, I do, but I feel like this analogy is pretty dated, pretty past its time.
No way, you wouldn't say that a well is dated. Wow, you're just on point, huh? It's just working out. I think you're buying into it here, but Loyan is buying into the aggression as he's going for the blue buff take here. As Shun had just reset, he's not gonna be able to save his blue buff today, but maybe On and Elk can.
Looks like they're going to try and stop the one out. BLG knowing since Shun goes through that retail and contested that Loyan will be doing something on the bottom half of the map. And if he isn't showing in his own lane, it should be going in that jungle. So there it is, Strive's 100th game in the LPL. And he's been doing good to, you know, get through this laning phase. Him and Yagao completely even. He's found some opportunities where he's at least been able to hover over down for his bottom lane, and looks like he's going to be able to keep up that momentum. He's the most MVPs on RA as well this split, sitting at 4, so he's been the big catalyst in a lot of their victories.
Which is just a nice little caveat to the fact that RA are in such a positive position going at the end of week number 5. So we'll see, as it has been this kind of calm early game, as the kind of response from BLG, even though we would say we want them to kind of press down Elk and On, get as much as they can early on, Shun has really been resigned to kind of just farming up and hoping that some of this late game works out for them. And that's where I do want to talk about next, because you have this Rift Herald, you have some potential late game machinations here for BLG. Where would you like to see these resources go?
I mean, it has to be bot. Like, you really don't even have any other choice. And I even feel like this game goes, like, keeps going on a steady pace. with it being even, RA have more than enough tools to find the engages that they want later on. They pick potential like with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They have so many forms of engage to be able to get on that back line. So BLG, I think, wanting a bit more of a snowball. They'll still have a ton of damage later on, especially coming out from that Jace.
When I have a question, sir, I have a question. When does Gwen become immune?
I mean,
I got you with that one.
The problem is, it's like, also, when does Cassante become immune? And I feel like the answer already is wait.
He had to burn the heal. I was going to say, one of these summoner spells is about to come out from Elk.
It still at least doesn't go down. Shun might be able to
That's
abuse
Nature's
this.
Grasp. Oh, God. Southwind taking a brunt here. As Asim had already used the heal, the barrier comes out as well. Elk will get the first kill for BLG. RA wants to respond with a Nature's Grasp of their own. Take a nice little pop shot from Yagal on the back. Oh, no. The Boomerang Blade gets the barrier back. Man, Summoner spells being burned all over the place here. Lien takes that little extra. Oh, my God. He did not expect there to be a sapling there, even though there was warning.
Not even able to correctly dodge out with that clone, which is take the brunt of that damage. So we'll just go straight to his Krugs and, you know, try to get some of the smack and some gold and probably look for a reset. He's sitting incredibly close to his Mythic, which, speaking of, actually did just pick up his Kraken Slayer. So on a pretty good pace to just be able to shred the members of BLG. We know what Sivir can do if, you know, you get in range, these clumped up team fights with those ricochets online. And just across the board, Mizel, we're hitting the point of first items coming out for a lot of key members on both sides.
This Yagao Eclipse is going to actually pay so many dividends. And Shun actually utilizing this Rift Herald in mid lane. Potentially get some plates down and relieve a little bit of pressure in mid lane as well. Because I feel like Strive definitely has had a little bit of strength, a little bit of presence, a little bit of priority in that mid lane. And now BLG with that first dragon, maybe they look to start stacking some more of the presence from bot lane, but Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes on to On. Getting tanked down, and On is just gone on the bot side. Elk is gone too. What happened to the bottom lane of BLG? Are we filing a missing persons report?
I mean, Lo Yan, I don't know how he ended up finding Elk, but On aggressively walking up to take vision. Sure, he's technically not alone because there's two members standing behind him, but you're still a squishy Caitlyn. Is Southwind now?
Southwind preemptively flashing. Might want to actually contest this one, Leon. Oh, they're actually going in onto Southwind. They might find Asim too. This is not the day to be a bot laner. This has been absolutely chaotic, and this is actually a shutdown that would go over to Yagao, and it does. 450 gold, and we got chaos. Crazy is our game, Lyric.
I love how Li Yan had already invested so much. She's like, you know what? Dragon's already just a couple hundred HP. Sorry, boyos, you are done for, and just finishes off the objective. So very goal-oriented human being, Lilian.
Is that what it is?
We respect that. As we're going to see here how this pick comes off. Elk thinks he finds the opportunity to go for the solo kill, and a bit of a bait from Asim buys time for Lilian to just jump in there and just swindle that one out from right under him.
Holy cow, look at this. Ooh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow did come across there, but they got a little bit of a lane swap. They sent Elk towards mid lane. They brought down On here to take down some more plates in bottom lane. So actually a decent gold lead developed here early on from BLG, even with some of this early advantage that RA have cultivated for themselves. I will say though, Roa started to stack up for Strive does mean, you know, they are stacking up their late game here, Lyric.
And when it comes to like just outright scaling, I mean, we hit on it. There's some decent damage on both sides. I do feel like I'd favor RA a bit more with like things like the Sivir and the Silas, but all of it's going to come down to like the formations and the setups for fights. Again, can RA close those gaps? Can BLG keep them at bay and not give over picks? We've seen Southwind though. I love how willing he's been to throw out the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Because sure, like we've seen some like the last one miss, but we've seen a lot of them hit their target, set up for picks onto people like on or around that mid lane. And it's just always going to give RA an avenue to find the engages and to set up fights that they want.
I'm actually looking at a setup fight around here from Southwind, taking a decent chunk from the ace in the hole. That Nature's Grasp, he couldn't see it through the wall. That was actually so huge from Shun. As Lien was doing the Rift Herald,
It's a little bit
look at
baited
Yagao
back in
in
the
bot
top lane.
lane. He's having a free time with his bot lane turret. BLG, I mean, with the fact that they found that pick, there's no numbers advantage on top side for RA, and they can at least buy time and dissuade them from taking that Herald.
Wow, what a play. And Yagao will just be putting down a second-tier tower.
Blue team's turret has
What
been
a
destroyed.
heads-up play from BLG, and that's some of that map play that has now earned them a 4,000 gold lead in 15 minutes.
BLG, great job. RA were the ones finding all the early game picks, but just some of these map movements, keeping Yagao down towards that bot lane after those 2 picks. We did see BLG trade that for Dragon. Now this play around Herald, where, I mean, RA weren't expecting that one pick to come off, and now opening up a second turret for Yagao on bot side. He now not only has that Eclipse, but picking up a second item as well. Yagao's just going to be such a menace to deal with as the game goes. Hell, he's a menace to deal with right now.
I was going to say that it's crazy to me with some of the trials that we have talked about for BLG that Yagao has seemingly had not that many big standout moments. And this guy was literally the champion in summer of LPL 2022, and it's nice to see a performance like this where you're getting a little bit of resources and he's actually slamming it home with a lot of the macro decisions.
It wasn't even. I'll pause on my point because
nope.
Good diligence by him, but it wasn't even like 2020, where 2020, I think it'd like be fair to say that Yagao wasn't a focal point of JDG in their championship run, right? It was all about Kanavi. He did have the standout games on LeBlanc and Zoe, but beyond that, you know, he was an above average mid laner. 2022 summer, Yagao was one of the strong forces on the team, consistently finding advantages. And the fact that we haven't gotten to see him at least be a huge standout for this BLG squad just yet, I think has been a little bit tragic. So him being able to, you know, again, if he can take over this game with the amount of resources that have been funneled into him, that would be a great showing from him in 2023.
Absolutely, and you're starting to see some of this poke game, the realization that this was the strategy here for BLG, and they're executing on it. These health bars are not going to stand for long unless they can get an engage like this one. And when you're CC'd that long, you ain't got no chance, Elk. As Han will go over the wall, the 90 caliber net, but flashing might get out. Luyen gets a double kill, flashing out himself as well. RA punish the bottom lane of BLG.
3-0-2 on the Wukong. This is why we were highlighting Luyen being one of the people to watch. Luyen and Shun really have been the ones setting their teams up for success. And for Luyen, it's actually mostly just been about setting himself up and abusing the positioning coming out from BLG. That's why no matter the gold lead that we see on board for BLG right now, you can't count RA out with the composition that they drafted, with how easily they can set up some of these kills. We're going to go straight into the replay because BLG, feeling like they have positional advantage. They already have vision control in River, but Elk, you could say walks too far forward, but anywhere on the map is too far forward when you're going up against an enchanted crystal arrow, and Luyen can just traverse so much distance to finish off these kills.
One thing I've really appreciated in this game so far has just been the use of, and it's been something that we've been seeing a lot of priority on recently, but the use of terrain to kind of block a lot of these abilities, right? Like Shun going over the wall to Nature's Grasp. That one utilizing a little bit more of the vision game there with the Enchantress Arrow, but it's been really fun to watch them kind of pick apart these angles within the game with a lot of these setup tools.
Definitely has. The champions in the meta right now, I mean, just giving you so many windows to be able to do that. And I mean, on the opposite side for BLG, you actually don't have as many of those tools. I guess, like you said, Nature's Grasp. Yeah, you could do some pretty interesting things from Fog of War with like the amount of poke you have, right? Like an accelerated shot glass could just come out of nowhere if BLG already have control and a denied vision in that area. And it looks like that's what BLG's mode is right now. Get vision reestablished, deny some vision from the side of RA. They've got a defensive vision line set up towards their own jungle and top side. And we can see Ben getting some of his own wards set up for him, so we can split push while BLG tries to set up for a Herald on top side.
That Herald's actually caught my eye here, trying to figure out where Shun's going to decide to use this one.
Baron coming up, and
but Shun has Herald in his pocket, so he's got to use this at some point. It looks like it's going to go to the mid lane. And it's going to be a rough time for the second Herald to try to get a charge on the tier 2 tower. We'll see if they can kind of escort this one in, especially that Ben has joined the fight here.
Here it gets to Sivir. There's
come on, come on,
Guard?
you can do it. Let's go! Okay, I'm a little excited, but you know, the Enchantress Arrow is exciting for RA as they move in onto On, and everyone's left you On. You ain't got no teammates, and that'll be a kill to RA.
RA just doing a great job with their patience and waiting for these opportunities to present themselves. BLG at least still get the charge of the Herald. I feel that's something that RA could have prevented if they wanted. I even think like Lian had smite up, could have gotten a little bit more damage onto that one. But in the end, BLG get a charge, RA get a pick going over to their side. Gold is still that just under 4K gold lead, so it has diminished a little bit, but it's been about this for the past 5 minutes. And for RA's side, they still have a lot of these, like, hell, they have all the tier 1s open on the side of BLG. So there's a lot of standing gold that if RA can start converting these picks into more, that this gold lead should at least start to dwindle. And RA will, you know, again, start equalizing that.
Mm-hmm. As always, obviously, something to keep an eye out. A little bit of timer that we always have. But I do see Natural Tooth actually completed second for Ben. So a little bit more priority in pushing those quick side lanes, if anything. And I think that second item completion is now that Muramana has been upgraded into it, and now you get those second item completions. I'm actually looking at the next kind of movements around the map. This control has been really good from BLG in terms of vision, but they're at a little bit of a standstill. And again, we've continued to highlight the fact that RA are fine.
I don't feel like BLG even have that many options in terms of like what teams should be looking at right now. For RA, there's a few. Like, you can just set up an Enchanted Crystal Arrow play onto the Jason side lane, try to take advantage of that. We can start seeing Loyan and Southwind link up, and maybe you look for that pick on mid lane after Strive pushes outside. Like, RA have a few options to look for those picks. BLG, your composition is kind of all about getting grouped up in front of a structure, right? In front of a turret and being able to siege that one down. With mid and bot already broken down.
Yagao has some teammates coming. They've committed to come and help him. TP will be utilized from Ben, but he is already in the dirt. Maybe they'll put Strive right next to him here. Strive getting low, but that Kingslayer huge, and then being able to go golden to block him. It didn't matter. Ben wanted your head, and he snips it right off.
So BLG able to punish with the TPs the pick and top side that we were highlighting RA could go for. So they will be able to convert this. But look at mid and bot. RA coming with decent responses. Should even be able to get 2 turrets here. So overall, again, the gold lead just continuing to dwindle down.
Yeah, slowly taking chunks at it, but I guess I feel like RA are in a pretty good position to contest this next dragon. I mean, you can obviously see BLG are putting a lot of eggs in this basket right now. Maybe a lot of dragon eggs, as we got 20 seconds, and they're trying to get in position to get this vision game, to get this poke game down, and RA not wanting to let that happen.
Right, when we're in neutral map states, I feel like that's when RA are the ones with options. When we're in front of neutral objectives, though, that's where BLG's comp can try to get some of this damage down and convert it into a teamfight win. Loyan already taken quite low. It's going to be all about if they can zone them out or if Loyan can find this pick.
He's looking for a flank. He's going to find Shun and Ben on the side. The BLG have nicely positioned as Loyan has to get out of there. Cube taking the brunt of the focus of BLG as the rest of RA running away and giving BLG front and center positioning around this dragon will be sole point for BLG.
The big thing feels like the fact that Loyan got chunked out before, you know, we even got to the dragon standoff, and BLG's positioning with, you know, the 3 squishy members is I gotta pause.
That's a needlework. Cube! Oh, he's doing so much damage right now. Solo bolo to Ben.
Cube was already at, you know, 30% HP. Overzealous staying on the map there, I believe, trying to go for those Krugs, and Ben just punishing him.
He melted him.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't go for that. And speaking of melted, Strive.
Strive's trying to make something happen here, but yeah, let's just wait for it to come out of his golden hour. And Strive will go down to Yagao. Now Enchanted Crystal Arrow coming across. Elk had almost died as well. He just burned his flash. They see him. Lian wants to get him, but the warning there, the river, makes it to where Elk knows and gets out.
But to go back to a point of earlier, right? When we're in situations like this, where there's no neutral up, we're kind of at a point where it's really hard for BLG's 4 carries to get in front of... Oh, maybe no time
really
to
want
sell.
Asif. That Nature's Grasp from the sides was actually huge. Asif goes down, and now Southwind flashing over the wall, but he runs into a sapling! Oh, no!
This is Baron!
The jungle
This
is out
Baron.
to get you!
BLG, they're going to be able to go for this. I guess Loyan can hope for a steal. No flash on his end. It's going to be a bit rough. I don't know really what else you can go for. It's either back off and just kind of accept that BLG are going to be able to push this game forward now with the amount of wave clear, with the amount of siege they have, with a Baron. Yeah, this is BLG's big chance to choke them out.
They were taking chunks out of the lead, but that lead just bursted open for BLG. And we put so many thoughts into kind of this RA composition, saying early on, you know, being even with this bottom lane of BLG was fine. You were taking some advantage with Lien, getting some scale going, but man, this is such a big lead that BLG have built for themselves now in this little mid game by getting catch-outs like this.
This was huge. I actually can't believe this one got off. It was literally all down to Shun's ultimate, or they would have both been able to get away. Just so many long-range pick tools coming out in this meta. Great by BLG. I didn't think picks like that were going to be possible for them, just with, again, like the champions they were able to put together, unless RA made egregious mistakes. But that was a really nice one, and now we said the composition with this Baron going to be able to get in front of turrets and just start melting these down. Yagao's going to be able to start getting so much value, especially with the Serelda's Grudge online, getting these health bars low, and just expanding this gold lead.
Big thing is, though, you still have to rely on Asim to have that wave clear here. He has hit 3 items. He's on the Bloodthirster, but oh my god! Southwind does not have the Bloodthirster. It does not have any help. That is a kill down now, a 4v5 in favor of BLG.
They're just going to be able to keep laying those
almost a 4v5.
Look at Asim's
5v3.
Look at Asim's health bar after that accelerated shock blast. They're going to push this one in. They have been pressuring on sides, so really nice 2-lane setup. He has a few minions to play with as well. The Baroned Up Cannon, which should buy him time, bring Cube over to that lane, and allow BLG to just take
They hit the
this
Chains of
mid-lane
Corruption
turret.
there, but it goes on to the clone. Slam will not get baited out there. Nature's Grasp does get stolen by Strive, and Chains of Corruption just a little bit off. So now damage coming back, and Asim about half health yet again. Oh, he's just dead. Yagao is a sniper with those accelerated shock blasts. Nature's Grasp just comes out in desperation. The Roots are trying to fight back, but there ain't no fighting when Yagao comes to town. What a standout from this guy on the chase of the mid lane. We said we needed standout performances. I know he doesn't listen to us, but my God, he is doing that right now.
And they're just going to be able to potentially look for the end. Already breaking this one down. Can RA stop it? I don't think so.
BLG, they execute on this composition. They get the strength they need from their mid laner Yagao, the setup from Shun, and some solidifying for Bit at the top side. And game number 1 will slowly but surely, with one more kill to Yagao, go to BLG.
BLG having some beautiful looks in this game. Shun, I mean, being that facilitator, a lot of great ultis. You were highlighting some of the ones from, like, you know, Fog of War, setting up some of those picks early on. Even later, like that one pick in mid lane on, who was it, Asim and Southwind?
Yeah.
That, in my mind, was huge because those 5-minute windows between dragons are theoretically the times where I feel like RA's composition has more tools. We talked about the options that they had, you know, like a few minutes before, and to where that's where it would feel a bit harder for BLG. So the fact that BLG spotted that window, set it up with the long-range poke, chunking them low into the Nature's Grasp, catching them out, amazing. And then the punishment in the combos from Yagao and L could be like Accelerated Shock Blast, they're half HP. Oh, you know, Arrow comes out from Varus. They're now 20% HP, and very easy then for either one of them to follow up and be able to just secure the kill. So BLG, like, we saw them get punished with good plays from RA, like in early to mid game, but BLG, I mean, they knew how to execute on this composition.
And a little thing in there as well, they were just utilizing their power spikes really well, and especially that last one, right? Being able to catch out with those 3.5 item spikes in mid lane, and being able to kind of have that standing blow where we were saying the whole time, when are we going to see Asim come online? How are they going to facilitate this late game? And they made it to where it didn't matter. And I think a lot of that control with the Dragons early on, utilizing the priority in bot lane for that and kind of fighting over those. And even that very tough tussle in that last Dragon where they got soul point, I think was actually huge and showed a little bit of the, I guess, grit that BLG have shown in their positive wins.
And, right, it's one of the reasons why, no matter BLG's score being 3-3, BLG have genuinely been the team in the LPL that really has put up a fight against everyone, even in their 0-2 loss against EDG. Like, those were games where BLG had some great moments and BLG were able to push them. So it's nice to see them come out in this game and especially for Yagao, as we were highlighting, after the split he had in 2022 summer, to really be able to come and put up a defining performance against a team like RA that is right now sitting in 6th, is 4-2 in the standings, who are going up against a stud in his own right in Stride, and Yagao was able to deliver.
Yeah, in his 100th game, too, delivered in that loss. So that's got to be a little addition to Yagao's repertoire here. But no, it really was the fact that we had this Jace picked up in the first phase, had a little bit of flexibility in the draft. We were like, okay, this is probably going to Yagao. He gets it. It's a quiet early game. But then he starts racking up after having kept consistent in CS in the mid lane and utilizing some of the pressure that bot lane was exerting. And first of all, Shun's setup across the board was really good. But to be able to slam that home again, you look at some of those numbers, really, really good stuff from Yagao. And answer needs to come out.
I think the big thing looking at those numbers is, again, it goes back to the fact that for BLG, I mean, like, looking at them, like, sure, you have Elkin on, who, like, Elk is solid. You know, Elk can take over games, and he has been the one carrying a lot of BLG's wins. But still, you look at that top half of the map, and it really just is, I mean, so many, like, proven play. Even though Shun doesn't have any accolades under his belt, like, I mean, come on. Shun's passed the eye test now for so long, right? Like, you just have this strong top side, and they're the ones putting up those numbers.
I'm just saying, Shun number one fan here. I'm just saying.
Yep.
Anyways, we got our break here. We're going to take a step away. We will be right back with game number 2 of this RA vs. BLG series.
He's going to feel really good playing as aggressive as he's been. Is he playing?
FBX could be in trouble. Gideon goes in. No, he's dead before the fight starts. Wisecan's going to come in late, but Lola is already down. The ulti burned down. It's all out onto LWX. He's going to get flipped back as well with the dying breath. Cleans it up. Running away. He cleanses through. Dodges away from Care. His last auto. Oh my God. It was Jason Bourne.
The bigger thing is that Light now has to reset, so Ruler going to get that wave in and deny some gold.
Oh.
Hang
on a minute.
Kill it topside?
He's got the armor shredding, but it's Gragas. It's Gragas. Oh, get ready, Bomba!
I think it's on their mind right now. Frank's 2v1.
He's going to go
Are
for
they
a
about
1v2.
to
He's
end
got
up
a
on
TP
Twitter?
coming in from Dove here. He wants the highlight reel. He has the GA. He's surviving. Heroic entrance comes in. He hasn't gotten the GA pop yet. He finally does, but the health bars from LGD have no way to stay in the fight. Why is Cam in some trouble here? Repose comes out, Counter-Strike misses, he's still alive, and the rest on, flash it forward, on the Runins, and YSKM comes in to clean up a double kill. IG destroy LGD in game 1.
From the side of Ultra Prime's tower, but they haven't dropped just yet. As they say that they're going to go straight in onto Doggo, who does plan to flash away. Chain of Corruption doesn't really land onto anybody of significance. Rookie flashes forward, gets a double, and this game is done. This series is over. Blink and you'll miss it. Rookie has just decided they wanted to win the series.
I think it's because you need to get on top of Light. You need to be able to take him down. He finally doesn't have his summoners up, but he's still playing around this so well.
That's what Lyric said. The bell comes out, though. Kanavi going to be chased up. He flushes away. 369 looks for another angle. 369 there on top of Casper. They get him. But Light still issue with Xiaohu. Firing away. The Shy from downtown. Where did he come from? Where did he go? Where did he come from? The Shy's Cotton Eye Joe.
Gonna get this party started. Oh yeah. The week is done. We've been stepping out. Gonna get this party started. Only just begun. Baby, there's no doubt.
the motherland. Be all I could, I would make a stand. I'd walk through the fire till the body falls. Don't fall, I would protect you. All that I've got to do now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. Hero, I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. Yeah. You make something worth fighting for, and nobody gets to choose everything. All that I've got, it couldn't be enough. Without your love, and I would protect you. I would do anything now. Yeah, I could save you. All that I've got to do now. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul. I could be your hero, fighting for your love soul.
Gonna get this party started. Oh yeah. The week is done. We've been stepping out. Gonna get this party started.
跟冰对手选手对决的话，就我觉得，就他是一个进攻性很强的吧，然后就我想就可能会有点激烈，但是这版本的上路其实情况也就那样，有可能也不会很激烈。就我想对冰选手说的话，就是我们两个在上路好好玩吧，就别去影响对团队什么的。
Welcome back to the LPL Spring Split. I am Mazel, joined by Lyric yet again, as we got to hear a little bit from Cube. And the top lane is not going to be very fun, but hoping to fight a little bit up there.
It's not going to be fierce, man. We got Kasate, we got Scions, we got Glens. It ain't going to be fierce.
It is not going to be fierce, but we do got to get over into our second game shortly. Before we do, we got our MVP to give out for game number 1, and it's none other than the man in the mid lane, Yagao for BLG.
I'm just so glad to see this performance coming out from him. Again, one of our players who feels confident going towards this Jace pick. And Yagao now being like one of our longer standing players in the LPL, right? We're no longer in a time where like you can look back to players who've been here since like season 3, 4, and 5. It's no. Him coming into the league in 2018, really being a mainstay towards the top of the table since then, and looking to bring BLG up there with performances like this.
And to have stability in the mid lane for BLG, I think is something to say after their failed experiment last year, right? And to bring in a big name like Yagao is saying something, right? They need that stability. They need something strong in the mid lane. And we haven't necessarily gotten that big wow factor. But then you get a wow factor from this game on the Jace, and you see just why with some of these clips.
It's one of those things where coming into the split, I saw a lot of fans like not excited about Yagao coming onto this team, which was really weird to me considering, again, even ignoring his, which I think was his best split, which was last summer, like BLG last year having players like Icon, which again, no offense, like Icon, but his best days were behind him, right? Like Fofo, a very talented mid laner, clearly didn't work out on this BLG squad. Like it's been a while since like Zeka was in the mid lane and they had a player that you could believe in. Even back then, I mean, Zeka isn't the player that he is now over in the LCK. So yeah, I'm really excited to see Yagao, especially going up against Strive once again. Strive was looking for opportunities in game 1, wasn't really able to find any. And this time around, when we said Strive has been the big MVP for RA in their wins this split, he's going to be the one we're looking at going into this game too.
He absolutely is. And The 100th game didn't go his way. The 101st game, it's going to go his way. I feel it. As we do have similar size from game number 1. We have RA on the blue side banning away that Lucian, the Zeri as well. BLG over on the red side, they ban away the Vi and the Jax. The Maokai actually going to go to the blue side ban table this time.
That's why even though Yagao was the highlight, he was MVP, right? We need to remember that Shun was the one setting a lot of that up. Like, his first few minutes wasn't really able to find too much, and that's honestly just down to Luyen doing a great job on that Wukong. Once we got into mid-game, his ultis were so crucial to BLG being able to take those fights. So I like the pivot so far, and even BLG changing it up, taking away the Renekton, which is the Cube specialty. So I do understand this one coming on through. For RA, I mean, the Ashe is still there. I'm wondering if you'd want to pivot to the Varus after seeing what BLG were able to do with that pick. And it's just so interesting, Mazel, with like the amount of picks that we have available in bot lane right now, that even with Ashe, which I still feel like is the most like annoying champion in the bot lane meta in terms of what it's able to do, that with things like Caitlyn support, with things like Varus being able to pivot to support, like it just opens up so many different mind games and trades that are there.
I do get a little scared giving BLG that big like vision control where they utilize it really well last game, and RA will not have that necessarily this time. Obviously, big pick still on the board is the Heimerdinger. Also, that Asim will get his most played by far here in the spring split with the Varus. I think it's leading to some differences in this second game that I actually appreciate from RA, and I do want to see what the rest of their first phase is before I am sold completely on how they're going to bring back this series. But now we just get to take a path through all the jungle choices here for Shun, as it would just be so funny. So last year, we did have this matchup between Shun and Lian, and Shun did play the Nidalee into Lian. It did not go well. We're not going to get that from Shun this time. Maybe we still have the chance from Lian, but it will be Wukong this time for BLG. And we saw Lian actually find so much advantage in the early part of the game last time around.
Now for Luyen, it's where he wants to go. Vi, Sejuani being the two big ones that are still on the table. You've highlighted
Vi's
the Heimerdinger
gone.
something as well. Oh, thanks for, Mazel, your eyes, much better than mine. I've been meaning to get glasses for years. I just haven't done it. Still gonna not do it. But Heimerdinger is locked in. That was a great call out. I mean, the Heimerdinger Ashe trade has just been something we've seen consistently. And I remember the stats yesterday. The trade was at least like very even in terms of like who was finding wins on each side of the matchup. So RA coming out with a very aggressive bot lane. And yeah, with you calling me out and telling me that I'm a moron,
I didn't say that. Come on.
Say it, Michelle. Say it.
No, I will not. So we're getting the last pick of the first phase here, and I would expect the bot lane to be rounded out here, even though we did get some of that flexibility from BLG's side last time around. This is another pick that did not make it through last time, and you do wonder if Ben is just saying, bring it. And apparently the gauntlet hits the floor with a loud thud.
I love it. Ben going towards his Camille, one of those signature champions that you just associate with Ben. I believe in the game he's played, because he's only played it once, that he even went deathless. Yeah, 4-0-3, played it up against Team WE. So gonna look to have Ben be a strong presence in the side lanes. Of course, gonna be such a threat that you have to deal with later on. And it looks like they're gonna want to take away some of these more, I wouldn't say like more annoying, because Ben actually did play Fiora into Jace in that last matchup, but some of these things that can look to match into it and can be annoying if given pressure from Luyen on the side of RA.
I mean, the big points of priority right now, it does feel like, are like obviously Q's Renekton. It's just like it's most comfortable. I actually thought it was really interesting. He actually like has 2 times the amount of Renekton plays in his entire career than the next highest champion in his champion pool. But it is off the table in that first phase, so we won't get that one. But I'm still looking at the K'Sante being on the board. And in second phase, do we get some of those bans to kind of peter out this top lane matchup, as the Rise is the ban by RA. We'll see what joins that Jace on the ban table. It is the K'Sante. Well, there you go.
I wonder, can Cube go for the Qingtian special? I remember Qingtian playing Darius into this matchup, and he absolutely dunked on that one. Because a lot of things being off the board, like at least pretty much a lot of those meta matchups, I don't know if you go into your pool, you bring out something like a Kennen or something along those lines, but I guess we'll have to wait and see. For BLG going into the next round, you can look for bot lane, considering that RA already showing both of their picks so far. And with it, I mean, we've already seen what the Caitlyn can do. Jhin was something we were highlighting a lot in that first draft phase to be able to go, and you can match some of the wave clear in the spot side, and once you get those bouncing grenades online as well, try and clear out some of these like turrets, get those good trades off, and yeah, we're gonna see what BLG go for. Do it, go for the Jhin.
So I would actually really like the Jhin. I feel like it's not as much of in line of what I would like to see from Elk, where I typically really love to see that late game aggression. Sometimes it bites him, but sometimes you just get those crazy Elk on a rampage plays. Jhin, while really good and my favorite champion, I'm interested to see how they can mechanically execute against the Heimerdinger and Varus bot lane as well. It is the Yone that's locked in for RA with a little bit of spice for Strive in the mid lane.
Yeah, his first Yone game of the split. We highlighted for top lane. Maybe a Kennen pick could come out into that Fiora right now, even hovering the Rumble. So gonna look to maybe supplement themselves with some AP damage. Again, a lot of things have been banned out, so you are already going into the next niche of your pool. And I love this, the huge wobble combo that can come out. Strive popping his ulti, Southwind following up. Maybe, the Rumble ulti on top of all of that to just make sure you're getting huge damage across the line onto BLG.
I'm trying to look across here as after I guess we'll see what the final answer is going to be. I was trying to look up through his play and see if he's actually ever played Rumble, and it does. He's 8 games and 8 wins. He has a 100% win rate here for Cube on Rumble, so not too shabby. And we do get that final pick. It's the Silas, and should be going up against that Yone in mid lane.
Yeah, that's actually pretty interesting, because you definitely don't think of Cube as a Rumble player whatsoever. So looking at the last time he played this champion was actually in summer, but a lot of those wins coming from when he was in LDL on Unlimited Potential. So yeah, kind of pulling deeper from his breadth of experience. But looking at these comps, I think we're set up for really exciting fights, right? For RA, again, the big 5v5, the wobble combos that are able to come out, the engaged potential. For BLG, having more long-range pick set up, and we saw what, we see it every game, what, Enchantress Arrow, what the curtain call is able to do to set up potentially for Yagao, for Shun to be able to get in there and finish these kills off. So I'm excited. A lot of onus put on this mid lane matchup once again when you have things like the Yone coming in, Strive wanting to find that win in that 101st game like you hit on Mazel.
Gotta try to bounce back after that one, especially against Yagao here. But the biggest thing for me as well when you come into this one is 5-2 looks a lot better than 4-3. And RA do not want to let this early advantage in the season falter to BLG. And they got smacked in game number 1. They've drafted a little bit of a different comp. They're trying to get some more facilitation, trying to set up Strive and Cube. We'll see if this answer is enough to beat down BLG, who have come out of the gate swinging and are not looking to stop anytime soon.
Already getting the posturing down towards bottom lane. We've seen Team Soon this consistently against Timer, right? Making sure that he can't get his ideal setup with all of those turrets down and make the bot lane 2v2 a bit more manageable in those first few levels for your side.
Good to see some of the fan signs there. No gyos today, at least I couldn't hear them. But maybe a little bit in the crowd going on there. A little bit of cheering as BLG do get an advantage in bot lane. Oh my God, they've come away with so much, Lyric. Oh my God, they keep doing it. No,
BLG coming out with a huge dub today.
Oh my God, they're gonna get more. Holy cow. Is this the action that we want in the LPL? Is this what crazy is our game stands for?
Yep, these level one trades.
These level 1 trades onto the Heimerdinger towers. But I do want to actually join in here on Shun's start. He will spot out, and he has been spotted out by RA, but we do get opposite side start for both junglers here, Lyric.
Yeah, I'm interested to see where Shun, starting towards the top side, you'd expect to be going down towards that bot lane. Rumble is one of the champions who, theoretically easier to punish the top side. You usually do just push the lane like with your flame spitter. So I'm curious to see if Cube just did go with E-Start to try and nullify that and just come away with a strong level 1 as well. But still, I think I think soul lane matchups is just going to be an area of focus in this game. And there we go. We see Cube does start with that E. Don't just want to go with that automatic push. Just there's going to be a lot of strength in terms of like the 1v1 poke that you're able to bring out as well. And yeah, we're going to be looking at what Cube's able to do. He even took the Ignite in this matchup, so going to be looking for pressure in the 1v1. And we can see Lian pathing up towards the top side early on as well.
Which I would wonder, I guess, just trying to upset this Rumble versus Fior matchup in some way, shape, or form. But I do really like the fact that Elkanon have found the tried and true push in bottom lane to some extent with this level 2 mark, but traded back pretty heavily. And you do see that Shun is actually making his way, as you said, a little bit counter towards this side of the map. And I want to talk about this jungle matchup a little bit more, especially as
no
we're getting
jungle
Lian
matchup.
up
We're
to the
getting a
side.
gank.
It's the jungle matchup because he's gonna be involved. Okay, he actually doesn't get seen. What great toggle from our observers has been. Feels like something is up, and then he sees a big old piggy walk into his house. As now we'll see Lian trying to stun him down, and Ben should go down first blood to Cube.
Very important gang to come off. Again, you draft the Rumble. You want to get in a good spot. You take the Ignite. So getting that set up very early on. Going to get the wave push in. So should be able to get a pretty nice reset as well. Yeah, great to see from RA. Lian, once again, being the one to set the pace of the game early on.
Elk does have to get the heal from On there. With heals trading in bottom lane, Shun has finally made his way here. There wasn't a trade on the map present at the time of that first blood going over, but Shun wants to make good on it. Doesn't get Southwood, but gets the flash out of him. Maybe Acid will have to flash too. No, actually standing stalwart there is the RA bottom lane.
Not only taking a flash, but also getting this wave into turret. We're gonna go back towards the top side though. Beautiful dodging out of the ward from Lian, wraps around. You could already see the heat bar filled up for Cube, so getting that danger zone, getting the extra damage, and they're just easily able to get him low. The Guani passive coming on through, and Cube, it's great that he's the one that actually gets the gold from that first kill because
No
Dark Seal and
no
Hipto and
freaking
Bucket.
way, man! I can't watch! I can't watch! He's back! Oh, Ben's like running away. He's like, you really came back, huh? You had to come back up here and fight me. Now I've got teammates, though. As flash from Cube, flash from Lian, he'll get the kill, but Yagao is here as well. And there is one too many BLG cooks here. And RA cannot stand the heat of the kitchen. Cube goes down. Shun gets his kill. And a trade back even with that 0-2 top laner.
And this is actually very important because, look, Cube, we know, isn't running TP. With Yagao coming up towards top side, they're able to get that wave in, but I love this adaptation. Realizing, hey, we can't give over this much standing golden experience. Send Strive to top side with the TP. He's going to pick all that one up. So actually the kill going over isn't as detrimental as it should have been, but I love this punish from RA. I mean, stock and standard, right? They got the earlier kill, they got the wave in, so there's a bounce back coming in. Leaves Ben very vulnerable to another gank. You know he doesn't have flash. You both have to commit flashes to be able to finish this one off. And again, nice roam by Yagao to make sure that it at least gets equalized.
Yeah, without that, I mean, there's a big difference this early part of the game, but BLG are actually able to fight back a little bit. Now Yagao looking for these roams towards bottom lane, and this is the kind of thing I'm looking for, especially with Yagao about to hit level 6. I love to see that he's so willing to try to get out of this lane and affect something else. And Southwind getting a little bit back into the bottom lane of BLG.
I love that you were highlighting mid lane because look at what has happened from the last play, right? Where CS advantages have gone. Because Strive now having a massive one in mid lane because he went and picked up that huge wave in top side. Cube, on the other hand, is losing out against Ben. Like right now it's looking a little bit closer, but Ben's gonna have a massive wave that he's gonna be able to pick up. So we're just seeing kind of the consequences of the decisions that were made and who's getting this gold.
So Lian sees that he's Song, but L has to flash. Strive was right around the corner there. Piercing arrow will not actually connect in the end. And RA looking for something on bot side, trying to pull some pressure.
Oh, Lian doesn't see that he's Song now, Mazel.
I
He's
love that so much. Oh my goodness. It's just ships in the night, Lyric. It's just ships in the night. He's like, wait, you were here? As they're actually using a lot of his presence from bottom lane now to start up this dragon.
We can see Serrated Dirt already built for Asum, so it's going to be on a bit of a stronger point than Elk on the side of BLG. Elk also having to blow that flash means BLG aren't really going to be able to contest anything. Tried even just walking away from the wave in mid to make sure that they get this. So overall, RA been making a lot of great decisions in this first 7 minutes of the game.
It's a nice little bounce back, even though they had those early advantages last time. To have a little bit more of a stable comp, it feels like. We'll see how they can utilize some of these resources early on, though. I expect a little bit more focus from Luyen towards this mid, towards the spot lane as well. We're actually seeing Patrick to the top and we can try to help out Cube yet again.
It makes sense because bot lane's going to be a bit of a wash. Like, you're both just bouncing waves. Like, sure, aggressive trades will come out, like, the potential kills there. But you have a top lane matchup where on one side, there's no flash, right? Taking the ghost, able to, like, run down your opponent later, mostly for those team fights. And Cube having the Ignite. So this is definitely the matchup that you want to influence. And with it being that, 8-minute window, Herald coming online, Southland's here first. So RA should be the team that are able to get this. We're going to see if BLG rotate anyone up after answering this wave in bot, or if they're just going to try and answer some plays from that bot side.
If they get away with this one, I mean, that's a lot of early game advantage here for RA, and yeah, that movement does signify that. So BLG actually seemingly willing to take a back seat in the first 8.5 minutes of the game so far, and that makes me wonder, machinations for them, because you do have Yagao on the Silas. You got Bin, who will be an absolute menace in the side lane later on. And I wonder if that is just kind of the gameplay for them right now.
Yeah, they're just hoping to stabilize, right? Let Fiora just keep getting farm under her belt. Wait for a point. Once we have these level 6s online, which they finally are coming. There it is. Enchanted Crystal Arrow on. This is where you can at least start setting up and looking for these picks.
See Yagao trading on to Strive while Strive takes that tower plate. Let's get a little bit more there for himself. So 20 CS lead plus the turret plate feels good for Strive. Guys, again, bounce back from Strive. Again, giving a lot to Yagao without giving a lot to Yagao last time around. Kept him very steady in lane, but then Yagao just kept coming up with big dividends outside. And on the Yone, he's got a lot of prowess to do something here, but does get the flash burned out of him and the Fade Seal to make sure he gets out.
I feel like it was a bit of a mismanaged gank coming out from the side of BLG, honestly, because Soul and Bound came out from Strive. He was going to have to like zoom back into place. I feel like you could have been a little bit more patient with some of those CC tools coming out, especially from On with that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. You still get a flash, pressure still put on, and when you're on a champion like Yone, that is a champion that really wants to look for those all-ins to find winning trade patterns. So, still a small win, but it definitely felt like it could have been a bit more.
Didn't get exactly what they looked for, but still, this Rift Herald now is my next look for Luyen. As it's still about halfway, so some give to it, but I'm definitely looking if they want to try to crash into this mid lane quickly to get these turret plates back over to Strive, or if he just revisits this top side. As we said, I think it's right now Luyen really bouncing between these two solo lanes, and where do you think he's going to drop that gold off at?
I actually think he might go top, but I don't want him to go top with the Herald.
I know, me neither. I want to go Strive.
I also feel like breaking down top lane turret early on doesn't really do much for you. Like, you're elongating the lane for a Fiora up against the Rumble. Ben's going to be able to get farm on himself more easily. Sure, theoretically, Cube will have more opportunities to roam around the map, but I feel like if anything, it'll just give more chance for BLG to get where they want with this top lane matchup than, vice versa. So if you go for it anywhere else, especially towards that mid lane, yeah, you're going to be giving Strive a lot of wiggle room.
Barely misses, or barely dodged out of Cube getting out of that one from the attempt of BLG. Luyen actually visiting this top side of the map, just here lying in wait. And Shun himself is also waiting, but you got On up here, so it's a 2v3 in favor of BLG. Shun going in onto Cube. The Glacial Prison misses wide from Luyen. The Grand Challenge has been popped, but there is the equalizer, and it does just that. Shun forced into the alcove, burning. Needs to be careful. Luyen goes for the flash, but the heal from On saves the day.
I thought RA were in much bigger trouble than where they ended up. The equalizer able to buy them some space, especially with the amount of damage they were able to get on Shun, really dissuading the play from coming out. So great by them to be able to get away. A lot of summoners still burnt. I mean, Cube burning all of his. No flash now on Luyen. I love how much of an annoyance Southwind is willing to be. Like,
He's been
Southwind,
so good in this game right now.
Southwind's playstyle is so, because again, I still feel like Southwind makes a lot of like very questionable mistakes and calls, and like does get punished very frequently, but he just plays so fearlessly that he's a player that is like quickly become very exciting to watch, which is so weird, like thinking back to like the days of Puff and Southwind, where it felt like on their rosters they just kind of like quietly sit passively under their turret and just farm waves. For now, Southwind, he's unleashed. He's unchained. He just does whatever he wants.
The Heimerdinger really just feels like he's utilizing it so well. RA will continue to stack up neutral objectives. They've gotten 3 plates in mid. They've gotten 3 plates in bot. They are, while not a gigantic lead ahead, they are solidly in control.
Yeah, they've been able to. They've been able to keep their foot on the gas. You know, they're not slamming on that gas pedal, but they're like easing into it, putting on more pressure consistently onto the members of BLG. And sadly for BLG, it's just, I mean, making a play towards top feels very hard. Like we saw, if you get Yagao brought into the mix as well, I feel like that's when it starts becoming more doable and like you can scrap a little bit more as compared to like when we saw them try to bring on up. But maybe even just looking towards bot, because now we're at a point where it's like, hey, you do have a lot of these CC tools online. Like, look for a pick onto the Varus, look for a pick onto the Heimerdinger, and see if you can start breaking open the game that way, because we haven't seen Shun able to find success really doing anywhere else, and it's mostly been him trying to, I feel like put out fires is too strong of a phrase, but you know, like shadowing and making sure, he isn't necessarily putting out fires, he's trying to make sure that the fires don't even get started in the first place, but the fires are still there. So.
They're still starting. His firefighting skills need some work. As Cube will dodge out of that enchanter. He said, how many are you going to send at me on? I'll dodge every single one of them. It's like the Matrix up here. But I do want to go back to that point you said while we look at the cold. My God, there's it's not supposed to look like that. It's supposed to be difference in the colors. But Shun has been very much a backseater while facilitating a lot in this series as a whole. And I usually see him, you know, usually taking the aggressive stances, going for these invades, trying to get under the skin of his opponent junglers. But we haven't seen that necessarily, and it's more reliance on the team.
Maybe after the Nidalee games, which weren't able to turn into a bunch of wins, we saw, you know, coaches like Dwan and DN come in and be like, yo, you got to take a back seat, my boy. We're going to put you on strong meta picks, and we're going to rely on these other big name players on our roster. Worked in game 1.
It worked in game 1. It did indeed. Now we get a Rift Herald fight here. BLG not able to contest another objective 4 back-to-back for RA. Now they're going for an engage. Yagao gets hit the equalizer on top of everyone, and Elk takes a shot on the side. Strive will just go right back to his soul. And those are some big engage tools at least utilized by BLG. That enchanted Chris Herrera first and foremost.
Still, engage tools used on both sides, right? We saw Loyan and Assam throwing out their ult cubes thrown into the fray. Luckily for both sides, I mean, there's no dragon up for 2.5 minutes, so you're going to have time before at least the next big worthwhile thing is up to where you can get those back. So the more important thing to look at from those trades is flashes, where the only one burned was Arms. So at least sets up RA for an easy pick in the next exchange.
And something to keep an eye on as well. On pretty big part of a lot of these team fights later on to really set up the CC and layering of like kiting down the rest of the team. Now Shun, he's finally getting a little aggressive. Gotten that kill on that Wukong. Wants to try to go in. Does he get the blue? He did get the blue. As Loyan gets the better of him in his own jungle.
Loyan, with the support of Southwind, going to be doing just fine. And this is where BLG are at least finally feeling, you know, the tension's easing in the zone. They're going to the hot spring. They're bouncing waves on sides. You're getting gold under your Fiora, and you're trying to get into a place where Ben can really start being the menace that we set him up for in the early game. Because it feels like for BLG, that's where a lot of the pressure's going to have to be drawn. We got putting pressure on with Ben to a side, you know, maybe trying to win out the 1v1, trying to get pressure on turrets, and then looking to play with your 4-man core, the stock and standard 1-4 setup coming on through. The big problem for BLG is that we just haven't seen the Enchanted Crystal Arrows lead into any picks.
And I think that has to change, right? You see BLG turn this around at all, but they're starting to get themselves into a bit of a trench as the 3,000 gold lead has developed at just under 17 minutes. And now another dragon in less than a minute, and RA are front and center try to get their sole point while they take down an outer tower here. Reset comes through from BLG, who might just be willing to give this one up.
Well, right, it comes down to a trade. We can see for BLG, they were committing a out towards top side. RA were just conscious like, hey, screw top lane turret. We're going to get the trade for bot lane. We're going to be able to get more vision down for the neutral objective coming up soon. And I love it. They're still putting on even more pressure. Wave crashed into mid and now going for a dive.
That's huge. Equalizer on top of it. Oh, it's just gone.
That was overkill, but at least they got the kills. Curtain call opened.
They're just trying to get them off of the tower here. As they don't do so successfully, Tier 2 tower will go down to RA. As you got to get that answer from the top side, but it might not be enough as RA now, after taking that Tier 2, we'll move on to the Dragon.
Look, this might curse this. So if you're a BLG fan, this statement might help you out. But me and Mazel came into this day. I feel like a lot of people came into this day. They looked at the series, they're like, this is a 3-game series. There's no way this isn't a 3-game series. And we can see here why. Yeah,
it comes down to the grit, man. It comes down to the fact that these teams just like never give up, right? Even with some of these rough performances, like you still get a lot of that back and forth fighting.
I also just love how like RA don't even leave that up to like any mystic forces in the universe. They use all 3 of like their key ultis to be like, this Ashe is going down on we absolutely hate you and you don't deserve to be on the server. And coming out from that, we do see what we already knew. RA picked up the dragon, but screw the dragon. Red buff contests. Let's go.
Hey, Shun gets this buff. All right, it might not be the blue buff, but it is the red buff. And I do want to say that we're going to be getting the second item here. We've already had pretty much first items completed across the board. Maybe still looking over it on. Ooh, we actually saw that's why the cleanse is down for Ass in there as well. But Cube's taking down a side lane tower now.
Once again, looking to trade out as we saw Bin just take one bot side and Bin now.
That's a ghost popped by Bin. Strive tries to hit him.
Strive
the
can't
fate
do anything,
sealed.
man. He's gone. He's out of
He's
here.
literally just going to walk out of this one as he tries to use a little bit more damage onto Bin. But Bin has Shun there and knows that the rest of the team from BLG might not be far behind. A nice attempted catch out, and I think Strive trying to capitalize as much as he can, but not going to be there.
Needed to connect the ulti if he wanted to find the kill. Wasn't able to do it. And now we're just going to see, honestly, probably just teams, again, like a neutral map state coming in until that next dragon comes up. RA, you really don't have any reason to put yourself in like any action until anything comes through, unless someone on the side of BLG makes like an egregious overextension. BLG, though, they know they need to look for something. Oh,
they were looking for, I was like, oh my god, I've seen this combo before. I don't want it. Gets half his health bar taken out anyways. Glacial Prison was stolen by Yagao.
I said RA don't need to look for anything, but when they have deep vision that spots out, you know, actions by themselves, you always could.
Cube does so much with that flame spitter as well. And not on that second item just yet. And RA just pushed it up into BLG right now. I don't think there's anything. I mean, they're going to get the TP now out of Bin. This is going to be a fight brewing. They have caught Southwind on the side. Chains of Corruption comes out. Fourth shot, not enough to trade 1-for-1. Jungler or support. And you'll take that all day for RA.
BLG just looks so hesitant to go for any fights, which I get. I mean, even just look at the items. We only have Ghost Blade on Elk and another serrated Durek. You have Asum already like making his way up, like so like his second core item. Just sort of a ton
just
of
completed the Eclipse.
Yeah, so new items online. BLG, you just don't have like a ton of DPS there. It's way more indexed into being able to burst someone out, which is why RA feels so comfortable just walking right into the faces, walking into the home. BLG putting their feet up on the coffee table, watching the NFL on their TV. We're gonna see here, TP comes in. They are able to at least get Southwind with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, finally. But yeah, Shun going down, you'll always take the jungle for support trade. The silver lining for BLG is the fact that, I mean, when you're behind, right, going 1-for-1 is at least better than continuing to get shut down.
The thing is, though, RA are back on the map with 2 items completed for Strive, those 2 items completed for Asum, and 2 items completed for Lien. They can utilize this power spike here for themselves. Chains of Corruption comes in, but now the focus is on Cube, and he goes golden, and they don't have the damage to stick afterwards. Yagao has the equalizer, but the fate sealed was huge from Strive, and RA pick off 2 members of BLG.
RA just benefiting from the fact that BLG starting that fight up on equal grounds. BLG were okay, Southwind. This is what we were talking about with
He's mind
Southland.
gaming him, man.
This is a man who doesn't care, and it leads to a lot of moments like that which probably shouldn't happen. But RA going for Baron right now. Yagao and Elk, the only ones here to contest. They
No
can't
contest.
contest.
No
They can't do
way.
anything.
Yeah, this is a pretty clean setup for RA here as they've gotten their Baron now. 3 minutes on that time. You got another Dragon coming up in 30 seconds, so they'll push out these waves and set up for their soul, as this was the attempt from BLG.
Going for a pick, but it's like, okay, it's a 5v4, that's what they're hoping for, but not equating for the fact that Q can go into that stasis, Equalizer comes out, and that fake seal you hit on was huge. And Shun just left in such an awkward position trying to start it up. But when you have things like the Equalizer, it's going to... Oh, what?
The carousel queue is going here. They do find a big cyclone on the back, though. You got Bin on the side. Can they find anything here? They don't. Maybe they get Southwind. Maybe they get something. BLG, they're scraping. They're clawing. They want Cube, but they don't get him. He finally dies, but it's a double kill, having given over to Strive. And now Elk, he's doing ADC things, but that is what an ADC does, and dies to a mid laner. Yet again, Strive is rampaging through this team, and that will be soul to RA.
I mean, look, it's 7,000 gold lead. We said RA just walking into BLG's house and making it theirs. BLG ordered a pizza. Pizza guy named Dave comes knocking on the door. RA just walks up and swindles it right in front of them as well. What could they do? They don't have their home. They don't have their NFL. They don't have their pizza. Well,
They don't have anything.
They don't have anything. They go for a pick on RA's side. Yagao buys time, and BLG try to find something. Well, I mean, the Wukong ultimate's decent, but he's just so squishy. The item advantage is so
God.
heavily in favor of RA that
We
they
just saw
can't
two
put us any kills.
We just
Oh,
saw
it's
2
more
kills in the picture-in-picture. Yes. Strive just picked up 2 more. You saw that double kill right there? Well, he got himself a triple and then another double. It's a triple-double. Now we're going to basketball. But now RA is pushing in the base. It should be a clean win from RA, and what a bounce back it is from that first game, right? You saw some of that early game focus work out for them. They couldn't close it out. They got manhandled by Yagao in the late game, and now they're manhandling BLG right back.
Yeah, they have, oh, wait.
He almost dies from that.
He just dies outright. RA getting everything they want. They're going to be able to lead, taking inhibitors down. And now, I mean, you have an inner turret left in top side that you can start, you know, working on through. Bot lane, I guess you can send someone there, but with no TP up on Strive, I don't think you really want to play the map that spread out just yet. It'd probably be like a top mid setup. And yeah, just keep breaking down these structures of BLGs. We get to see how it happens. Shun thinks he gets to walk into the jungle. The fake seal was monumental.
God.
Strive has been delivering. Yagao stepping up in game 1, Strive answering right back in game 2. This was the battle of the mid laners that we needed to see.
Exactly that. We'll see another fight, though. Equalizer from Yagao on the back line. It's kind of big, but BLG's back line is getting run down by Leyen. That 4th shot didn't do nearly enough. Has 2 more kills to Strive. He is destroying the KDAs of BLG right now. And everyone from BLG has to run away.
Did we see a Sejuani completely just zoning off, like
yes,
the whole
we did.
enemy back line? Huh?
Indeed. In that, you know, that's what almost 3 items will do for you.
Yeah, he did not get. Yeah, he's huge right now. Well, yeah, still taking a bit of damage, right? Bin especially with those vitals is able to get things off on him like we saw, but it just isn't. It just isn't enough, especially when you factor in that you have the Mountain Soul there, 2 Mountain Drakes. There's an impenetrable fortress. BLG, right? I mean, when you're this far down, you just got to try and hope you can find anything. If Jennifer the arrow goes off, we see them get onto the backline with the Equalizer from Yagao and Shun following through. But look, you're not really able to follow up with anything else. Elk surprisingly was able to get off the full curtain call. But Leyen making sure that Bin isn't able to get involved in the tussle. And it feels like Bin and Yagao are the ones who have to be able to get this damage off onto RA, but you aren't really indexed into these you know, crazy chaotic brawly 5v5s. You want picks, you want side lanes, you want, you know, small skirmishes, and RA just aren't giving that to them.
Yeah,
Hell, BLG aren't even looking for that.
Exactly. Yagao stole that equalizer, and Strive literally just stood in it and didn't seemingly take any damage. And that's just some of the difference with this gigantic gold lead they had. But first of all, the kind of compositional strength that we really saw change up for RA in this second game. And it's going to give BLG a lot to think about going into the third game. We still got to see the end here as Strive does get the arrow blocked there by his best friend Cube. And should be a tier 2 tower going to RA.
Two teams that we expect to make that run to playoffs. Both, honestly, just great rosters coming in RA. I mean, let's be real. At this point, it will take something huge from BLG. A massive mistake.
They got a TP flank here, but the front lines are falling here. Shun's already down, Bid. I don't know what you got to say back here, but it better be something loud and boisterous as the curtain call is utilized. Ben will just be tanking.
You know, Mazel, I don't even know at this point when like the engage comes out from BLG that like I get on my toes and I get excited. There's just no way.
Whoa.
There's just, I'm just like, and then Shun, immediately dies every time. It's like, oh wait.
Ben just watches menacingly from the shadows as they take his base. Not much to say there, as RA should be turning back onto this Baron that does just now spawn. And as you said a little bit, and you were kind of dancing around, we had stated at the beginning here, this series is pretty big for both these two teams. It may still be the middle of the season and the split of spring, but again, a 5-2 record for RA looks a lot different than a 4-3 record. A 4-3 record for BLG looks a lot better than a 3-4 record, right? I think both these teams trying to vie for that, first of all, playoff spots, but the kind of upper quarter. They have to be able to take home very contested series like this.
You're right, these are the important ones. If you're expected to beat all the teams kind of towards that bottom end of the table, these teams that are in your wheelhouse, that are on your same tier, are going to be the ones at the end of the day that make a difference between making playoffs or not, or like being a 6th seed versus like a 9th or a 10th seed, and being able to get more favorable setups. BLG, once again, they know they just have to continuously look for this, but I want us to keep our eyes on Strive. He's been finding everything.
On is just getting run down by Lian right now. Just literally can't do anything.
Great equalizer.
Yagao's equalizer doesn't do anything either.
It doesn't. It's great. It's lined up across the whole team, but it really does nothing. They just don't take damage.
Oh,
Gold lead's too big, Zelt.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think like once you get over 10,000 gold lead, every other 1 gold after that. But it's RA equalizing an important series, and we're going to game 3, Lyric.
What a surprise. RA BLG game 3. Who would have ever seen this coming on paper? But great from RA. They bounced back. They brought out some, exciting picks, right? The Rumble into the Fiora with so many bans going towards the top side. We have Strive on the Yone, which is something we've seen him on in the past, but it was his first time on it this split. And yeah, it was great. Overall, RA now we've seen consistently in these 2 games have been the early go-getters. Lian, fearless in looking for these ganks, which is, again, such a throwback to like Lian's like first few splits in the LPL, where he really was just that heavy farming jungler, and that was really his only mode, and we've seen him diversify since then. And then with the pressure put on from Lian, I mean, Q was able to start racking up a massive advantage in top side, and then Strive, it was great. Even some of just the map plays and like small decisions, which are easy, like aren't anything to go crazy over, but like TPing the Yone up to top side, catching that, I believe it was like 2 stacked waves. He's now getting an even bigger advantage once he goes back to mid lane, and then Strive just rolling them. The Wombo combos coming out. We talked about it, Mazel. Just home invasion at its max in this game.
Home invasion.
Poor BLG.
BLG need like an emergency number or something to call here after that. They got home invaded. But I love that you bring it up, because it was a little bit of that same style we got from game number 1 of RA, but it was that cleanup in the mid game. It was the delving out of those resources, the complete objective control, not switching up sides, but just switching up that kind of approach in the early part of the game, getting 3 plates for mid, getting 3 plates for bot, and really being able to push that a little bit further every time, utilizing that big 2-item spike they had to take 2 fights back to back. And again, it's just that heads up play from RA.
This to me just coming in like, again, 1 game out of BLG, now RA with this great performance. And even look at these numbers. Like very evenly distributed with the way the composition played out in terms of it being this big 5v5, looking for these fights where everyone has a role to play. But to me, this is just one of the most like evenly matched series on paper coming into the split. Like, this is one of the ones where I mean, I don't feel too bad about talking about this since we're going into week 6 soon. Like, we're getting through the trenches of LPL, but like, this is the one where I'm excited if we get a best of 5 of these two teams in playoffs, because you're seeing them able to really go toe to toe. BLG not able to answer with this one. A lot of it coming down to, I think, those early picks they were looking for. Like, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow never turned into any value. I do feel like I get the idea of looking towards top, but I feel like they should have put more emphasis probably towards bot, towards these squishy members like Farsenheimer, when your Fiora is already like so far shut out of this game.
Absolutely. And that, I think, is something to think about more so from the confidence side of BLG, as they did definitely drop that gauntlet down. Like, it was like, hey, pick it for me, we'll see what happens. It didn't work out. You didn't find that side lane advantage as much as you maybe had wanted to. So I'm definitely looking for that bounce back from BLG in draft, and I think the draft is going to lead a lot to kind of what we get in game number 3. But I will just say, Strive making good, not getting that 100th game win, but getting the 101st. And Cube staying at a 100% win rate on the Rumble. We'll see what happens in game number 3, though, as we step away for a little break. We'll be right back.
Very, very big. Balan putting himself in front of the top esports jungler to make sure he cannot get away. As Ching picks up that kill. Harry is coming, and Harry is getting bigger. Ching is moving forward. This is Ultra Prime, but look at Rookie. These health bars are so low. Rookie gets one. Rookie's looking for another one. You can see it in his eyes. They're going to get another one as well. Rookie has just made this fight his own by just sitting on the backside.
The LPL are kings again.
A classic Fnatic death brush. We're going old school here in this one. There's a pick. Can they find more? They're in the middle of everyone. The lightning glider. Oh my days, it's already over.
When I think of Edward Gaming, I think super carries in every position and an almost guaranteed finals appearance. But to be honest, this year I doubt it. I thought we may witness the end of an era, one that has been defined by winning. But what I didn't expect is that we may be witnessing the beginning of a new one.
Ulted into 4 people, and he is not scared. NIP being surrounded.
They're being pushed into a corner, and a Kennen ult. They get 1 kill onto JJ, but it just does not matter.
But don't get excited just yet, because across the stage is a team that has taken no prisoners. Calling this matchup a test would be an understatement. But hey, what better way to prove yourself than against Rookie and Jackie Love?
They get it away from Ultra Prime, or sorry, Ultra Prime get away from them. The Stop Esports now looking for this fight. Look at Jackie Love just putting in work. Rookie is ending the game. Guys, your base triple kill, quadra kill coming in for Jackie Love.
Waiting for your fate to come. There's another day of sacrifice. Are you never gonna try to fail? Never gonna stop the giving. Never gonna try to reach up for the stars. You gotta fight with all of your life. For the doubt change, show me your up, reaching for the stars. So what you waiting on? Get up, take back control. Ain't no point in wasting all the rest of your life. So what you hoping for? That the luck comes to your door. Ain't no point in wasting away the rest of your time. Oh, no, no, no. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way. They're gonna know my name. I'm gonna stake my claim. They're gonna know they're gonna know my name. Head down, I'm almost fading. I walk on with tired feet. No time for hesitating. The world's coming after me. But I got no time to be bitter. No doubt I will succeed. I ain't got no faith in you. There's only one thing I believe. They're gonna know my name. Well, there's a will, there's a way.
我和阿萨姆的日常配合的话，现在还有一些方面是不足的，因为是新搭档，再加上现在对线的版本要求下路的对线是非常的好，因为出现英雄太多了，所以说日常也肯定会出现很多的一些火花，但是肯定好玩的事情也特别多。现在我们就是在努力的去把自己的配合和操作方面去拉得更好一点。
Welcome back to the LPL, everyone. We are here in week 5, day number 6, and we're into the last game of our second series of the night. BLG versus RA. I'm Mazel, joined by Lyric, and we have an MVP to dole out for that second game. Goes to none other than Luyen, who was able to find early advantage, and this time they were able to close out the game.
Yeah, it really feels like Luyen has just been doing such a stellar job in this series so far about setting his team up for success, right? Game 1 wasn't able to translate, but he still did it in Game 2. Really was able to take over that map early on. Great attention put towards top side. It's good because Cube did take this, again, kind of counterpick the volatility, going with the Ignite and making sure it could work out. And I love how willing and fearless RA were with this composition to consistently look for these engages because they knew they had the tools, they knew they were tanking up, they knew the burst was there, like everything was just straight RA this game.
And for a series where I was all eyes on like first even 6 minutes of the game with the both junglers that we had in this, Luyen versus Shun, I was like, there's gonna be crazy pathing, there's gonna be some invades, we're gonna see all this crazy stuff. Well, we've seen some of that crazy pathing from Luyen, but we haven't necessarily seen that traditional, very aggressive stance from Shun. And I'm wondering if we get that a little bit more unlocked for both these junglers going into the third game. Everybody's feeling comfortable. We're going on the same sides for a third game in a row.
Yeah.
And I'm really looking for BLG to try to unlock this jungle a little bit more, like they did in the later part of the game in game number 1 when he was on the Maokai.
And we're going to see bans staying very tried and true. RA going for the exact same bans as last time. BLG, I wonder if they swap up this Renekton ban. What could they even really change it for, though? Because, I mean, if you're taking away one... I was going to say, if you're taking away one half of, like, the Ashe Varus, which have been, like, the go-to first picks, right? You're just giving over only one to RA, so that really isn't where you'd pivot. So it seems like they don't really have another answer. They just take away this Renekton, maybe not go for the Fiora so early on with, I guess, things available like the Rumble that... Cube now 9-0.
9 out of 9.
Yep. The pocket picks are there, and they are something that have to be feared. So for RA, you just won the last game. Going back towards Tavares, I think it makes a lot of sense.
It does, and again, this will be like the 10th time we've seen Acid play the pick, so he's definitely playing into his comfort role right now. It is the Ashe and the Sejuani this time picked up for BLG, so he'll have that Freljordian combo and a little bit of that CC setup.
I don't want to talk about hovers, but I would love for Luyen to be like,
Please,
throwing down the
come
gauntlet,
on.
picks up the Nidalee, you know what I mean? Just goes with
But
the
the
Nidalee.
Elise is on the table too. He's even gonna hover Shun's Kindred here as well. We just have a lot of fun as well. But the things that are still powerful on the board, this Heimerdinger, Southwind, you had said it last game, another beast when he's on this Heimerdinger.
And they're just going to trade junglers. Like, we're getting the most stock and standard first 3 picks that you could really ask for in this draft phase so far. For BLG, what they can go for on 3 here. I mean, when bot lane's so open, they don't necessarily need to go for their bot lane pick like they did last time around.
He's going to do it again.
They're doing it. Wow. BLG are really just saying, hey, we could have executed a bit better. Maybe having the Sejuani and having that synergy up there in the top side for us is what's going to be the difference. But I love it. They're not shying away from a loss. You can even see like the smiles, the laughs going on the players' faces. That the confidence hasn't been broken whatsoever.
And that's super important. And you expect that with a lot of the veterans. I would even say Shun at this point has been in the league long enough to consider himself to some sort of veteran presence. But we are in the second phase. We're getting the Rumble comfort ban now apparently for Cube as he has that 9-9 score streak. But I want to go back to the Wukong pick for RA while we wait for these final bans, because we saw in game number 1, Luyen got a gigantic advantage with the Wukong, but it was again about piloting the later parts of the game, and they're going back to that to try to fix up some of the mistakes they had.
Gonna try and see if they can find difference in the jungle this time around. Luyen has seriously just been such a stud in this series. Now, second ban, they banned away both Cassante and Jace in game 1. I want to see if they stick with those top lane bans.
It has been Cassante, right?
Again, Ben has played into the Jace already, the split with the Fiora. Cassante is something that we know Fiora can also go toe-to-toe with. So I kind of like this. You change it up and you take away the more punishing AP matchups that it's able to provide, especially because there's a Wukong on the opposite side. And you go, hey, again, I could lane against either one of the options that we took away in game 1 and give Ben more, I think, a more solid like opportunity to actually be able to take over the lane.
I like this, though. I like this. They're saying, we know what Yagao did. It's not the Jace ban, but we know he can carry. And obviously, right, he is the Summer 2022 champion for a reason, but it's the Cassidy ban, the Rise ban, the big, put this guy on this pick, and he will just end up carrying late game for you. So a little bit of variation now needed for BLG, what they want to grab for themselves. And the Caitlyn obviously still on the board, but I like this. BLG lock in the Ezreal for L.
Another thing I was going to say, I wouldn't have hated the Sivir either, to at least make sure they had like big team fight damage later on when we see it's been a lot about these 5v5s. But yeah, going towards that Ezreal, I mean, we'll have a bit of a tougher time in lane. At least you have the Ashe right alongside you. But with the amount of, again, Chains of Corruption, the grenade coming out from Southwind, Luyen going to be looking with the Wukong. I like that he's at least going to have a lot of self-peel and safety to be able to get through this. But really nice response. You go with the Jace into the Fiora. Jace also going to be there to match that range from the Ezreal and be able to put off damage onto him, even if he is playing very far back. And now for RA, where they want to finish up with this last pick. Maybe going towards the Akali and maybe expecting something like a Sylas on the opposite side when you have a Sejuani and you want to be looking for that other melee setup in mid lane. But ooh, I would love it.
I do want to go to Strive's Akali here, though. Well, I guess there is that flexibility. Strive also a piloter of the Jace, but I very much want to see the Akali for Strive to try to take on, again, the carry potential that Yagao has. It will be the Syndra as the response. So both mid laners set up for a lot of Starlight this time around in this third game.
And a very just skill-intensive matchup as well. Akali used to be one of the things picked into the Syndra because, I mean, you're able to try and easily dodge out on some of those orbs coming through with your Shroud. You obviously have the Shuriken flip there as well. And then, the assassination potential online at level 6. So it's going to be down to how much damage Yagao can get done before a lot of those tools come on board after a couple of levels and making sure that you have that domination. But this time around, BLG at least having more, I think, damage and more tools if we just evolve into team fights once again with like the safety and the range from the Ezreal, the burst coming out from the Syndra, and Ben still set up to be to try and unlock himself insides with the Fiora to where RA, I mean, I like it. Just once again, very straightforward. You have the engage there, being able to go in with the Akali. You have some like answers to the Ezreal's range with the Jason topside. And I think this one maybe set up to be the closest game we've had out of the 3 so far with these drafts.
I wouldn't have it any other way. The script has been laid before us, and now we get the culmination of RA and BLG's efforts. We're headed into game number 3. We said how contentious this matchup is, not only because of the standings, but the implications on taking down a team that is around the same mark as you. That instance of you need to make that push for playoffs. Again, that 5-2 record is standing there like a mountaintop goal for RA to put them into that top 5 conversation. And BLG want to say, we ain't done yet. We're making our run now to push to those playoffs. And it's BLG versus RA, and it's all the fun that we're about to have.
You even see the pivot at this level 1, right? We've seen a lot of times with the Heimerdinger, you go down towards bot, you try and control, you don't let this turret just take over. But coming into this game, the focal point will be top lane. You have Jason to Fiora, you have a Fiora with the Sejuani, so you know they're going to want to combo up and look for those ganks. So Lil Yen going to want to try and answer that and make sure Cube isn't going down freely up in top lane. So Shun Bin versus Cube and Lil Yen. Lil Yen's gotten the better of Shun in the early game. Both games so far. We're going to see if he's able to do it again, because I feel like that will be crucial to being able to beat BLG in this game.
And what's crucial to me is that, again, that whole fact that we have seen Lien be proactive. And it's not been the necessary big invades, things like that, but it has been the lane-focused ganks. Now Shun has this Sejuani, and I absolutely need to see him get on a roll for his squad this time and be in that setup potential that we saw him facilitate so well in game 1.
He's going to have to do more starting down towards the bot side. Both junglers starting towards the bottom quadrant of their jungles. And makes sense when we highlighted that top lane will probably be the focal point coming in once again. Assam and Southwind should be able to keep up a good amount of control going up against this. Ezreal On will be there, try to divert a bit of pressure, but a lot of what I'm expecting from On this game is like what we saw him try to do last time around, which is you hit level 6, and then it's a lot more about looking elsewhere with your Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and again, what you can get done for Yagao and Bin in the soul lanes.
Love to see Ben trying to take those aggressive trades. We said how important this top lane will be. Hopefully, we had heard actually early on in the series say, you know, top lane's not going to be fun.
I love it. I love it.
And then we are getting
said
that
it's not
updation.
Fierce.
It's not
top
fierce.
Lane. Yeah, not fierce. And then last game we have Rumble with Ignite against Fiora, and this time around we have Jace going up against Fiora with the Sejuani. So you know, once again, it's going to be a lot about top lane. And both, I mean, Bin, we've seen the highs, right? We've seen like MSI champion, we've seen World Finals. The Cube has always been someone in the LPL that has been towards that upper echelon. You know, maybe never in that like that top 3, top 4, but always sitting right under it in a guy that is solid, that is reliable, and on certain picks, you know, when facilitated, can carry games. So I like that this has been the focal point of this series. You know, maybe unlike what could have been elsewhere.
True. And I think one thing for back to the kind of end point is we're actually going to see Elk take a pretty heavy trade in the bottom lane here. Heal's going to be used though on. But back to the mid point, like he won MSI, then he came to BLG, and if you weren't around for watching BLG, it was chaotic to say the least. And I think this guy has such a chip on his shoulder from that, but still wants to show that kind of confidence and prowess that we know him for. And while we're not focused on him right now, we are focusing on this bot lane dive and the early game from Lien.
You know, we see Lien make his way over the mini-map, and then we pan to bot. There's no wave, and you know, your bot lane duo is also chunked out. No way that would have worked, as now we're going to get a bit of a fist fight over the Scuttle Crown, but with the prio that already have in bot lane, this should just be Lien's. No smite on either jungler.
The flail goes the other way. But anyways, little bit won by RA, at least on the bottom side. We actually can see that heavy trade again, I guess, realized on the bottom side. It looked like flashes had come out, so that's where that replay came from.
And Elk, of course, you know, going the Ezreal, we've seen, you know, Ezreal in recent times has pretty typically just gone for the TP, be able to get back to lane, to be able to keep yourself fairly safe, just with the tools that you have in your kit, you know, being able to dash away and then having the Q to be able to farm from afar. So I like that they're at least able to match so far in terms of this bot lane 2v2. And panning back to soul lanes, right? We said before Yagao, it's about how much he can get done early in this matchup before Strive's able to get online. So keeping him chunked low before level 6, so we can't look for that all in.
But okay, I want everybody to know this is normal, right? Like Akali is not going to have a lot of fun in the lane until you get to those moments, right? And now we're actually seeing that pressure come into BLG's favor. Sorry.
It's also a choice, right? Because like as Strive, you have to trade HP to get farm in matchups
Exactly.
like this. So sure,
Exactly.
he could look healthier and show on our screen and be like, oh, Strive's faring well, not getting traded out, but then he's going to be down even further in CS. So great point.
All right, we'll see Shun go up in top side though. Cube, he's gonna be the recipient of what Lien delivered to Bin last game, and Bin gets first blood.
We knew this was coming based off the draft. They're finally able to find it and get Bin the one set up for success in this matchup. Gonna have the wave here. He's gonna be able to TP back and match Cube, because Cube's gonna have to TP into his turret. Doesn't want to leave the wave in this like tragic of a position. And great to see, right? You did lose the flash on Sejuani, but you'll take that every single time. I like that Cube, at least in like panic, blow a summoner and give over more opportunities, but Shun might look for it anyway.
Shun was trying to do what Lien did last game. That's all I'm saying. He wanted to go back for the second gank as Lien had done that to Bin, but not going to do it because the vision game from Cube and the side diff comes in. Lien will actually make his way topside.
I like it. They wait out the recall, and they're hoping Bin gives over something here, but Bin playing incredibly well and safe, isn't going to opt into just like trying to push this one out or look for heavy trades. Going to let the wave come into him, safely catch this one. And overall, it just leads to the small advantage gained on the side of BLG in top lane, trying to be equalized by RA's bottom lane, just again consistently putting off this Poe. Southland playing so far forward, and they're doing a great job of just consistently forcing the recalls out from Elkin on.
See a little fight over the honey fruit here as the turrets actually did so much damage early on. And we actually see the kind of reliance to clear down this side of the map for Shun, but he's more than likely going to go right back towards top side, as his top side of the jungle is going to be respawning here. Now, that does mean Lien, I feel like, is on a little bit of a clock, or maybe even a little bit of a spotlight here, because last time on game number 1 on the Wukong was getting kills, was finding advantages, hasn't been able to do that yet on the Wukong as well.
No, and a lot of it's just coming down to like what opportunities are presented to you. Now that Strive's level 7, once Lien hits that level 6 mark, I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity in mid to gank in a mobile mage like Syndra. So we're going to see how close Lien is to that, you know, if we hover over him. But I would assume, you know, should only be a few camps away from that. Is we can now see for Shun, if he's about to hit the level 6 mark, Lien shouldn't be too far behind.
Oh, that's the flash. That'll be heal used by On there to get a little bit back. Pretty big summoner spell with that flash down. Oh, the ward.
But actually look at the mini-map, because Shun now is going top. Glacial Prison just came online, and it looks like they're going to try and potentially set up for Cube once again.
Okay. Get some intense action bottom lane. A little bit of feetsies, a little bit of footwork. As you said, there was a lot of hovering around mid lane. But right now we're looking at bottom lane.
Yeah, but you know, in game 1 we were kind of baited by the observer showing us a top lane trade, and then out of nowhere we jumped
They
into
must
a bot
just
lane
really
replay,
like
so.
ADCs, all right? They really like ADCs. That's what I'm saying.
So, you know, again, no offense, but we gotta look at the minimap and pull to where we think the action's going. Which nothing happened in top lane, but Shun was looking at it. It was juicy. Glacial Prison was there.
We have the Rift Herald on board right now, and we actually see Lien positioning in front of it, pulling down Cube as well. Shun is here. I would be curious that they want to try to collapse this with Bin coming down, but it looks like it's going to be an early objective given over to RA.
A lot of that coming from one, Yagao had just went for a reset, so he was still making his way back to lane, had no TP, and RA's bot lane got off their recalls first. So had any posturing happened and you even delayed this Herald and we had the extended standoff set that we typically do, RA would have had numbers advantage first. So I like BLG's call to not go for it. Sadly for them, not really able to get anything elsewhere. It should lead to Shun being able to get the Scuttle Crab though, so we'll at least have superior vision for a potential play on Dragon.
And I wanted to see some of that proactivity. We got it topside. We got Bin that kill, but now it's continuing that for Shun and trying to set up, maybe even looking at Yagao to get some resources. We'll look to see if they actually do turn back around, try to take this Dragon down with a little bit of push from bottom lane, but It does look like Shun and BLG will try and trade this objective now in early game. I think that's still promising sign. They're trying to get something stacking going their way.
I agree, and it's very hard to look elsewhere, right? Mid lanes would be so hard to gank when Strive isn't a Kali, has so many like mobility tools to escape, and still has the flash online. So it's like, okay, you couldn't find a window top, which you already hovered for. You're naturally at your bot side jungle because all your camps are up. Just go for this dragon, and yeah, make the most of it. Because RA are the ones I'm looking at. We set up, looking to punish mid lane now that Strive and Loyen have ults, and they're going to go for it.
There you go. There's the punish. He gets the perfect combo, the perfect execution on top, but it's traded. Oh, that's not what you wanted. And Yagao proves that discipline is important.
Did Loyen take a turret shot, or was that just
Got
the
power unleashed on him as well?
Yeah, the unleashed power and the combo.
We'll see in the replay, I'm sure. Was the first kill for RA there as well? I think that's super huge. Oh, let's see. Awesome. Dodging out of that true shot barrage. Nicely done, but Elk will flash for that flux there as well. And Asim should go down. Tries to trade Shun back. Doesn't get it.
So killing bot side, Summoners picked up from Southwind. You got a 1-for-1 in mid lane, which definitely is good for BLG when RA are the ones committing resources, committing time to making a play. Now it's about, can Shun find this? Is it going to be able to?
So Luyen was maybe even hovering with that Rift Herald down there. We tried to get some place, but the reset had already come out from Asim. So wanted to see where he wants to utilize this as well. And I would expect Strive to right now be the pinpoint they want to work off of. We saw that focus onto Yagao. Maybe not going the exact way they wanted to, but I would expect that's where the resources are really going to belie for RA.
I think it would be hard to drop Herald in mid. They would definitely have to rotate, whether it's just Southwind or like Asim and Southwind over. And you haven't even taken any plates in the mid lane.
You got to ask though, Lyric, is he worth it? Is he worth it?
Yes. Yes,
there you go. That's the exactly.
But I mean, to be fair, is he worth it? They did try to go for a gank in mid before.
You know what? We don't talk about that, all right? We don't talk about that. No, we do talk about that because now Shun wants to try to kind of hover around here. We also had the move up from On, realizing that a lot of pressure is coming into one of these lanes with Lillian having that Rift Herald.
Bot lane would be my expected since they've already started to whittle down on this turret. So yeah, Loyen will just go with the expected route. You haven't gotten placed in either one of your other lanes, and it feels like even if you dropped it in mid or top, you wouldn't be able to convert that to anything. This at least will be able to continue to slowly chip down. Is Shun now gonna look for Strive?
Does get the wrap around. Power Unleash comes out early from Yagao. Just try to get some damage down there. They actually don't find the gank. He doesn't have flash, but he does have a little bit of quick feet.
Exactly, and that's what we're talking about, right? You're in a Kali. It's very easy to try to dodge out on some of these. So BLG being hesitant to commit such like tools that could lead to a guaranteed kill, right? That Glacial Prison should lead to something somewhere on the map, especially when Southwind doesn't have flash. When you have something like a Jason topside that you can punish. So I like that he's a little bit hesitant to use it, but now that you didn't waste that cooldown, it's about, okay, actively coming to actually use this in one of these side lanes.
And for now, just get the continued split. Oh, I love ADC gameplay. Actually, we're gonna look in here. Oh my God, look at this! You said it last game, but it's ever true here in the third game as well. Southwind is just a different animal on
Southwind's cheeky.
The side digger, man.
Yeah. Again, I never expected
the dogger.
Okay, they don't really have much of a way, but Asim is still very low.
Has some, yeah, gets poked down pretty heavy. And I've actually been really appreciative of the aggressiveness that Elk has played with on the Ezreal, and I think that's something for Elk that I really, really wanted to see. I know when we were coming to this one, we actually had a decent conversation about the bot lanes. As the ultis are going wide, the arrow doesn't go wide, though. At least one will hit. It's now again looking for a response play. Does get the smackdown. The Cyclone gets the damage. Southwind gets his kill. And Shun, he's in some trouble here. The second activation of that Cyclone.
And look at Strive. Strive's wrapping around.
Arrow. Flash! He doesn't have enough. Strive wants to clean up the kill, though. Flash has, he has, not Flash, but oh my God.
Uses the ulti.
Southwind. I can't believe he's doing this right now. He's 2-0.
I mean, let's be real in that scenario. He did just press R and throw a grenade, but still.
That's all you need.
It worked. It worked. I'll give you that one. It did work. So
results-based analysis. You brought up the mid lane gank. Now I bring up what just happened.
RA, we're gonna see. I mean, ult's just going completely wide. They didn't expect him to walk forward. Sure, and Crystal Arrow hits, but they're both under turret now. This can't turn into anything, and they have eyes on Lian. With heal having to come out, no flash online, they're gonna be able to guarantee this one is. I wonder if we can pause and look at this top. Nope. Okay, top lane didn't matter in the bottom left-hand corner. They're going to continue to chase down Lian. I think it's so crucial that that piercing arrow hits because it sets it up so Southwind can just pop the ulti, does get Shun on the way out, and they get a few more kills under their belt as Stride looks like it was finally able to finish off the turret in the end. So 2K gold lead for Rare Adam, and now they're going to turn this into a Dragon. BLG are trading for the Herald Lilies.
I like the trade here, at least the heads-up play. We haven't necessarily seen these big trades yet in this series, but now this third game, we are getting some of that scrappiness back and forth that we actually brought up a lot in game number 1 of this series about these two teams. We had seen some decently one-sided affairs once it came down to it on both sides, and now we're getting that culmination. As I said, the script had been laid out before us, but I'm very much looking at these next moves, and especially with a little bit of that proactivity I wanted to see from BLG, that continuation here.
And we said coming into this game with these drafts, this was going to be like the closest game that we had. Strive now, potentially getting zoned out. He's even going to be able to walk up. BLG just will be able to get damage on this turret. And look at the minimap, no one's even coming close, so this will just be more gold in BLG's pocket. To where for the side of RA, you can maybe start pivoting towards mid because you already have push in bot. I think if Lian starts passing there, get a bit of siege on mid lane turret, maybe set up for some picks in that bot side jungle could be an avenue that they're looking at.
Do have first item completions here as well, pretty much across the board. Looking at this on again, like last game was the last one to get it, but still very much some big item spikes, right? That Trinity Force for Elk going to be pretty huge, but as well as, that Riley's for Southwind, a lot of setup potential around these objectives that RA have now been trying to take a hold of a little bit more. And you have that the belt for Strive, a lot of that mobility, and just big spikes to be utilized. And now I'm looking at RA utilizing some of that in top side.
Yeah, they pushed out bot, moved their Jace up towards mid, and rotated the rest of their forces up to top. So really nice rotation is, once again, Shun just going wide with that ulti. They're looking for play with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow potentially, but I don't know if the setup will be here because other members of RA are coming back to mid.
Oh, the Chains of Corruption, Southwind going in. Shun's health bar is just getting decreased, but the turret is not going to have range. Lian finds Elk, and now will find Shun as well. That's a kill over to RA, maybe even more. He's chasing down on, and Strive is right here as well. Can he give him over the kill on, over to Strive, and Strive is set up now.
Great job, RA running them down. BLG were the ones looking for an aggressive play in the mid lane, but RA, having just got that structure in top, able to make their way down. You aren't converting this into any neutrals, but again, just more standing gold in your pockets, getting more items online is going to be what sets them up for success in the next fight. But we see here, Glacial Prison once again goes wide. Looks like they're hoping for an Enchanted Crystal Arrow play with On. But look at the minimap. You see both Strive and Loyen forcing away the Fiora. They make their way down. Chains of Corruption locks down the Sejuani. And you have enough damage here to be able to equalize this once Loyen is able to follow up. And yeah, BLG trying to utilize a very small window, but Mazel once again a fight.
The clone blocks the Enchanted Crystal Arrow this time, though. As now Strive gets knocked back, though. He's in trouble. Bin, he wants it. Shun throws the Glacial Prison, but it goes wide again. And it won't be a kill going over, but BLG swarming in the top side.
Man, we have seen 2 games in a row. BLG having no luck with these long-range pick tools, right? Game 2 was the arrows last time. They weren't converting into anything in this time around. Both the arrows and the Glacial Prisons not able to connect, let alone, actually lead into a kill. So that feels like, once again, it could potentially be the downfall of BLG. This time around, though, BLG at least have, again, solid team fighting. They're going to have good damage with Elk and Yagao coming online, and Bin hasn't been set behind like he was in game 1.
Well,
I spoke too soon.
Maybe a little bit of a belated caster curse as the Cyclone comes through, and that Cyclone will whisk Bin into an early grave. As that'll be his first death down, and a big side lane pick by RA.
Hey, at least he's getting picked off now that we're 20 minutes in the game. He's already farmed up pretty well and has. Wait!
Down! Yagao does the math and executes the equation.
You know, we don't have as many Syndras these days as like we did in those first couple weeks, and that damage still surprises me. Is great chain coming out from Rare Adam. And now, sure, Yagao's coming over, but he doesn't have that unleashed power to at least be able to one-shot someone, even if BLG do find CC.
Was also spotted on the ward on the way over, so RA playing very, very defensively. But we got a dragon spawning about 25 seconds here. BLG set up in front of with their pick tools available. They get the cleanse out of Asum. Southwind taking a Glacial Prison, but it doesn't die for it.
Again, just another one of these tools not able to be converted.
Now we got the setup for RA in front of Dragon. BLG obviously on the back foot here after having utilized a lot of their engagement. Chance Crystal Arrow is coming up, Lyric.
Still though, no unleashed power, no flash on Ezreal. Like Elk doesn't have his ulti either. Asum should be very safe. And you have your key ultimate in Luoyan. Strive also has the execution potential there.
I feel like we don't even need to fight for this, but On is down already to Strive, but maybe that means Strive is overextended. Yagao takes a big shot from the side. Strive out with the perfect execution. And Luoyan alone in the pit goes in, though. It's Shun who steals the dragon. It'll be the second dragon for BLG. Now Finn was trying to push off the rest of RA, and BLG come in, commit a steal, and get it.
I'm surprised that Rare Adam weren't more like willing to go for a fight as Strive was going in. I'm gonna be interested to see the replay and see maybe, you know, maybe like Elk or someone was zoning them off, you know, hitting a lot of his mystic shots. But yeah, one kill goes over for a dragon in return. We're not on soul point for either team. This looks like a game that could even go beyond dragons, just come down to one big team fight. But we're gonna get the replay here. On tries to go in, but Strive just catching him with his pants down in his own jungle, gets taken down, and the other members of RA, yeah, kind of separated. Luoyan hoping to start up on Dragon. Southwind not really doing anything, or wasn't even providing zoning, and Cube off to the side. It felt like they had to be more willing there to either just commit to a Drake, and I mean, if BLG like opt into a fight, you know, it happens, you at least have numbers, you know, you look for it, or you just go for the turn. They didn't have any vision though, so I didn't understand.
Oh, Grand Challenge issued. As both will walk away. Both ultimates utilized as well. So, okay,
Didn't realize his whole team's up towards top side. That's where all their vision is, and the bot side river is completely dark. So even if he could have won the 1v1.
Lands that one, and Southwind CC to death. They pick out RA's support.
We finally get this, you know, this pick potential coming online and working. Southwind just going with one of those times where he walks a bit too far forward. Luoyan on the opposite side of the map, hovering for his mid laner.
Flash from that from Yagao, though. That was
close.
very close. Okay, we'll see Strive now trying to push off Shun. There's actually BLG making a pretty good push here, evening up that gold deficit. And now trying to scale up a little bit for themselves.
Yeah, they're gonna look for this. I mean,
and
now two items. Yeah, 2 items on the Ezreal. He's able to hit like a truck from a safe distance. It's like, sure, you know, when I say like a truck, maybe it's not hit like one big truck. It's like a bunch of mini trucks slowly whittling you down.
At different times.
Exactly. It's like, oh my god, I can't remember what those toys are called. You know what? It doesn't matter. Whatever I was going to say means nothing, because we got a Baron, and Barons are way more exciting than any words coming out of my mouth.
That Scout of the Week was a decent setup, but it did most of the damage onto the clone there as well. As BLG did just pull that Baron to make sure that RA were on their toes. Should be a reset coming out for a majority of them, but I do want to check in at the late game. I guess insurance policies for both sides, especially Bin in this side lane. Now he's on 2 items, but we're going to be getting that 25-minute mark, and I think that Fiora definitely has something to be said in this game that RA are going to have to find an answer to.
And it's going to be rough because, yeah, they can't just keep diverting multiple members down there. It feels like they're going to have to hope for an all-in in the 4v4 to lead to some sort of, you know, pressure that can turn into a Baron, and then maybe that way is where you can start relieving pressure from Bin just constantly pushing in sides. But even in like these exchanges in 4v4s, it feels like BLG have been the ones constantly coming out ahead.
Will that execute, and off the back of a 3-1 Yagao have a say in this game. And it's been honestly like we keep diverting attention But honestly, at the end of all things, it really has been Strive versus Yigao in this one, especially seeing kind of that Jace performance from Yigao in game number 1, the Yone coming out from Strive in game 2, and now both, pardon my language, but striving for the goals here for both squads, and a lot of focus, emphasis on mid lane.
I think especially for Strive himself, right? Because on the opposite side, Yigao has you know,
he's a champion.
He's a multi-time LPL champion. Sure, I guess he hasn't reached like the pinnacle success of like an international title, which is sad because 2020 spring, I feel like JDG could have gone and won that MSI, but you know, MSI didn't happen in 2020 spring, sadly. But still, that's there for him. He's a champion. Strive wanting to reach those same heights, and it starts in the regular season, being able to pick up these wins, guarantee your spot in the playoffs.
And to do it on Akali, like, again, just a big emphasis on giving him resources and watching him perform. It's like letting a Beyblade rip. As,
oh my!
Beyblade goes down though. Again is gone. He just got yeeted off the map.
He's hoping to find an opportunity, goes in, realizes he can't close the distance against someone like an Ezreal, and instantly the CC comes out.
I thought they were going to collapse on Strive there. I think realizing Southwind and Asim are right around the corner was just that little bit of hesitancy. We actually have ping onto Baron right now by Shun. He immediately pulls off it. Really, his team's not really in position to support this play.
Yeah, it's very awkward. Like, I don't know what BLG are doing. Because even Dragon stuff, they could have instantly pivoted towards Dragon. They could have instantly pivoted towards Baron. They've had so many options of what they could look for here. But kind of being scattered, at least going to be able to pick up this objective. And like, they are keeping pressure on RA, right? They're continuing to push in top, continuing to push in mid, but definitely feels like now they've given a window where, sure, they killed Lian, but RA are going to come back on the map so much faster. They're going to be able to start reasserting some control and getting their own vision lines up around this top side. You know, Mizel, I don't know if there's really much to say here. He wants to find the pick. Beautiful scout of the week.
Arrow right through the middle, no. Always hate to see those big pretty arrows go a little bit wide, but it will be third item now completed and 8 stacks on the Dark Seal for Yigao.
This is what we were hitting on, that sure, wasting a bit of time really doesn't lead into anything for RA, but it does give them the chance to get some vision lines set up towards that top side of the map. But BLG are still going to be constantly pulling pressure towards Spot with how strong Ben is, making his way towards that third item again.
They find on. He does use that Enchantress arrow, but he goes down anyway. Strive almost down. Now TP coming in from Ben. Piercing arrow back. Does do a lot of work, and Elk is chasing them down. Here comes Ben. Over the wall, Elk goes. He's trying to get as much damage as he can with these mystic shots. Southwind able to bear the brunt of it though for RA as they make it out. But Summoner's spells have been burned all throughout Strive, Asim, and Southwind.
I also want to point out that the Bin TP is pretty big because now he isn't going to be able to continuously put up that pressure in sides because RA will always be able to threaten some sort of numbers advantage on top side since Cube still has his TP. Sure, Yigao is his. He can answer waves in bot side, but he isn't going to be able to push out as freely as the Fiora was doing.
See, Elk actually able to dissuade a lot of pressure from RA in the mid lane, but Southwind looking to put some pressure onto Ben. TP's going to come in as well. Shun is like running over here, but Ben has no chance in this. He will riposte to nothing, and Cube takes him out. Oh, mid lane. Elk trying to find out. Lian can't get that last mystic shot, but gets the speed up here over the wall. But that's the clone. Got to get a little bit more here. One shot. Can he get it? Goes in. Gets hit. Oh, Elk with his own solo bolo, and then Yigao gets a kill on a Southwind.
I gotta highlight how huge this was from Elk, because if he didn't chunk Lian low and obviously end up chasing him down and finding the kill,
yeah, but then joining the team is a more difficult proposition. As 600 gold just got dumped into Strive's pocket. Let's see if they can get it back from him. They can't do it. He gets out alive.
I just don't know what's going on. Like, Elk, Dangerous Path comes out, gets picked off. I will still say the most important thing that happened in that exchange was him taking down Lian, because if Lian did get chunked and go down, then RA, after picking off Ben, they could potentially force a fight, try and convert that into a Baron, because they had their jungler up, they had all their ultis online. But we could see here, oh, we're actually going, oh, okay, this is the thing that just happened on Southwind, okay. You know, I actually forgot this even happened with Elk going down in mid lane, so.
It's a continued series of events. I will say 4th item now completed for Yagao as he has gone for the full book of BM. So that Magi on 10 stacks. He is actually huge.
Charles' Grudge also done for Elk is another really big breaking point. He's going to be hitting even harder now. We said he was a bunch of mini trucks before. He's a nice medium-sized U-Haul at this point.
What are you going to do with a bunch of medium-sized family U-Hauls are going to hit you in the face? I guess we're going to see RA's response to you. True Shot Barrage comes across, gets a decent amount on the end, but
Look,
we're positioning for BLG around this Baron.
This might not be the time. I got to say, U-Haul's very annoying to drive. The seats don't go back. It sucks for Enchanted Crystal Arrow, though.
Oh.
Once again, at least to nothing.
Okay. So we get a Chains of Corruption and an Enchanted Crystal Arrow down. For one for each side. BLG moving over here in the transition of RA, though. She needs to be a little bit careful. Ben just started up there.
Huge!
That's huge! Okay, they don't find it.
I don't like this, Mazel. I don't like the
crazy.
trading of CC. I want the fight to break out both sides, having enough, like, disengage, like, Lilian able to eat shots with his clone. Ooh, wait.
Oh my God,
we finally get it!
Strive is down! Oh no! It's a little bit of trouble here for RA as Shun goes in now, trying to flash for the play, but they don't have the follow-up. And that is just the kill, the pick on the Strive. BLG maybe looking to bait out Baron or look to transition to this Dragon fight, but that's big chunks coming out of their health bars.
I don't like the way these fights are going. They are baiting us in and then unbaiting us. They're baiting us out consistently. BLG, though, is going to use that bait to turn it into a Baron, pick this one up, and it's about RA. Right now, they have control of mid. I wonder if they're going to actually... Okay, they have no waves, so they shouldn't be able to take this, but at least start moving down towards bot side. Southwind's making his way over now, get vision set up, and try and make it hard for BLG to enter river for Drake.
Will be the TPs utilized. One from Ben, one from Elf. Try to put out some of this pressure. Yagao is coming up as well, but not going to be able to utilize it. As True Shot Barrage has been utilized now. And Shun's coming in to try to contest this Dragon. Again, this is Soul for BLG, but they find a pick on the Southwind. His health bar's getting a little bit low, and Elf shoots him down. Lien's in the pit, but he needs the reinforcement. Strives on the back, strives on the on, but it goes golden. And BLG will just turn on the Strive and pick him out. This is a front to back now for BLG that they take all day long. Elf's waiting to go over the wall. They got a TP coming out from Yagao. He's got a Scout of the Week back. Can he get them down? Ben has picked out one, and RA are falling to catastrophe. That's a clean ace out of nowhere, and a triple kill for BLG Ben.
They have minions. They have long enough death timers. This will just be the win for BLG.
They are just slamming down the door of RA. We had a close and contested game, and BLG say, nah, we ending it, fam, at BLG. They move themselves to 4-3. They'll crush that dream of RA.
Great to see. We saw BLG stick on the same side. They stuck with the same bands. They made very few changes in their draft, but I think some important ones, right? The Sejuani takeaway to combo up with the Fiora, make sure they had a stronger top side, massive. Pivoting over to the Ezreal, having confidence that Elk can get through the lane, but also we see later on, like the team fights, huge. Again, the 100 medium-sized U-Hauls coming straight at you. And Yagao, he had some great Scatter the Weeks in this game. Just all the small adjustments. This series and this game specifically from game 2 to game 3 was just a great showcase to why like best of series are so important to have to gauge where teams are. Because yeah, that's really the defining thing to me is BLG made the adjustments in draft and then they were able to come and execute on the gameplay that came with it.
The execution is so key, and from the right members. I wanted to see some proactivity from Shun. I got that. We wanted to see carries. We wanted to see at the beginning of the day stand-up performances from Yagao. We got that. We even had Elk popping off on the Ezreal the first time of the spring split here for him. And I think being able to see this kind of adaptation to the series, but as well as that flexibility from BLG, that fight, that grit that we said was there for both teams, but specifically for BLG in this series was very, very, I guess, heartening to see.
Oh, I agree. And again, making their way up now, going to be tied with RA in the standings 4-3. I even think their game score is going to be the same. I think it's going to be 50% for each. I think it's going to be 9-9 and 8-8 apiece. So yeah, great to see. They came out again. To me, it was all about the adaptation between games that really stood out. But even the hero performances across the board, like Bin was set up for success early and then didn't need to show too much after that. It was just about the pressure he was keeping up in sides. The story to me really came down to people like Elk and Yagao, which is kind of great because a lot of our focus this series was like, hey, looking at junglers, looking at mid laners, at times top lane was very relevant. It was never really about bot lane. But we saw, like, again, the chunk out of the Wukong. After that, the pick that RA got, things like that, I think were so pivotal to making sure that RA weren't able to convert a pick into anything on the opposite side.
And I think the thing is, for me, we put a lot of highlight on a lot of the missed engage opportunities from BLG early. That's the thing about big engage, though. You only got to hit it when it matters. And they started hitting it when it mattered, and especially the big pickouts in transitions or just capitalizations of overextensions from RA were the big bright points for me because it shows that heads-up gameplay, right? That killer instinct.
It was there. It was there, and it also was like you saw both teams wanting to have the killer instinct, and they were trying to fish for those fights and those picks. And then they would both manage to dodge away on like the key engage abilities from both sides. So I like that the aggression was wanted and it was there. But at the end of the day, it was about who landed those key abilities in those bigger moments, and it was BLG, and it was about the setup that was able to come on through, which BLG was able to have with the pressure that they had in sides, and they were keeping up vision, just everything. Everything BLG had in the mid and late game was just that tier above what RA was able to offer. And you can see RA really didn't know what to do, like, with what they had.
Indeed. And I guess when we look ahead for BLG, they'll be facing up LNG next time around. So we'll talk about that a little bit more. But we have our interview ready to go. So let's go ahead and send it over to Christina and Ben.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Bing, the top laner for BLG. Congratulations on your victory. What a back and forth game. First question for you, how did you guys adjust your form or mentality after losing game number 2? 欢迎冰选手来到我们的赛后采访。恭喜 BLG 今天获得了比赛的胜利，确实是一局非常焦灼的比赛嘛。那么首先想要问到的是 BLG 这边在第2局 RA 他们一个完美节奏之后，你们是如何调整状态在哪 ？Because I don't think Fiora against Rumble is a good counter pick. It's really hard to deal with Rumble, and also our bot lane didn't perform good in game number 2. Second question for you, I saw you also picked Fiora in game number 3. So how do you manage to push in lanes and also find a great position on flank or backdoor or anything else, which is really important for you guys to engage? 那么确实也正如冰选手所说，调整了一些 BP 思路之后呢，冰这边第3局还是选出了剑姬，而且可以看到真的是一直在积极的做事，不仅仅是在一些绕后侧翼去找机会，而且会在带线方面也很努力。所以你觉得在第3局这个剑姬选出来的主要任务会是什么呢？
其实第3局的话，我们阵容是一个可以开团、可以拉扯的一个阵容嘛。然后我选剑姬，也是因为第2把就算输了，但是还是要从哪里跌倒从哪里爬起来，所以我就选了剑姬。然后其实我们整体打的都挺好的，但是我有2波 TP， 一波 TP 去下，然后一波 TP 大龙坑那里，感觉这2波主要是 TP 没有处理好，其他的话。其实单带还是带的蛮好的，包括后面打团我的绕后拉扯吧，因为我只要一直拖住他们后排，然后不让他们打到我就可以很好发挥，让我的队友更舒服。主要是。
Firstly, in terms of our draft, I do think our draft can not only making a lot of damage, but also can make hard engagement. And my role is just need to make some adjustment or make damage on top laner. But I think that maybe I teleport for twice, which is not really perform very good, but I try to on flank to spacing our teammates and help my teammates play more comfortably. Final question for you, we have seen BLG maybe a little bit back and forth and ups and downs. So is there any room for improvement from your perspective in order to get better results? 最后一个问题问到阿斌选手，其实看到 BLG 的成绩也是可以说是稍有起伏嘛，但是呢，你觉得如果作为队伍的队友选手来讲，在接下来哪些方面还可以去调整进步，然后呢达到一个更好的成绩呢？
我觉得其实我们只要打出我们的正常水平，我们是很好去赢90%的队伍的。如果说我们可以更稳定的打以后的比赛，那我觉得大部分比赛我们都是可以赢下来的。 然后如果面对真正的强敌的话，那我们也是要打出更好的表现。但是我觉得我们只要正常玩，我们就可以打得特别好。
I think if we can play normally, we can beat maybe 90% of teams. But when facing more stronger opponent, we really need to work harder and perform better. Because of that, we really want to achieve a better result, and we really need to play normally and play much better than before, than now. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢阿斌来到我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina, and love to hear from Bin as well after a very tough but hard-fought victory.
Why only 90%? Why when they're playing their best can they only beat 90% of teams? Why not 100? You know?
There's some pretty damn good teams in the LPL, Lyric. I don't know if you may be new
Bro,
here.
they have a pretty stacked roster as well. Like, sure, maybe they don't have the name value of like some of the others, but pretty stacked roster. I'm just saying, you know,
indeed,
99% maybe.
Now, I think I heard it right, but I'm not going to say they've just get it wrong, but we do have our MVP here, as I believe it was Yagao. And it is going to be his again. So third time there, but that's 6-1 on the Syndra. It was more so about the setups and the execution of the math, it felt like, for Yagao.
And when Yagao is the player who I think has had underwhelming series this split, again, it's great to see that comes out against RA, another team with a solid mid laner, and is able to deliver this game, just constantly picking people off. Again, great scout of the weeks, just great understanding of like where he should be in relation to his team, setting up a lot of these picks to come off. It was a lot of times it wasn't the Glacial Prison or the Enchanted Crystal, it was him, the one to really get things going. So yeah, great series from Yagao, and Yagao is the reason why I believe BLG are, you know, should have more confidence than 90%. Just saying.
And just back to that whole point, the overarching here, that we were like, Yagao, we need to see those kinds of performances that let you stand apart from the rest of the squad. And again, we got that tonight. And I love to see that he was able to do it in the way that he did, right? The Jace in game number 1, the poke style, really having that forward poke center when around those objectives, and honestly slamming home the game. And then again, the setup more so for that third game. But that is it for our second series of the night. As we had said, BLG take the 2-1 over RA. But next up, got another fun one for you. At Ultra Prime taking on Weibo Gaming should be a bloodbath. So don't go anywhere.
He's going to feel really good playing as aggressive as he's been. Is TP playing?
FPX could be in trouble. Gideon goes in. No, he's dead before the fight starts. Wirescan's going to come in late, but Lola is already down. The ulti burned down. It's all out onto LWX. He's going to get flipped back as well with the dying breath. Cleans it up. Running away. He cleanses through. Dodges away from Care. His last auto. Oh my God. It was Jason Bourne.
The bigger thing is that Light now has to reset, so Ruler going to get that wave in and deny some gold. We haven't done
Hang on a minute.
Kill it topside?
He's got the armor straighting, but it's Gragas. It's Gragas. Oh, get ready, Bomba!
I think it's on their mind right now. Trying to 2v1.
He's going to go for
Are they about to
He's
end
got
up
a
on
TP
Twitter?
coming in from Dove here. He wants the highlight reel. He has the GA. He's surviving. Heroic entrance comes in. He hasn't gotten the GA popped yet. He finally does, but the health bars from LGD have no way to stay in the fight. Why is Cam in some trouble here? Riposte comes out, Counter-Strike misses, he's still alive, and the rest on, flash it forward, on, the root ends, and YSKM comes in to clean up a double kill. IG destroy LGD in game 1.
From the side of Ultra Prime's tower, but they haven't dropped just yet, and they say that they're going to go straight in onto Doggo, who does plan to flash away. Chain of Corruption doesn't really land onto anybody of significance. Rookie flashes forward, gets a double, and this game is done. This series is over. Blink and you'll miss it. Rookie has just decided they wanted to win the series.
I think it's because you need to get on top of Light. You need to be able to take him down. He finally doesn't have his summoners up, but he's still playing around this so well.
That's what Lyric said. The bell comes out, though. Kanavi going to be chased up. He flashes away. 369 looks for another angle. 369 there on top of Cast where they get him. But Light still issue with Xiaohu. Firing away. The Shy from downtown. Where did he come from? Where did he go? Where did he come from? The Shy's Cotton Eye Joe.
just as boring as it has ever been. But I will still adore you. It's what you mean to me. Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? Do you want me around? Is it all just too late now? I'm here waiting for you. I'm lay across our bed. I'm still spinning out all your words in my head. I don't wanna fight tonight. 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 I don't wanna fight.
It's in my blood to lift it up and hang my halo on a miracle. And you don't see the scars in me. I defeated the demons of recovery. Every inch I was resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, I'm dying in my own life. Resting in the rubble. Never gave up, I weathered every trouble. I'm a hero, a diamond in my own mind. Empire, welcome to my empire. Rising up from the hellfire, I take it down to the wire.
looking, always praying. Now heaven's waiting on us to believe. Spread our wings, meteorite. We can be stars for them to see. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. First stars like that, and now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us. Now we're floating, forever winning. Now heaven's watching as we join into eternity. Feel the rhythm as it pulls us in, trust the beat. It's like we waited our whole lives, we waited our whole lives. It's only you and me tonight, yeah, you and me tonight. You're only you and me can decide, yeah, you and me can decide. It's time for us to open our eyes and look down at the sky. Now we're blazing, so high there ain't no stopping. And now we got them saying, ay, ay, ay. Now we're blazing, take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. You know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly, you know we fly. Take off the subs and watch us fly. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me. 'Cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You don't much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side.
Still no answers. Someone's gonna pay for this. Watch me disappear. The days get longer, and I grow weary listening to my own excuses. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this story? In my history, I am the absentee. Where's the part for me in this story? But the colors rule the world inside my head, and the words of all the songs that I heard. I'm a shadow of a thought that has not formed, somewhere in Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this story? This story. This story. This story.
It's been a long time coming, but I always knew. Got a heart of steel. It has been through truth. We're almost there. We're almost there. Ta-da-ta-ta. You know we waited such a long time, long time. Ta-da-ta-ta. Here it is. Here it is.
Very, very big. Valan putting himself in front of the top esports jungler to make sure he cannot get away as Ching picks up that kill. Harry is coming, and Harry is getting bigger. Ching is moving forward. This is Ultra Prime, but look at Rookie. These health bars are so low. Rookie gets one. Rookie's looking for another one. You can see it in his eyes. They're going to get another one as well. Rookie has just made this fight his own by just sitting on the backside.
The LPL are kings again.
A classic fanatic death brush. We're going old school here in this one. There's a pick. Can they find more? We're in the middle of everyone. The lightning glider. Oh my days, it's already over.
When I think of Edward Gaming, I think super carries in every position and an almost guaranteed finals appearance. But to be honest, this year I doubt it. I thought we may witness the end of an era, one that has been defined by winning. But what I didn't expect is that we may be witnessing the beginning of a new one.
Ulted into 4 people, and he is not scared. NIP being surrounded.
They're being pushed into a corner and a cannon ult. They get 1 kill onto JJ, but it just does not matter.
But don't get excited just yet, because across the stage is a team that has taken no prisoners. Calling this matchup a test would be an understatement. But hey, what better way to prove yourself than against Rookie and Jackie Love?
They get it away from Ultra Prime, or sorry, Ultra Prime get away from them. The Stop Esports now looking for this fight. Look at Jackie Love just putting in work. Rookie is ending the game. Guys, your base triple kill, quadra kill coming in for Jackie Love.
He's going to feel really good playing as aggressive as he's been. Is TP playing?
FPX could be in trouble. Gideon goes in. No, he's dead before the fight starts. Wirecam's going to come in lane, but Lola is already down. The ulti burned down. It's all out onto LWX. He's going to get flipped back as well with the dying breath. Cleans it up. Running away. He cleanses through. Dodges away from Care. His last auto. Oh my God. It was Jason Bourne.
The bigger thing is that Light now has to reset, so Ruler going to get that wave in and deny some gold.
Oh.
We haven't done
Hang on a minute.
Kill it topside?
He's got the armor straighting, but it's Gragas. It's Gragas. Oh, get ready, Bomba!
I think it's on their mind right now. Frank's 2v1.
He's gonna go
Are
for
they
a
about
1v2.
to
He's
end
got
up
a
on
TP
Twitter?
coming in from Dove here. He wants the highlight reel. He has the GA. He's surviving. Heroic entrance comes in. He hasn't got the GA popped yet. He finally does, but the health bars from LGD have no way to stay in the fight. Why is Cam in some trouble here? Riposte comes out, Counter-Strike misses, he's still alive, and the rest on, flash it forward, on the Runins, and YSKM comes in to clean up a double kill. IG destroy LGD in game 1.
From the side of Ultra Prime's tower, but they haven't dropped just yet. And they say that they're going to go straight in onto Doggo, who does cleanse and flash away. Chain of Corruption doesn't really land onto anybody of significance. Rookie flashes forward, gets a double, and this game is done. This series is over. Blink and you'll miss it. Rookie has just decided they wanted to win the series.
I think it's because you need to get on top of Light. You need to be able to take him down. He finally doesn't have his summoners up, but he's still playing around this so well.
That's what Lyric said. The bell comes out though. Kanavi going to be chased up. He flashes away. 369 looking for another angle. 369 there on top of Caster. They get him, but Light still issue with Xiaohu firing away. The Shy from downtown. Where did he come from? Where did he go? Where did he come from? The Shy's Cotton Eye Joe.
我对 UP 印象比较深的就是我镜头一切过去，那个宁王就在玩猪妹，然后打他们的话注意一下打野的节奏就好了。氛围好这个说法是相对的吧，如果你能赢比赛的话，氛围肯定会好吧。我觉得更重要的是就是输掉比赛之后，整个队伍调整的就是速度是怎么样的。其实我一直觉得卡塔是一个性格特别好的选手吧，然后有 JDG 也比较强，然后我觉得我们两个之间的中野配合应该。还有很大的提升空间吧，然后也希望我们就是今年一起携手共进，能成为最强的中野吧。
Welcome back to the LPL Spring Split 2023. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Lyric once again, and we're getting into our final series of Super Saturday. It's a banger, as you already got prefaced by Xiaohu there. It's Weibo Gaming versus Ultra Prime. And Weibo just trying to come back from a loss against TTA. Devastating one, 2-0 off their last series as well there, Lyric.
Yeah, I mean, Weibo definitely looked like our team that most plays to the level of the team they're playing, which always feels like a weird thing to say, but like Weibo's games against top teams, I mean, they've beaten them, right? They've beaten top esports, they've beaten JDG, and they've struggled elsewhere. To where Ultra Prime, on the opposite side, I think are kind of interesting. Because I expected them to struggle a lot more than they have. But it's like, okay, 2-0ing LGD, they beat AL, they've brought 3 games to like TT and FPX. Like, this is a roster that at least clearly still has, you know, a bit of stuff behind the engine.
Yeah, and I think when we get into it, obviously we'll pick it apart. We'll see what's inside that engine. But exactly that, I think it's been interesting to watch kind of Ning find his own footsteps, I guess, back in. When you see a lot of the aggression in the early part of the season from Ning, it wasn't necessarily followed up by the rest of the team. And I'm very much looking forward to that continued growth in that aspect. I think it's a tall task against Weibo, who are definitely wanting to bite back on the LPL after that TT loss. But I think specifically Ning going against Karsa itself in this early pathing game, so crucial for both these two teams.
Oh yeah, I mean it's always gonna be right. Jungle being that center point, especially
always. It's never changing.
Both. Like Karsa has been so like completely takes over games, sets Team Up for Success, and picks up like every MVP, or has been like a detriment and up there with the Shy, like one of the reasons why they're struggling. And then Ning has been the force setting Ultra Prime up for success. Like Ultra Prime's formula has typically been like Ning getting them set up in the early game, and then Doggo being the one to bring them across the finish line. But that's why I think this is one of the cool matchups, right? Having Ning, like talking about the bot lane, having Balan down there as well, going up against the Shy, like one of the.
That's so good.
I feel like we have so many like IG reunions because of how many like players go through the IG organization. But right, this is one of the world's OG reunions. So it's gonna be a fun one, especially for Ning, because I feel like in 2020 Ning got somewhat done dirty by like the perception of IG. Like, was he like the best jungler in the league? No, but like not by any means. But like, if you think back to 2020 IG, where it's like again the Kennons with the rapid fires, the Quins, the Callistas, and Ning really did just have to be top pretty much at all points. I'd love to see a personal like Ning coming in and just trying to destroy the Shy today.
And all I'm saying, maybe Ning wanted to get a little bit of it. He didn't have a good time against Jackie Love and Mr. Rookie. So maybe this time, he's going to the Shy's like, all right, I got to get you off my list. But I think it's so funny, at least from the Shy's perspective. He's got to relive some of those friendly ghosts from a moment in time that was such a bright point for him. And I think this little bit of give and take between the two personally is going to be really fun as we are getting into bans and picks for game number 1 of our third series of the night. It will be Ultra Prime on the blue side. They banned away the Elise, the Ashe, and the Vi. And we get the Weibo Gaming bans of the Maokai. It's got to be there. And the Draven towards Doggo, as well as the Zeri.
So Varus obviously still up. It's something that Doggo actually hasn't played yet this split, which is a little bit like concerning in my mind. We still have things like the Lucianami, which has been their second tier after the Zeri. So it looks like they will still just go towards that, paying really no head to the Varus pick. The other big thing left open is the Sejuani, because Sejuani has been Ning's go-to. We heard Xiaohu, there we go, if I can speak, highlighting that. And this is going so fast with the expected picks going across.
Oh my God. So Yuumi making it back through. And not something we've actually seen at all recently, it feels like. Not even in the bans here, but it will be paired with that Lucian since the Nami got stolen away. But we get the Caitlyn as that response to the bottom lane for Weibo.
And this is a light special, right? When you think of light, Caitlyn definitely being one of the go-to picks that comes to your mind, especially with the way that LNG like to play with his stint on their roster. So a lot of control are going to be able to come out from Weibo if they can play this lane well. Ultra Prime going to be looking for those all-ins, and especially pairing up with Ning. We highlighted Ning and then Doggo, kind of the key pieces of this roster if Ultra Prime want to find that upset.
All I'm saying is Light was on that LNG roster there that BLG did not have a fun time on when Doggo was over there. So I don't know if maybe a little bit of bad blood there as well. We'll see in the second phase, though, what our focuses are. And right now, it's all on top side of the map as the Shy and Harry taking all those bans. It's the Jax and the Gwen.
So, like, the Shy hasn't played Gwen this split. He was the standout Gwen when, like, Gwen got introduced into the game. But I wonder if you're banning Gwen, you're kind of signaling to me, like, hey, Cassante, because that's the only thing we see Gwen pick here in the LPL. But Weibo have, first pick, so you would assume that you're pushing them towards Cassante, which would just make me wonder of what Harry has up his sleeves. We gotta remember, the Shy's also been a huge Sion enjoyer as of late, so maybe Cassante here, and then for Harry going towards that Sion pick for himself.
And I do wonder if we do get kind of that difference in top side of the map. Okay, so the Syndra comes in first. We'll see what the response is top side of the map. But I think the Syndra already sets up good. There is a counter pick available for Xiaohu, but taking that away from Xiaohu is huge. And there's that sign you were talking about.
Yeah, well, I wonder what Xiaohu goes here. Obviously, you have like things that could do less than stun in the lane, like the Rise would play for the map. You have the Akali, which can work for just that kill pressure later on. Or if you want to contest the lane, this would be the third thing in pocket and would at least work well with the rest of your champions. But no, we actually have Xiaohu playing his first game of Cassid in this split.
And some late game agency.
I feel like Xiaohu's been having a pretty solid, has had some solid series this split so far. Has also had a couple of down games, but I feel like a lot of Weibo's inconsistencies have definitely been in the top and jungle role more specifically. But yeah, I mean, we have Ultra Prime who are going to want to brawl. For Weibo on the opposite side, I feel like they're going to want a bit more of a structured game with the fact that they have that Caitlyn down in bot lane.
And just a little bit of kind of checking in on some of what you were saying about earlier about the Shy not having necessarily great performances, right? He has had 2 kills in the last 5 games. And that is not a very the Shy statistic. And I think seeing in this game specifically, when you got so much focus around what these junglers are going to be doing in this early pathing, you've been given the Cassante some comfort again in the split, at least for the Shy. I'm very much looking forward to this Weibo game, pulling this very stable comp together and finding execution there. Whereas on Ultra Prime side, I want to see Ning with that forward thought.
And, you know, to be fair to the Shy, right? Again, he hasn't been performing all too well this split. He's still been pulling a lot of pressure, can still deliver in team fights. He's been doing his best when he is on these tanks. He is undefeated on Sion and Cassante this split, 6-0 between those 2 champions. All of his losses coming from other things. So when you get him on things that, you know, even if he gets punished, he can still find an impact later on, which, again, tanks just kind of inherently give you. That is where the Shy can still find that impact. But we're going to be looking at the Shy's teammates because they have been the ones delivering.
Yes, we are indeed. As we hit the rip for Ultra Prime versus Weibo Gaming. Best of 3 kicks off now. It'll be a lot of fun. We get the Gyos as everyone's woken up in Shanghai. Alrighty, as we get to hear some cheering for the crowds, love to get a little bit of that spice here in the last series, but specifically also going back to that jungle matchup here that we said was going to be so important in the early parts of the game, right? You have the OG Jungle King, the IG World Champion in Ning, as well as going up against Karsa, who had won MSI in that 2018 series split there. So some fun historics going between these two, but specifically also for Ning, he is 1 win away from his 200th in the LPL.
I am surprised it is so, like, just comparing that to hearing earlier that Strive picked up his 100th, like, yeah, I'm honestly just kind of mind blown.
That was 100th game, a 200th win, I feel like definitely is a little bit of a different factor.
Yeah, but, ooh, we get one of these back. But I do want to turn our focus to bot lane, because coming in, we said, Doggo kind of been the person who needs to put up the big numbers if Ultra Prime want to win games. To on the opposite side, Light, one of the less talked about members for Weibo, in my mind, is the consistent performer. You know Light's going to put up numbers every game. It might not always be the flashiest performances, but this is a guy who is not only very consistent, but also just an elite AD carry who can, you know, carry a game for their side.
Yeah.
So if Ultra Prime can shut this down, like, that would be huge.
He was so integral to the LNG machine, right? Like, it was so interesting to see him go up against a lot of ADCs and see some of that aggression really play forward in the team fights, in that mid game especially. Now, they're going to get a little bit of attention from Ultra Prime here. That ward should spot out Ning on the way through. Gets the scanner out, though. So, some pressure early onto Weibo Gaming's bottom side, but we actually get the ward spotting out that top side is not being cleared. So, Karsa on his way down bot.
Oh, yeah. I mean, goodbye Karsa to back off. I mean, you have Cassid in mid lane. You're not going to be able to do anything here. Ning walking in. Might be able to chunk him a little bit in terms of this 1v1, but nothing really should be able to happen. But, oh, both end up over the wall.
They want that. Ning's like, you're stuck in here with me, buddy. As he's trying to get a little bit back. Does dodge out of the flail there a little bit. Some vision game, though. With this priority in bottom lane, I think Light and Crisp were on the cusp of being able to collapse. Ning staying pretty aggressive here on their jungle.
it's because of Ching in the mid lane, right? We saw you have a Caston, he's getting pushed in for Karsa, so Ching can come in, enable Ning to look for these invades, and really just solidify that. I mean, Ning can do whatever he wants in the face of Karsa.
I love that you're seeing that utilization of pressure from Ultra Prime as well. Now this is going to be a fight of the Scuttle Crab. I believe the Karsa got it. Oh no, it actually was Ning. Crisp and Light have finally roamed up now. We're getting a potential 4v2 in favor of Weibo Gaming. The Doggo, this level 3 mark hit. Crisp going to be a lot of the focus for Ultra Prime. We're just getting fisticuffs here early on. Light flashing. Xiaohu's now in some trouble as well. Ching wants to try to get some damage down, but he gets chunked out by Xiaohu. Chris getting low. Karsa goes in. They want first blood. Who's going to get it? It goes over to Doggo. The helpers, though, Light able to get one back. They might find two, but he goes to the attachment. And Doggo, that's safe keeping for Baolan.
Honestly, I'm surprised that ended up only going 1-for-1 with just the champions that Weibo has online. I kind of thought this would be a little bit more dire with things like the Syndra and Lucian, which do have such like strong abilities to find this early damage. Lucian with the dash, getting in there, getting your combos off. But Weibo doing a nice job of just skirting around this damage, initially getting a good amount on the Doggo and forcing out that barrier, and then just some key flashes by Weibo to make sure that they don't go too low, and they utilize the Caitlyn range to actually chunk out Ultra Prime as they're coming in. Karsa wants to find the engage, but the flash isn't able to connect with a knockup, and ultimately goes down. But luckily, we were hitting on it. Light, being a man that you can believe in, finds the return for Weibo. So 80 carries, being the ones to both get those kills.
It is so big, and now I absolutely see both junglers putting all the rest of the focus that they had for anywhere else back into this bottom lane. And I think both sides obviously having so much strength in lane. When you find that poke, you find a little bit of that pushing advantage here, and we're actually seeing Karsa utilize some of that tempo. Not actually going to go for it, not spotted out. You can tell Doggo knows something's going up.
Just getting spotted now, and now he might get pinched.
Should be able to make it out of there just fine. We'll have a little bit. Karsa?
I mean, Karsa not expecting that wraparound from Ning, right? I mean,
Yeah.
he didn't expect the wraparound from Ning.
That was such a big grand play from Ultra Prime, honestly, on the move.
It was like big and not big at the same time, right? Because Karsa could have easily gotten out of there had he known, and it looked like such a scuffed path from Ultra Prime at first, maybe assuming he would walk up towards his Raptors or head towards his topside jungler or something like that, but in the end it works out with how the blast cone does pan out. So now this will lead to a free dragon for the side of Ultra Prime. Maybe not free, they did have to kill Karsa to get it, but a relatively easy dragon for the side of Ultra Prime.
And you'll take that all day long, a little bit of that early scaling advantage for yourself. I mean, I think you're obviously looking at Ching in the late game. Doggo with some of his own, but I'm very much looking forward to them getting some of these stacking advantages going for them as Xiaohu and Ching taking a little bit of a trade. Now, I do want to put a little bit of spotlight on Ching. This is his rookie split, right? He got the promotion from FPX Blaze this offseason into Ultra Prime, and already himself has 2 pentakills in 2023, and he's going against Xiao. He's going against all these legendary mid laners. We'll see checking in on them a little bit later. This trap's actually connecting, and Botline, no! Oh my, see, what did we say? One thing goes wrong, and they take everything from you. Doggo loses that early advantage and gives over a kill to Weibo Gaming.
Great setup coming out from Weibo's bot lane to make sure that that kill goes through, and once again, it's just Weibo's bot lane being the one that you can rely on to stack up advantages. Ning angling to see if he can find something here. Light doesn't have his flash, but doesn't look like that Light's going to give anything over.
Been a little bit of hesitancy, but as well as decisiveness from these junglers. Now Karsa trying to find in mid lane. Does not have level 6 yet. Ning on that Scuttle Crab will be fighting over towards Ching. He doesn't hit that level 6 mark just yet either. So both junglers visiting their mid laners and just saying, how do you do as we look into that replay.
Now we're going to see Doggo aggressively going in, uses the dash, and it sets
That's
Crisp up
what it was.
perfectly for the bubble to come out. The chain is great, right into the trap, into the 90 caliber net. And I mean, we highlight it every time Weibo plays that Crisp has always been a top support. Like I feel like even in the drenches of when his teams weren't performing well, which kind of also makes it hard when you're on like a team where your AD carries and that good, your junglers and that good of like shining as support. And now having Light alongside him, he's making it work.
Making it
Weibo's
work.
team are just so interesting because it really has been like their mid and bot have been just people who can go toe-to-toe with the best of the best. And again, sadly, it has been the Shy who's having a fine game right now, obviously head and lane, and then Karsa who has been, as you said, hit or miss. And sadly, in this game, he's been missing. He's been missing.
A little bit. We'll see if he can get his accuracy on point, though. We do see Rift Herald has spawned, so that means Ning up on the top side of that. We'll get that one with the move from Ching. Actually see Karsa just going for that full clear on his side of the map as well. So it should be a little bit of givesies over to Ultra Prime, which I think right now with a little bit of the state of game, they're all right with. I think you get a 20 CS lead and a couple kills bot lane. Light and Crisp are going to be just fine, especially now starting to break down some of these plates. And they're playing with the track. As Doggo walked right into that one. It's a couple, it's just like giving them false confidence on the Light.
It also works twofold because not only is like Caitlyn, Nami the lane you really want to start getting ahead, again, sieging down these turret plates, moving them around, breaking down structures, but also Doggo being one of the, pretty much the key piece in my mind to set behind on this Lucian. Ching at least is immobile, and you have things like the Kassadin or the Sejuani or Fasante that should easily be able to get on him, but Doggo with the mobility, playing potentially with the Yuumi, can be annoying later on, so really is working out great for Weibo down there in that bottom side.
Actually hovering down here with Xiaohu. I mean, he was seen on the roam, so they do know something is up. Ning's already here to prevent anything from going down. Does have that Rift Herald in pocket. And if there's anything that can help stabilize this bottom lane, I think it would be that Rift Herald.
The Shy smash.
But he missed the smash, and then Harry said, no, I smash.
And then Harry, yeah,
and then he
Harry
gets
did outdo
back and forth and back and forth, and he misses it again. Oh, no.
Well, Harry actually doing a great job.
He really is. I was about to say, we're having a little bit of fun with it, but that Sion matchup is no joke.
And Sion's been one of my favorite champions to see actually come back and just, again, the explosion. Right now, we need to pay attention to mid.
They got
Three-man collapse coming out of the Jing.
Oh, the Predator out of the bush misses the Glacial Prison. They will get the flash from Ching. The shot
comes out.
Goes. He knows he has no mana. All out has been used. He wants to get the knockback, but it's not enough damage to do so.
No, the Shy wanting to find an opportunity to try to start breaking open the game on his own, doesn't manage to do so. Still, at least getting Harry quite low. And like you said, no mana will be a little bit annoying because he does want to look for a reset. Does have the ult to get back to lane if they don't think the fight will be breaking out soon. But Dragon is coming up in 35 seconds.
And that is something for Ultra Prime who want to keep focusing on. They're going to actually end up using that Rift Herald in mid lane to get Ching some resources here. Try to get him online before Xiaohu starts stacking up too far ahead. Be those plates going over there as they move down into the Dragon Vision. Something to be said though, Doggo using this calling in bottom lane, try to push Weibo off and actually getting a decent amount of damage on the Light and Crisp.
This could even be the thing that opens up for a Dragon play to come on through. They chunk them out low. Ching should be able to keep up pressure and prio in the mid lane, and you could look for that turn on the Dragon. So we're going to see. We need to remember that Crisp obviously being on Nami. They have sustain in that lane and can get their health bars pretty close to full, as it looks like they've already been doing. But Ning, start this one up. We might be looking at a bit of a scrap, Zell.
They're holding over, waiting for the right moment. But again, a little bit of hesitancy coming out. And that presence from Ultra Prime means that this will be their second Dragon.
Xiaohu keeping back to the mid lane. It looks like they decided they didn't want to go for it. And even Ultra Prime looks like they were doing it too fast. But even had Weibo found an engage, I think the objective would have already gone over regardless. So, hey, at least for Weibo, the slow pace of the game isn't anything all too bad for you. You're still up in gold. And, you're stacking up caps. So
you're getting a bunch of plates, too.
Yeah, I think Weibo are feeling completely fine with how the pace of the game is going, even if Ultra Prime do have a couple kills and are sitting on 2 breaks already.
And so that's where I want to talk a little bit more so about this early pathing and aggression we've seen in Ultra Prime. It was talking the whole time about, like, Ning, how does he look coming, try to control Ultra Prime's early game? Well, he's going to need to find some control here as he's been engaged on that Cyclone, comes out, and the flash. And now they're just moving on to Doggo. There's a trap there. Doggo, don't eat the cupcake. It is not a friendly one. Actually, looks like Ultra Prime will be able to dissuade this gank on bottom side.
Still, you got a flash out from Ning. you pulled Ching from mid lane, which actually buys enough time for Xiaohu to get back to mid and completely catch the wave. Looks like we might have another all in on top side. What's the mini-map?
He's got the all out there, yeah, and they're
Ching's on his way.
moving Ching up to try to help Harry. The fight subsides in top side. The fight continues in bottom. Doggo! He flashes into the glacial prison, but Karsa too quick on the handle. As he's down, Karsa! The tower shot.
Okay, wait, for the shy! For the shy!
For the shy!
If you're a Weibo fan out there, you need to focus on what is working this game. Karsa is a tragedy, but at least the shy is coming and he is showing up. Gets the solo kill, gets the second play. Great by Ultra Prime to punish the, I don't know, over aggression coming out from Karsa, but this is what we want to see. What happens to top? Because let's remember, Harry was having some pretty solid trades early on in the lane, but the knockback comes through, gets in there with the dash, and just able to follow up, making such good use of those cues. And I can understand why they're looking for this. Flashes into it, so decent predict coming out from Karsa. Sadly, they can't chain the tidal wave in with it, and then immediately having to get away. Karsa was hoping to finish it off, but ends up giving over another.
It does indeed. Now we got to look back on the map state here. His first items are pretty much completed, except for poor Karsa there. You do have the Gale Force and combo, I guess, with Weibo now. So I'm definitely looking to see if they can get a little bit more damage from this duo now that they moved to mid lane. And we will be looking at side lane pressures now for both sides.
Ooh, and Ultra Prime actually sending Sion to deal Kassadin, so Jing won't have to worry about, you know, the all-in threats coming in, and just gonna have Syndra clear waves up in the top side.
Like we said, Weibo are fine with this kind of map state. I mean, yeah, they've given over a couple of those early objectives, but they have that doom clock ticking down to time. And,
One thing,
right
though,
now, yeah,
is, you know, Xiaohu being the one in bot lane, Rift Herald's up, so that actually should just go over to Ultra Prime. No TP on Xiaohu.
Which continues to play in their hand, right? Like, I think that they have been perfectly, obviously, Weibo's been perfectly fine with the map state, but I think Ultra Prime, with these early advantages, are starting to sneak up a little bit with the control they've got.
I think the biggest thing is the fact that they've stacked up those Drakes. Because if Ultra Prime can force them into a fight, I mean, they're gonna be fighting for Soul at what, the 22-minute mark, like somewhere around there. So if you can force Weibo to fight at that point when like Lucian's already feeling incredibly strong and Syndra is going to start getting to a point where like maybe you can one-shot someone like Light, that's going to be their opportunity to really just take this game and drive it home.
Yeah. Xiaohu did get a side lane tower, and it was the first tower of the game. With some extra gold given over to this Kassadin, who is level 12. He's stacking out that Roa here as well. And like you had mentioned, the Dragon coming up in 50 seconds. The at least pressure in mid lane from Ning is just going to drop the Rift Herald there. Try to get that charge in, get the tower down, and get a response of their own. Should be able to make it in there, get that tower down. So outer tower traded. And now just a little bit of time until we get this set up for Dragon.
Wave on the ones. So far, with vision down towards that side of the map, and now with Xiaohu answering this wave, they should even be able to control bot side. The one thing Ultra Prime have go for them is they're just going to overload this side of the map, right? They're giving up top to her right now. The Shy is going to be able to push this. So as Ultra Prime, they started to recall Harry. I think it's a good choice. It's already too late. Just commit that you have 5 members bot side and try and get something going with the numbers advantage that you have.
All right, they're pushing onto it now. They are starting it up as well. So looks like Weibo, unless they want to, okay, they're going to TP. As the Shy will be joining the fight, and it pulls Ultra Prime actually off of the Dragon here. That's actually really big.
I can see why they're a bit hesitant. Doggo still doesn't have flash, so I think, you know, you'd love if you could buy time for that one to come up. But it looks like, I mean, they're forcing Weibo's hand, right? They're making this play for mid lane turret. Weibo gonna get the Dragon.
It's a tier 2 tower you're losing though. As Harry and the Shy doing fisticuffs on the side here. Will be that tier 2 tower claimed by Ultra Prime, and yes, they get a Dragon. Something to come away from. Maybe now actually collapsing. The Shy gets hit by the Scout of the Week. Oh no! The culling into the back, and then you get the all out from the Shy to try to get out of there. Oh my god, he's doing Cassante things. And he makes it out.
He escapes, but They need Karsa's ulti there. They throw Crisps just in case so he can manage to escape. And that was rough. Come on, but they need to be worried about the collapse.
They do.
Members of Ultra Prime going to come so quickly.
There's a lot of people coming down here to punish them, and now Xiaohu, he gets the final chapter used on him. He needs to get that rip walk back, but he doesn't get it in time, and the Shy has led the trouble down to Xiaohu, and Xiaohu pays the price.
This Weibo team is by far the most frustrating one to watch in the LPL, because it feels like all of their games are solely dictated by them and you know, their decisions. Not to say that Ultra Prime haven't done good things in this game, but Weibo is just a lot of like questionable choices. Always is what gives it over. You need to look at Light and Chris, and you're like,
he had Gale
come
Force
on,
up.
Come on, little buddies. You got this. We're going to see here, great by Ultra Prime, they recognize, hey, the other members of Weibo haven't showed up. Let's look at this pick. Everything comes out. The Shy managing to get away with his ulti on that sliver of health. And like I said, Glacial Prison, and I can even understand Chris throwing out the ulti just to make sure no matter what the Shy can escape. But in the end, it's kind of all for naught with the fact that Xiaohu ends up getting picked off in the side lane.
And the mobility Cassante walks away waving. But we did get a second item completion now for Xiaohu, so it'll be very, very close to that Saros completed there. Obviously, no.
You know the worst part, Giselle?
Craziness. What?
The most frustrating thing is, look at the CS advantages. They're up in all three lanes, so they're still up
by
in gold.
a lot. It's not even a little.
Not even a little. They have like, they're up items on their counterparts in their soul lanes. So despite the fact that Weibo's making a lot of mistakes, they're still
Is
focused on
that
getting
maybe
gold
a
on the
little
carries.
bit of that thought process, though? Like, are they playing a little looser because of that cross?
I don't think so. I don't think that's the thought process. I think some of these decisions are like, hey, even if we die here, like, we got waves in, like, we're winning these matchups, so like the death itself shouldn't mean all too much. It's the way that some of the deaths that are happening is you know, the more questionable thing, rather than the fact that just people are dying. So, yeah, overall, at least Weibo are still keeping control.
Dargo struggling to get some damage into the front line of Weibo. We get a side lane fight here, Xiaohu versus Ching. Would be the final chapter, and a couple setup ultis from Weibo Gaming utilized, so no real big engage tools left for Weibo as they continue to hover around mid lane. Actually, Harry coming up to this 5v5 fight that looks like it's brewing.
Weibo, I don't think they want this. I mean, you can just keep buying time. Xiaohu is honestly getting huge. Already 2 items, level 13. Like, he's very quickly going to get to that level 16 mark. And I don't think Ultra Prime are doing enough to bring this game in their favor. It's going to get to a point where Xiaohu is going to be unchecked. Like, Ching will go down. Doggo's going to have to, like, use his dash defensively. Balan will probably have to ult. Like, it's going to be a rough time with what Ultra Prime have drafted to go up against Xiaohu as he just keeps stacking up items and levels.
And the takiness from the Shy is only going to get worse, and you had the entire force of Ultra Prime kind of thrown at him and the kitchen sink. And I'm actually really curious at how like Doggo is able to navigate these fights. But I do feel like when you get in a 5v5 situation, when Ching gets a little bit later on, gets his stacks right as well, I think you do have some situational pushback. Just overall, the part of execution is going to be very difficult to hit.
Right now, they're trying to find picks with Wukong Syndra in the side lane. I think it makes a lot of sense, right? You have a lot of single target burst there to be able to take someone down. But with Dragon coming up in 50 seconds, I feel like we're going to get to see exactly what you've been talking about, Giselle, the team fight that's able to come on through. And looking for this team fight, since we haven't had action in a while, right? Pretty much all the key carries have flashes. Xiaohu's is still down, but it's going to be back in a second. He even has a stopwatch, so we'll be able to buy a lot of time in a fight. And I think a lot of it's going to come down to those tools and how they're able to use them. With Weibo hopefully hoping to chunk them out beforehand with the Caitlyn, but it's actually Karsa doing too much damage.
So we're looking now, Xiaohu's on the tier 2 in the top side, being answered by Ching.
Halfway to level
Pretty
16.
big, yeah, I was going to say very, very close to that mark, but right now for me, it's Ultra Prime moving on the map with a item advantage in ADC role. We talked a little bit more about Doggo and Light, how much influence they've had on the teams, but now I'm looking at Ultra Prime with, you know, that Essence Reaver Kraken Slayer build here for Ultra Prime to try to get this third dragon.
Yeah, you're looking at, oh, wait, engage.
They find it calling onto Carson. His health bar is eviscerated. Get the knock up on the shot. He's so tanky. He's moving in. He's pushing it back. He's going all out onto Ultra Prime. As now Aries dragged out, but he is a zombie. The Shy finds the back line, but who else has found the back line but Ning? And the Shy trying to find it front to back, now faces Harry Zombie. Light is fighting onto Ning, the Gale Force forward here, and Xiaohu should be able to help chase them down as Doggo has left the rest of his team. Baolan and Ning, they might be world champions together, but the Shy and Xiaohu will chase them down.
The situation looked dire, but the Shy, the man who has been not performing this split, finds the opportunity to isolate and pretty much pull Ultra Prime apart, and it leads into a team fight win for Weibo and ends up giving them their second dragon of the game. It's great to see, and again, this Weibo team is so star-studded. It doesn't matter when you have like people getting caught out or dying or having bad games. Karsa getting completely isolated this time around because you have the Shy here. Look at the zoning he's providing. Light able to free hit on the back end of this fight and then gets them all grouped up. Goes with the ulti to pull out the Scion. He's going to go down incredibly fast. And this fight breaks off into two folds. The Shy able to
separates it.
Yeah, he just runs down Doggo. Syndra not able to get in. Sure, we see Ning on the back end of the fight able to try and zone them out and pick people apart, but it doesn't matter because the Shy is doing so much to set up Xiaohu and Light.
Oh, they're going back in now. Xiaohu, he's hit that level 16 mark, and hell have pun upon you, Ultra Prime, as Xiaohu will just destroy them. A double kill to the mid laner Weibo, and that's Baron on the feast of Ultra Prime's death.
It didn't matter the kills they were giving over early. Weibo were still stacking gold, experience levels onto their key carries. Light was having a stable game. Xiaohu and the Shy were getting huge, and that is enough for them to dominate Ultra Prime in these fights.
Doggo just trying to clear some of this wave, but the Shy is just so
can't even
tanky.
touch him, bro.
Okay, just gives him a
him.
thumbs up. He's like, I'm just an ADC, man. Just leave me alone. The Shy also hitting that level 6. He's not 16. He's not a Kassadin, but he's a Kasate. And that Baron buff will help Weibo really push up this lead that they've developed. I mean, they're over 6,000 gold in the lead. They'll find a tier 2 tower in the side lane. It's all going dandy for Weibo.
Look, on this recall, Harry will be finishing his second item. On the Shy's recall, he'll be finishing his third. That's just how far ahead he is. But we're going to see how this happens. Karsa, once again, angling for a fight. Ultra Prime thinks they've caught him out again, but they are able to turn the tables. And Xiaohu comes in.
He just walks at them, man.
Yeah, they just don't have the damage. He's been able to get the items, like the key items that he wanted. He even still has his stopwatch in this situation just in case he had gotten into a bit of a dicier situation than he planned. So Xiao doing a great job of completely understanding what he's able to do. I mean, this game was just pure domination by the three lanes themselves, right? The Shy, Xiao,
which is crazy.
Light, finding those advantages for themselves.
They're just shutting them out so much. And we got to see, right, the Ning try to answer to the early pathings from Weibo, and there was some promise there. But then it just feels like every time you look at the scoreboard, it is all Weibo all day long. And Harry trying to get out of here, does use that unstoppable onslaught. The Shy getting a little bit low, but Doggo is way lower. As the Shy's just tanking him up. Glacial Prison onto Ching, but the tidal wave coming across. Look at Light. He's in the back. He's shooting him down. And he's doing so much damage to these tanks. And Xiaohu has now shown up, and the Shy knocks him back. He wants Doggo, but he goes back, tries to get Ching, but it's Light that picks it up as Harry trying to make some zombie modes happen, but Xiaohu gets the help from Chris. The Shy, they can't take down Baolan. He just wanted a couple more kills on the kitty cat, but Weibo show up huge in game number 1 of this best of 3. And Ultra Prime, we're looking for a comeback now.
Honestly, again, you can see one of the reasons why Weibo was able to drop games, but you can also see like the brilliance of Weibo and what they're able to accomplish, and just the skill of their individuals. Light and Crisp, I just want to start there since they were like, I guess, the least flashy, but they were just solid. It's the same, right? They're able to, they find their own advantages. They don't need a ton of pressure. They can just like win 2v2s. Light's gonna be putting off great damage the whole time. Crisp is so on point with his ability usage in pretty much all circumstances. And then you get to a point where the Shy in a top lane matchup that's left unaffected, shows like, hey, you know, does he give over a lot of kills when pressure's put to him? Yes. But in that 1v1, he can still just absolutely crush you. And then Xiaohu, he wasn't pressured at all in early game. Not pressured at all in early game. In mid game, Syndra, you can't really answer or cast it on sides, right? So Ultra Prime even making a lot of calls to give up side lanes, but they weren't actually forcing anything elsewhere either. So it gave Xiaohu so much time to just freely stack up gold. And it, like, by the point where me and you looked and it's like, oh, Karsa's just died again, but Weibo are all up like 50 CS. It's like, it's already too late.
It's already
too late.
So much. It's actually crazy. And I especially love to see kind of how Weibo represent so well before the game even starts, right? Like, you had Ching, who took obviously the comfort in the Syndra, but something that, you know, Xiaohu has been willing to really go towards, both mid laners having a lot of presence on that pick, and him saying, you know, you forgot about Dre, or you forgot about Kassadin, because I don't think you can give Xiaohu, with the accolades this man has across 2 separate solo lanes, a carry like the Kassadin.
And especially not leave him like unaffected in that mid lane, right? Not be able to find or look for anything or pressure elsewhere, or they just weren't able to like stunt his growth whatsoever. And if there's one man who probably knows Syndra matchups, again, it is Xiaohu. Xiaohu coming into the LPL as that Syndra player. So yeah, Ultra Prime, I don't even really know what there's to say about them. We saw that they were able to just take advantage of Weibo's mistakes. We said that halfway through the game, right? That it's one of the frustrating things about watching Weibo is it feels like their games are almost completely determined by them and them alone. Almost like unaffected by what the enemy is doing. It is just, they play their own game and like go for their own things, and it's either like right or wrong, and they get punished or they crush you. It's so weird.
Oh, wow. I actually looking at some of these damage, and like, Light was just untouched a lot of time because you had so much pressure points for the rest of the team.
We said his positioning is immaculate. Like,
It
it's
really
great.
is.
And again, like, I'm curious to see if the Shy gets MVP, because I feel like the Shy really was just like hammering so much pressure on this squad, whether it's the Shy, whether it's like whoever. It's like, we saw
that one play where Xiaohu ran at the team and killed them. That one might be deserving of MVP.
My point is, you saw the people on Weibo delivering that you wanted to see deliver.
That's the point. That is exactly it. Now, Ultra Prime, there's a lot of questions left, and they don't have a lot of time to answer it. We'll be right back after a short little break, and we'll see what that answer is going to be.
He's going to feel really good playing as aggressive as he's been. Is he playing?
FBX could be in trouble. Gideon goes in. No, he's dead before the fight starts. Wirescan's going to come in late, but Lola is already down. The ulti burned down. It's all out onto LWX. He's going to get flipped back as well with the dying breath. Cleans it up. Running away. He cleanses through. Dodges away from Care. His last auto. Oh my God. It was Jason Bourne.
The bigger thing is that Light now has to reset, so Ruler going to get that wave in and deny some gold.
Hang on a minute.
Kill it topside?
He's got the armor shredding, but it's Gragas. It's Gragas. Oh, get ready, Bomba!
I think it's on their mind right now. Frank's 2v1.
He's going to go
Are
for
they
a
about to
1v2.
end
He's got
up
a
on
TP
Twitter?
coming in from Dove here. He wants the highlight reel. He has the GA. He's surviving. Heroic entrance comes in. He hasn't gotten his GA popped yet. He finally does, but the health bars from LGD have no way to stay in the fight. Why is Cam in some trouble here? Riposte comes out, Counter-Strike misses, he's still alive, and the rest on, flash it forward, on the Runins, and YSKM comes in to clean up a double kill. IG destroy LGD in game 1.
From the side of Ultra Prime's tower, but they haven't dropped just yet. As I say that, they're going to go straight in onto Doggo, who does plan to flash away. Chain of Corruption doesn't really land onto anybody of significance. Rookie flashes forward, gets a double, and this game is done. This series is over. Blink and you'll miss it. Rookie has just decided they wanted to win the series.
I think it's because you need to get on top of Light. You need to be able to take him down. He finally doesn't have his summoners up, but he's still playing around this so well.
That's what Lyric said. The bell comes out, though. Kanavi going to be chased up. He flushes away. 369 looking for another angle. 369 there on top of Casper. They get him. But Light's still issue with Xiaohu. Firing away. The Shy from downtown. Where did he come from? Where did he go? Where did he come from? The Shy's Cotton Eye Joe.
DJ, turn the music up, put the lights down low. All the worries we had, we just let them go. Wasn't looking for love, I was happy alone. When you put your arms around me, how was I to know? You got me feeling things I never felt before. We get lost in the music on the dance floor. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more. If I leave you now, I leave you wanting more.
I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. I think I'll sleep till it's over. Broken letters, woven, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Oh, won't you break me up? Oh, won't you break me up? Won't you break me up? Won't you break me up? Like a bad dream, but I can't sleep. Seems like I just can't get past me. Oh, 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 oh. Won't you break me up? You're the chain, you're the lock. Won't you hold me down? You're the key to the door. Won't you break me up?
UP 下路这个赛季的印象的话，就是他们对线打得比较主动吧，然后他们团战风格也比较激进，就下路很多那种比较进攻性的画面。最近他们下路组合的话，我觉得就针对他们一些比较擅长的英雄，像泽利这种，就可能不给他玩吧，或者就跟他打泽利的对抗也是 OK 的。希望下场比赛大哥在面对我的时候手不要抖。
Don't give over Zeri, he says, and I think that's some good advice there. And we've seen that permaban Zeri and Lucian for the most part, except for this last game for this entire day.
It's also his former AD carry, right? Like if anyone's gonna know Doggo quite well now, after playing with Doggo for a year, like Chris has him down on lock, so I'm not surprised he's like, hey, I know their bot lane plays aggressive, or in laning phase they play aggressive across the board, but Mazel, that aggression, that wasn't there. That wasn't even able to be there in terms of like the 1v1s, because Weibo were just straight up destroying them in like isolated laning phase. Sure, Clarkson was giving over picks, but the lanes were winning. And my God, the most impressive man for me, the Shy.
He shows up. He shows up, and he does so in astounding fashion. He'll keep that undefeated streak on the Cassante as well, and he'll earn himself his first MVP.
5-0 on Cassante, 2-0 on Sion again. When this man is given like things that can like be more stable, or even if they get focused to have impact, he can perform still. And we saw here, sure, like he's going up against a rookie top laner, so honestly, should the Shy be expected to win 100%? But the fact that he was able to do it, take over the game, and then in positions like this was the most crucial one. Your jungler goes down, he still knows he has enough of an advantage to be able to not only like start this fight, but separate the fight, give room for people like Light and Xiaohu to do what they do best. It was refreshing to see after what we've been seeing from the Shy in most of their series.
And all I'm saying is the Shy shows up against his former teammates, right? He's trying to make it all aces across the board, taking out his world champion brothers, and does deny Ning that 200th win in the LPL with that game as well. We'll see if Ning can bounce back with Ultra Prime, though. That is what we are expectant of, because we need to see some of that facilitation from Ning come out to the rest of the team. And Doggo needs to have all of the eggs in his basket. I love that Ching got some of those resources, but Doggo is the way that this team carries, Lyric. We've said it once, we've probably say it 1,000 more times. But Weibo are on the blue side this time around. They will ban away the Maokai, the Draven, and the Jax. It is the Ashe and the Elise banned by Ultra Prime.
I wonder, because Chris said in that pregame interview that they don't want to give over Zeri. But
they will fight against the Zeris also.
Yeah, that's what I'm curious. Like, I'm curious if, you know, because knowing Weibo's bot lane, they haven't been one of the ones that have like they seem like they preferred things like the Lucianami over, you know, the Zeri Yumi. So I'm interested to see if the takeaway is priority and the takeaway is priority.
This does at least leave the Lucianami on the board, which, yeah, exactly is going to be the trade. So we actually do get the matchup that we've been denied for so long, it feels like, where we got it all the time in the Zeri Lucian, I'm sure. But they will steal away that kitty cat and take the Yumi.
And I feel like Doggo was set up for success, like somewhat in that first game. It was hard, like, because his soul laners were still so far behind. But even in regards to fights, there were so many times where, like, Valen would just leave Doggo and like go on to Ning and like try to like supplement the engage, when I don't know if that was exactly what they needed. I feel like it was more about just enabling the one who already had those big advantages. But oh well, they're gonna get a second chance to go for it.
I'll just say, like, the Zeri Lulu combo is perfectly fine. Like, I actually really like the Zeri Lulu combo in cohesion, or I guess in difference of that Yumi combo. It will be the Shy back on the Cassante. They want to try to keep that win streak alive and well here for Weibo.
Now to see where they go with for this third pick. Maybe if they can get, I mean, I was going to say something that's more comfortable for Harry, but you pretty much had the most like stock and standard like just trade blows matchup in top lane that you could with Sion into the K'Sante. So now going into the second phase, they value that the Wukong is still a higher priority and what it brings. So for Weibo, I would expect some bans to come out towards that top lane. Like if they did just want to remove like the Sion itself and push Harry into a position where he has to bring out something a bit more volatile. And I think good call by Ultra Prime, pinching the pool of Karsa. But Karsa's already played 8 or 9 different champions this split.
Yeah.
He's played the Gragas, he's played the Poppy, he's brought out the Viego. Like he's been willing to go into the depths for, you know, whatever champion they need.
And the thing is he is giving that flexibility in jungle, where I feel like a lot of Ning's best moments have been on the facilitation junglers, right? And being able to see Karsa on the other side have a lot of that flexibility where he can play those very aggressive picks. He loves to go those, but as well as, I guess not this last game, but picking out like the Sejuani's, things like that, to have a little bit more of that facilitation. I do very much have my eye, now that his Gragas is also banned, what he's going to pick up in this second phase is
I do want to say,
is the auto ban. Yes, go ahead.
A lot of the times that Karsa's had to pull out these like other picks has been like a lot of teams when they play against Weibo do put a lot of bans in the jungle. I mean, like Ultra Prime are doing now, so it makes sense. But now, okay, 2 mid lane bans. So I'm actually just gonna say we're fine with Harry going on anything in top lane. I guess there's no reason to take away even the most stable top lane option into K'Sante when even the most stable option got absolutely decimated by the Shy in that first game. So instead, gonna try and change it up a little bit, get Harry on to the Renekton, which is something that, I mean, it's the second most played champion this split, only under that K'Sante. So going deep into a lot of what should be like early presence, early skirmish, and you expect this composition to want to fight for things like first Rift Herald and really get off the ground running.
And while Renekton is comfort for Harry in terms of his career played, I'm actually terrified at the need of early resources that is there for Ultra Prime now against a very steady of ship combo from Weibo Gaming.
I agree, especially after what we saw in game 1, where it really doesn't matter even if some players give over some kills, that they were just able to stay locked in. But I like to Tilia pick up. You have a lot of champions with dashes on the opposite side. Ching is going to try and just pick for that strong isolated 1v1 where you can trade out with the lasers, and you have some tools to be able to play with like the gravity field. But I don't know. I still feel like what Weibo has looks so solid, and maybe it's kind of just bias of the names on paper of who's playing. But I just don't know if I can imagine Ultra Prime getting the advantages they need. You have very like safe, stable top lane, bot lane that should be able to do just fine in that 2v2. Tilia, you have wave clear to be able to get through like these matchups. It's going to be a lot about linking up, a lot about like rotating around the map. And again, I think like first Herald, that's going to be like a big pivot point for Ultra Prime.
And I think Doggo on the Lucian has been interesting. I saw last game, not really able to get damage down. It was very difficult to weave damage in. And I'm seeing Light on the Zeri, who we know is that late game great position. We saw him on the Caitlyn putting in so much damage without getting any focus, right? But on the Zeri, I feel like you have a lot more of that forward aggression. So I'm very much looking forward to Doggo and Baolen surprising me and finding that in here on the bottom lane that was not there last game.
It's going to be hard. Going to be hard when they're going up against just one of the best 2v2s we have in the league right now. We saw what they were able to do in game 1, but we're going to be looking at it this time, what Ning can do in influencing bot lane. You're going to have the shields and the safety there from the Lulu, though, to try to keep Light and himself safe. Mid lane could be a potential point of attack for Ultra Prime, though. Look to punish Xiaohu and you know, the aggressive plays he wants to make, especially being on another immobile mage for himself.
And I still like just picking apart the bottom lanes a little bit more. First and foremost, the thing that stands out to me so much is that it is Doggo and Light, while themselves have very much a lot of respect to them and what they've built up in recency. It's Chris versus Baolen. Like, it's literally 2 world champion supports. Yes, maybe in past, but going against each other. And the fact that Chris had played with Doggo over that failed BLG experiment last year. There's just a lot of fun to be had, and it's with Light and Crisp's first like foray into the series, pretty much down smashing. It felt like that bottom lane. I'm very much trying to say, do you see some of these laughs? You see some of these smiles? But maybe have a little bit of fun with this bot lane in this second game.
Yeah, I got to be honest. You know, I'm a huge Balan enjoyer. Feels like they're at very different points in their careers. You know, might be a good way to say it. And obviously, like Doggo, a lot of people are just going to remember Doggo for that insane, what was it, 2021 MSI performance and what he was able to do filling in for PSG. And he's still shown like semblances and flashes of that, even like with his time on like BLG last year. You can see it here again in Ultra Prime's wins. Like Ultra Prime have really only been able to win, not really, like they've actually only been able to win when he gets his hands on Zeri, and he is the one that can deliver an insane performance. So yeah, you kind of have that volatility, and I don't even know how to describe Balan, but the volatility up against the consistent high level play coming out from Weibo's bot lane. It is a rough one, but you just need to peak at the right moment, Mazel, which would be, I don't know what time it is in China right now, but whatever time it is in China, literally right now.
Right now.
Wait, I think they're 8 hours ahead of me, so it should be 9:08 p.m.
Okay.
There we go. Or
Well,
21:08. Well, you know, whatever way you want to spin it.
Another thing I'm realizing here, obviously the Syndra isn't picked out here, but I think Xiaohu dealt with Ching Syndra well enough in game number 1 that that pick is not relevant anymore for Ching. But you're looking at this like most played for Ultra Prime and a lot of what they are looking for success on, and it's what Weibo is on right now for the second game. And so really, again, it just feels like all eyes are on Ultra Prime in a very tough situation to really show up and bring us to a game 3. And in that way, like, Ning had some of those early looks, and I think for me that is where Ultra Prime, if they don't find early anything for Ning,
I don't know,
they falter a lot of the time.
Like, I feel like it's hard.
At least Ning getting resources somewhere on the map is what I'm more talking about, because facilitation for Ning is like the key.
I mean, I agree with that, but it's like, again, we just saw how hard the Ultra Prime lanes were just losing it. I guess other than mid, like, sure, the Syndra wasn't losing, but at the same time, the Syndra wasn't winning either, right? So I feel like it is a tough one. Is we are going to come in because for people out there, Ultra Prime couldn't swap champions in the end. We did have to, like, you know, get draft remade. It was still going to be the same draft. They just couldn't change. So now we are going in, and yeah, this time around we're looking at, I think, especially bot once again. Like, maybe there's some early opportunity in topside for Ultra Prime before K'Sante gets incredibly tanky, but then we're looking at Doggo, we're looking at Ning to be the ones to still step up.
We've got the stud carry for Weibo Gaming in Light, a transplant from LNG, the bane of Doggo last year, and Doggo himself. All those highs, needing to find a little bit of stability here in this halfway point of the season for Ultra Prime. We're getting into the second game of the day for this third series. It is Weibo Gaming versus Ultra Prime. And Ultra Prime, bring us to 3 as we get to Jayo.
Weibo already cementing some ball in control, making sure that Balan's ward isn't there.
It's a win. It's a win.
Going to be able to, I mean, again, just even doing these small things, the small victories to set up Light and Crisp to be able to just be self-sufficient, find their own advantages, and be able to take over.
It's been 902 days since Ning and the Shy played in the same game. Now they played, this will be the second game they played together.
I mean,
isn't it wonderful? Love to see those
I remember
things.
those games, Giselle. I was there. 2020
You were there?
regional finals. Yeah, those were interesting games. That's when LGD ended up going to Worlds. They took down IG twice, once in playoffs and once in that regional qualifier. A lot of it coming down to IG's bot lane, sadly, not really having the best time up against what LGD were able to throw at them. But hey, we've moved on from that. The world has moved on. It's years later. It's Ning's time to shine once again. Didn't have the opportunity to in game 1. Was setting behind Karsa and, you know, again, punishing Karsa's early mistakes. And that is where it needs to start for UP.
I'm looking at this bottom lane.
Just felt so weird.
UP.
I don't know.
Is it weirder than up? Is it?
No, calling them up definitely makes way more sense.
Wait, it makes more sense or it sounds weirder?
No, it sounds better. And it's a great Pixar movie.
Great Pixar movie. Great Pixar movie. But there were some sad moments in that. Hopefully none of those will be here present for Ultra Prime. Xiaohu taking a pretty heavy trade in the mid lane. As again, Ning actually just making a full clear towards top side of the map here.
I mean, for Ultra Prime, right, like kind of like honing in on that mid lane. Victor very strong in these early trades. Q gives you that shield, like solid base damage, and then you can try and just outrange Talia once your E comes online. So Victor always been those champions that's able to do that. The thing where you kind of fall off is right those early mid-game skirmishes. You are kind of supplemented though by the fact that you have a Renekton and a Lucian. And speaking of the Renekton, we said Ning can look to impact this matchup early on before the Shy gets too tanky.
The ward will be running out very, very soon. Oh, just a little bit early. The Shy does see it. He's still going to go for it, though. But the Shy does have that movement. Ning just
That is
barely
so sad.
unable to get the timing.
Yeah, just slightly off where that could have been a different gank, right? That could have maybe forced out a ghost. Kill could have come through, like whatever it was. But point is, it didn't happen. And the Shy escapes once again.
Man, the Shy has so much just narrative armor going for him here, though. I will just say, like, he's already taken out Jack11 Rookie. He has the potential to deny Ning his 200th win in the LPL and also beat the entire world champion roster that he played with before. Oh my gosh, I don't know how you beat that, man. You gotta start getting an offer or a rider somewhere.
Have they played Southwind yet? No, they haven't. That's their last game of the split. Because it actually makes me sad that Puff is in the league. Because the best thing would be if he played against Puff and he picked Kalista. That would be like a cherry on top. Which, sure, it's not part of that 2018 IG squad, but just like the stories and interviews you would have from the Shy of the time when he was playing with Puff and Southwind, it was just like so tragic. It was, oh god, poor Puff. But we'll come back to this. Karsa.
All right, Karsa making his first foray. Tries to get him a Ching 2 flash. Too quick.
Yeah, not going to be able to find that, but still, you blow a summoner and you invested very little to being able to get anything out from Ching. And, I mean, Victor, very easy, like, target to look for, repeat gank. Oh, what?
Executed.
All righty. Quick back, quick back. Gotta be fast, gotta be fast. Did get the noon quiver. And he's out on the map now.
Huh.
I actually kind of like that. I always meme. I've never actually seen it used. I always meme about it, especially when I die early in lane. But I'm awful, and Doggo's good, so that's pretty nice.
I know we've had it a few times in the LPL, like over the past years, but I guess just the way we cut to him as he died, without like really the context of it. Good catch though, to quickly realize that was what he was doing.
Well, you get that new quiver versus a Cole and a longsword that Doran's playing bot lane, so that'll be interesting. But again, that's the kind of tool you want early. But Ching, he does no longer have this flash, and he goes down to first, but it's Xiaohu.
Gold going exactly on who you want it to. Xiaohu going to be feeling good about that one. And we knew the repeat gank was going to come through. This time did take a flash to be able to get it, but still, Ching going down, setting up your champion who has the ability to freely move around the map, even hitting level 6 Weaver's Wall online. He could start looking to abuse that impact.
Doggo does see Karsa coming down his way. So 1v1 on the top side. Shouldn't lead to too much, although the all-out comes out and the dominance popped as well. Harry get a little bit low, has to flash away. That knockback very close to connecting. Get the tight tussle in the top lane here. I love it.
I love that Harry's willing to try to test his mettle against the Shy, but you always quickly realize in a 1v1, you know, you don't always want to do that. You don't always want to do that.
So I do want to go back to the Ching point. I do find it interesting because I think Xiaohu has, in this series at least, really shown up in a big way. And I think Ching, while his own right, like this is his rookie split, right? He's on Ultra Prime here with that promotion from FPX Blaze after winning LDL in Summer 22. No big deal, but it's still about trying to prove yourself against a lot of these guys. You only face these guys once in the season, and I think it's really interesting to see how he's been willing to kind of take some of these more aggressive trades in mid lane at least.
And it's always hit or miss, right? Of like which of our LDL talent comes in and steps up. We have, obviously, we have people. We have the Creams. We have the Strides. But then you also have people like Captain who kind of come in and quickly disappear. Once again, Ching who's come in and not had the easiest time. So, you know, he still has time to show what he's got. Hopefully he can, because this game, he is still winning in lane, right? We can see he has a pretty solid CS advantage in that 1v1. But a lot of this is going to come down to how Xiaohu can use that Weaver's Wall, not necessarily about his 1v1 against Ching.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where Xiaohu is so potent. That's where he was known for on RNG, just being a control around the map. Karsa does get a little control for his own, right? He does get that first dragon for Weibo. Ning now looking for the top side gank.
He's been here so many times, and it's always warded.
Don't make me go back to the well analogy. I'll do it.
You know the worst part is this actually gives me flashbacks of when Ning used to put the Shy. It's just obviously in reverse. Like Ning would be up towards top side this many times. This time doing it to actually kill the Shy.
Okay, now they're this is what we wanted. This is what we wanted. Okay, it didn't work when Baolan wasn't there. But now Ning, Baolan, they're gonna go give a nice little visit to their friend the Shy. Okay, well he was walking that way. Maybe
I was gonna say they're actually going to make sure that they get Rift Herald, but
no,
you know, the
I
Shy
wanted my
might walk
narrative. All right, but this is actually a pretty big contest potentially from Karsa to come in the backside. Won't actually go in the pit just yet. 677, as it will be smited away by Ultra Prime.
I think not realizing at first that Baolan would make his way up here. I would assume they should know since Doggo's playing alone in that 1v2 and that's something Light and Crisp would communicate, but yeah, at the end of the day, Weibo not going to get Herald and honestly going to give it up free. They are getting a ton of pressure on the spot side. Yep, never mind. I need to stop using the word free. Because Weibo finding tremendous value
in the game of League of Legends. As Karsa's here, he has Glacial Prison. Harry has Dominus, though. Still has some decent tankiness. The Shy is trying to bait in as much damage as he can. Doesn't get the knockback.
No, so now just going to help push that out. They even had Xiaohu waiting in the wings. We could see him hovering up towards topside river had anything broken out. And now they can just default back. And I think now is when, for Weibo, you should start looking towards that bot side. We can see Karsa already going to be pathing towards that. Has camps in his bot side jungle. And when your bot lane has already broken down 2 plates of their own, really looking to enable that. And speaking of plates, I mean, Ultra Prime has broken down none. So I'm very interested to see what they want to do with this Herald. You would kind of expect them to want to maybe put this onto Doggo, but...
Here they come. Xiaohu does use the Weaver's Wall up here. Glacial Prison used the knockback, the damage, it's enough! Is it? He gets back. He has a little bit of health. He dashes out right into the rocks. And the crocodile split in two. 2 kills to Xiaohu.
Finally able to get that Weaver's Wall online. They pick up a kill. Ning is going to get out of here. But look at the consequences of that top lane gank, right? Ching is at least able to get another wave in mid. Xiaohu's going to miss out on a little bit. CS advantage will still be there for the Ultra Prime mid laner. The thing is, we need to see that CS advantage actually accumulate into any sort of, you know, tangible stats to fight win.
Final chapter came out. Doggo's in trouble here. Doggo needs to escape a little bit. He does have Ning coming right behind him. Karsa has shown his face now, though, so both teams should be willing to walk away from this one. The charge did go through to try and give Doggo some more plates, but Ultra Prime actually moving back on. But look who's moving. Xiaohu's already almost here, and Ning gets out over the wall with his clone.
Weibo's doing such a solid job of controlling this early game. Already a 1K gold lead, and we've already talked about the scaling that they have on their side, so very comfortable pace, and Ultra Prime haven't been able to get anything going. We've seen Ning many times try to gank that top lane. Hasn't been able to get anything from it. Now I feel like it'd be a little bit useless with the fact that the Shy has already picked up his Mythic. That Frostfire coming out very, very early on. So now for Ning, your only real options, like I guess you can look mid, but Ching isn't really bringing you that much damage. And then it really only leaves bot where you have the mobility on the Zeri, you have the wild growth, you have all the shields and speed ups coming up from Chris. Like you're gonna be really hard pressed to find an easy option at this point.
And honestly, this is the Weibo that terrifies me. Because when Light is not had to be resource focused in this bottom lane, he is literally the late game carry that if you give him, you know, time, he will absolutely carry games for you. And you focus on Xiaohu, Karsa, and the Shy, and they find those advantages. They just stranglehold the map away from you because of how much they kind of think ahead of the play.
I agree, and that's actually just one of the most impressive things about Weibo is just the fact that like Light Light can be such a carry without needing any of those resources, and like you're saying, it allows that core to come online. Xiaohu now looking to link up with his AD carry, playing right outside of vision.
Dude, he does. I don't even think they have that one pinged. It doesn't have the little red thing on it. So he's just playing really good with that vision dog.
Yeah,
I like it, man. All right, they're going to try to make a play here on the Ching and Ning, though. Ning tries to get back in there. Does miss that engage, though. Ching takes a decent amount. Karsa has to flash out. Oh,
That was almost a point blank.
That was. They say that it's harder to hit the point blank ones than the ranged ones, okay? From the benefit of the doubt. Doggo going on the light. Light wants him down, though. It's a 1v1 between the ADCs, and Doggo flashes away. As now, Xiaohu coming down, has the Weaver's Wall. Can separate a fight here if they want to go in. Cooldown starting to come down. That's the gravity wall, though. And will be separating, turned into a wall at least in that chokehold.
Weibo not going to feel confident enough to stick around in Start of the Dragon or anything along those lines. Get your wave sorted, push in bot where you already have a health advantage. You forced out that flash coming out from Doggo. Reset mid lane, pick up red buff. I think overall very solid calls coming out from Weibo to not over-aggress or try to obtain more than they should be able to in that scenario.
Big thing here, Doggo does get that Kraken Slayer, and we're going to be getting first item completions pretty much on these big carries here at least very soon. But right now, Ultra Prime have that lead. And we'll see if they can utilize it to get this dragon.
I want to see if, again, that item advantage you hit on is the difference maker here. Light's still not able to find a reset timing.
No, they
it looks
still
like he's
don't
been
fight
trying.
it.
Back off, and Light, I mean, Doggo having to go and answer the wave push in the bot side. They're still kind of just falling behind on CS. So had they gone for the Drake, you're just giving Light and Weibo as a whole, like, 4 CS leads, and those items will start to accumulate. I will say for Harry this time around, he's not falling behind. We've already hit on Ching in the mid lane, having an advantage himself because his Victor is being very lane-oriented as compared to Xiao, who was losing out on his own early, but also the amount of movement we've seen from him so far.
Oh my god. The shot. Doing crazy things up there, brother.
I feel like anytime a new champion comes out, the Shy just gets it on lock. You know, again, we hit on him.
Yeah.
When his Gwen came out, everyone was banning Gwen. He would just demolish you with it. And his Cassante has felt very much in line with that.
Oh, are we getting the faded gank? Are we actually getting it? Please tell me so. I know, I feel bad.
I just want to say,
I need this for the
we see the Shy get ganked literally every series.
But this
what is
is
special?
different. This is Ning and Baolan coming to visit their old buddy, the Shy. He's gonna use his quick feet to try and get out, but there ain't no escaping this one. Revenge goes to Harry.
There we go. That's what it's all about. 2 years in the waiting. Ning kills the Shy. Pretty much should end the game here. Oh, wait. Nope. Rest of Weibo's coming, Mazel. That gank actually maybe not turning into too much.
Yeah, that Glacial Prison does get dodged out with that close. So nicely used by Ning. They still got to find a way out of this one as Lightning Crash comes through. Karsa, can he get the CC down? Just needs that one auto attack, but can't do it.
Ning was forced to flash there, so they were able to just trade an ulti for a summoner. So now
should get this tower too. This will be first tower. Unless they overextend. They do. Oh, the flash, but it's polymorphed. He can't get the connection. Chris now in some trouble though. Doggo is getting the culling, and Baolan picks up the kill. Ning gets the angle here. Karsa very low, and Ultra Prime, they've struck back as 2 kills to Baolan. Maybe not the person you want to get the goal, but that is a comeback you much needed for Ultra Prime.
The over-aggression punished by Ultra Prime once again. Overstepping, you have members like Ching who are already coming up, and Harry. I mean, beautiful polymorph coming out from Chris, but it doesn't matter. There's too many members here. They try to buy time to knock up Persuades Ning, but with the Ignite coming through and calling Ning there, it's still enough to bring down Chris in the end. And then it's very easy. Such a mobile champion like Wukong and Lucian wait out those cooldowns, which are very short, and then look to re-aggress. Looks like while we were in the replay though, Weibo forced Ultra Prime off Herald. Ning's chunked incredibly low.
Doggo getting flanked by the Shy here in mid lane. Yeah, it looks like that just should be another neutral objective gone over to Weibo Gaming. They have full control right now again. Harry versus the Shy and Silent will never stop getting old, but it Might get a little tiring watching them beat each other over and over again. We are getting a grouping around this fight here in the Rift Herald, and Ning in place with that half health bar, but it immediately cleanses that Glacial Prison. Oh, we get the lightning crash potentially utilized there if they wanted to go a little bit further.
Look at the Shy and Harry.
Go through it. And they've just been fighting the whole time, okay? That's just what they do. As Rift Herald is popped here in mid lane. 5 grouping, we said it in draft, is terrifying from Weibo. There's not much of an in for Ultra Prime.
Now Ning's positioning for it has Balan on top of him as well, but they aren't going to go for it. I think it's the right call. They were getting chunked a little bit low. I mean, look at Ching. Ching and Harry both at about half HP right now, but Ning still wants to find the flank.
They actually stopped the tower in mid lane, so nice little defense, just using some of that pressure to ebb and flow for Ultra Prime. Well, it's not going to pay them dividends here. It is a little bit of something to pull back, especially when a dragon fight coming in about 45 seconds.
And we're going to take a look. What items are able to be picked up is Weibo will be able to get more standing gold off the map. Xiaohu's going to be the big one, and seeing what he's able to purchase when he goes. He's already been sitting on that Leandri's for a little bit now. Doggo might still even be up. Yep, still up, but I don't think Light is reset yet, so he might be able to come back, you know, with a bit of a buy himself. But yeah, I guess item's not really moving too heavily in one direction or the other. But Xiaohu finishing his,
close.
So going to be incredibly close, yeah, but not quite there.
So we're moving into this one, and honestly, to some extent, I mean, I don't think you win the scaling game by any means, but I'm interested to see if Ultra Prime are willing to fight this, or even just give this up and maybe wait another 5 minutes. I don't think that's in the cards, Lear.
No, I feel like
say, oh, connection on the Doggo, but it might have just baited the rest of Weibo. A couple big tools utilized there, though, as the culling and the final chapter. But the Glacial Prison also used.
Like, Ultra Prime do have a Victor, so that they still feel fine if this goes, but I still feel like ideally you'd want to fight now, because K'Sante, no one on your team's going to be able to deal with K'Sante later on in the game. Zary's going to be way more menacing than the Lucian. It's just, you need to find something now.
Haven't been able to find anything just yet. Just trying to push out this mid lane a little bit more as Weibo trying to wait in the bush. We pull out a little bit of a death brush here. Is now Ultra Prime moving in, actually. The guy's still on that flank, doesn't get spotted out just yet. He's going ham and he's going in. He pulls back just to get a little bit of that tension to Ultra Prime. Weibo not going to push back onto this dragon because their mid lane tower is actually under siege here, and Ultra Prime trying to make a little bit of a move.
Yeah, doing a nice job of pulling their attention towards the mid lane.
This is so contentious, man. We're just sitting in like the OK corral with the guns at the ready.
Yeah, it seems like Weibo now realized, hey, we need to get this wave in, and then we can start pivoting back down. And you know, we'll have enough of a window to where we can start this up and maybe try to pull them into a fight. Carson's just going to go outright onto the Drake, and now it's up to see what Ultra Prime can do. Flashes are up across the board. Ning's ultimate is really the one to keep our eyes on to see if he can get on top of Xiaohu or Light.
Dragon going over to Weibo. It'll be burned down. Ultra Prime stuck in decision limbo. Cannot execute, cannot get anywhere to contest that one. Now maybe on the back end, though. Weibo Gaming wanting to go in. Karsa misses the Glacial Prison. He's getting very low. Doggo finding the way to get some damage in here. But the final chapter utilized yet again. He's holding on to the calling. Light getting his own damage. Lightning crash to AoE. It's a wonderful moment as Weaver's Wash comes across it. The Shy goes all out. That's one kill to Light as the Shy has found Harry. Might be able to knock her back, but can't find that third hit. And Weibo get a pick onto Ning, and now they take an outer tower.
They're going to be able to take an outer turret. You can see Karsa stealing away some of the jungle camps from Ultra Prime as well. Looks like he's going to go straight to that red buff. I love it. Deny some resources. You got the dragon. You got a mid lane turret. It was a long, extended standoff, but at the end of the day, it pays dividends for Weibo, who can just see Phantom Dancer, Archangel Stat. Actually, it's already there. Some Wraiths coming out. Like, they're hitting some great item points. And Karsa once again flops the Glacial Ultimate. But here, Ultra Prime have already committed so heavily. Doggo dashing in, and then Light.
Look at Light, man.
Gets the ult on through, and the Shy actually knocking Ning back a little bit, which forces him to have to flash out. And then Light left in this position where it can still just run them down. A lot of your damage, especially coming from that Victor at this point, right? It's like rotation based. You're waiting on those cooldowns to be able to come through, which gave Light the confidence and the ability to just keep running forward.
And it's literally just all part of the Weibo Gaming master plan here. They've been twiddling their fingers like an evil mastermind this whole time because it was the setup from these solo lanes to get Light into a position to be this late game carry. And now they're just catching out the duo of Ning and Baolan. Oh, that Chris wants it. Chris wants it. Light's gonna come across. Oh, no. Okay, well, they still hold him down. And they get the kill with Karsa.
Well, Mazel, that's Baron. Weibo gonna get Baron. The Shy gets to continue his like 1v1 eternal cage fight with Harry in bot lane. And I feel like everything is right and just in the universe.
Everything is right and just, apparently, as says Lyric. Harry will TP up to this top fight, though. He has the Dominus, and they want to contest this. I guess desperation is the call for Ultra Prime, as they both get chunked pretty heavy, and Light is perfectly fine to chase this one down. Doggo tries to flash, but yeah, flash right into your grave, as Chris will be chased out by Harry. He gets one back, the Baron over to Weibo, and they are running away with this one.
7,000 gold lead now. Baron in pocket. They're on Soul Point. Weibo are just making their way towards closing this out. We'll see here. Xiaohu walking up, baits Ning out. Once again, Glacial Prison doesn't connect. He just can't. He really just... Not a great series today, but hey, your team's still winning. And then they're just able to rush the rest of these guys down.
Observer, why you gotta do that?
Oh, no.
Come on. I love our observers. They are ruthless with the mess ups. We do see Weibo, though. You thought they were top. Well, now they're bottom lane. And Ching's like, guys, I thought you were just up there. Didn't we just have this conversation? And it's going to be a little bit of a longer conversation as they play with their food a little bit. But eventually, food is food. And Karsa gets himself another kill.
And, you know, we're going to use this time to look at what this does for the standings as well. Because Weibo, surprisingly, sitting in actually 9th right now, which isn't saying much. It's because of the amount of like games played and like wins they have, because they're actually 3-2. They have less games than even the teams who had earlier in the day. So they will make their way up to 4-2, and their next match, another good one, because you're clearly selling this the Shy storyline. You're selling it hard. You're a believer.
Yeah,
you know the next match for Weibo? Versus IG. And there you go.
Let's go.
The Shy versus You Should Know Me.
That's going to be a banger matchup. You better be there to watch that one. And especially off of, I don't know the Shy personally, but some confidence building, I feel like, off these last couple of games. That it has been a struggle for the Shy. There's no doubt about it, right? You look at those scorelines and some of those losses, it's really rough. But to see this kind of performance from him on his Cassante and be that kind of just rock up there with the puns intended, it's really nice to see from Weibo as a whole, because we've seen nothing but step up from the whole team.
I don't know if the Shy needs confidence building. Again, if any of you ever want to go watch like interviews with the Shy, it's a team fight, breaking out. I don't know if Ultra have any chance of killing anyone.
I mean, Doggo does a good amount of damage, but he's still Cassante.
And it's still a 8,000 plus gold lead.
Don't look at it. Don't.
But seriously, like,
it is insane.
If you've never seen the Shy interview, especially ones over these past 2 years where he hasn't been the most successful, right, in terms of accolades, they're still just as like great as ever in terms of like his perception of like the league, himself, his teammates, absolute bangers.
I love to hear that, and especially going. I know this is next series, still talking about it, but going against YSKM in the next one, where he's saying, you know, if there's ever a time to play cocky, it's all the time, because you might not always be able to. I think that's gonna be such a banger matchup. But this time around, again, we talk about the Shy so much. Xiaohu also really showing up here in the series, and especially against Ching, who's trying to. Yeah, absolutely, and it's on the kind of out of mid lane picks that we know and love from Xiaohu. He is literally able to exert control around the map, and there's not much to be answered to from the mid lane.
It's always nice when you get like an unexpected Xiaohu pick, like when he brought out the Katana.
Might
Weibo
just
gonna
go
try to run
down
them
here.
down.
I mean, they're just gonna run him down. Doggo almost down. The AoE though, the AoE. Oh, you gotta get away from Doggo. You're gonna kill your teammate there. As Light is just streaming forward. The Weaver's Wall pushes it back, and the rest of the team, they're saying, Doggo, let me in. I need help. And Doggo goes down too, and a triple kill for Light. As Weibo are going to town on Ultra Prime.
Weibo giving us the 2-0 that we knew was possible. Sorry, Baolan and Ning, but the Shy's gonna take it today, boys.
The Shy will be the Grim Reaper of his fellow brethren of the World Championship squad of IG. He will take down Ultra Prime. He will take down Ning and Baolan, and Weibo Gaming are bouncing back.
Crisp also taking down his former AD carry. You know, again, just some of like the cool stories that we had in this game. Xiaohu, though, was obviously the stud in this game, too. We know he's going to be the one to pick up the MVP. There is no world where he isn't. Great performance on the Taliyah. Very impactful once the Weaver's Wall came online. And really just great team fighting across the board. I am sad, actually. We just got that, you know, the fist bumps. And I thought there'd be more camaraderie, more brotherhood.
I thought so too, actually. I was like, all right, calm, cool, and collected. I mean, hey, you just need, you put on a suit and you went to business. It felt like, honestly, from the Shy, being able to pick that Kasante twice in a row. Keeping, by the way, that undefeated streak on that pick. And honestly, just feeling like, again, the most terrifying iteration of Weibo has made itself known again.
Where's the smiles, Where's the smiles?
All business. Businessmen don't smile, don't you know? We all about business.
They looked like it was more of a hassle to come in 2-0 than like anything else. Huh. There he is. The Tiger King himself.
The man.
Tiger
the
King
man, the myth, the legend.
Beautiful pink keyboard. I'm also a pink keyboard enjoyer, so, you know, me and Xiao, pretty much the same.
So another thing, I know we've talked about so many cool storylines, but Ning was literally one win away from his 200th win in the LPL, and now the Shy gets to too. So it's the little things. It's the little things.
Yeah.
But it really was just a standout performance from Weibo. I think that's it. First and foremost, to see the way they did across both games, but also that TT loss was devastating. Like, it does not feel good to lose like that. And TT are themselves kind of streaming forward. And I think that comeback, even though you're talking about some of that self-built confidence.
It makes no sense. The LPL makes no sense. TT beat Weibo and then they lost to OG.
Hey,
What is this?
I have a perfect hashtag for you. You know what? Follow along with me. It's called hashtag Crazy is Our Game.
Yeah, it just
Are you
makes
good? Can you write that down? Is that okay?
Like you look at Weibo, you look at Weibo's wins. Weibo beaten top esports, they've beaten JDG. Like, sure, they've also beaten like FPX and now Up. But my point is, like, those are the teams they beat. It's like they lose to TT, which TT is a solid team. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm actually really hyped for TT. And then 3 games against BLG. Weibo, again, a very interesting team to go through the split. We've seen their ceiling. I mean, right between them, top esports, JDG, like some of these teams, I don't know what's the highest ceiling out of all of them, because all of them have insane ceilings. It's just which of them have like the lower floors are kind of the questions that we have. And it was one of those ones where I'd say on paper it might be Weibo, just from what we've seen from, again, like Carson the Shy. But who knows? The league's like topsy-turvy right now. We've seen JDG lose series when we didn't think they would. Top esports have surprisingly been winning. Like, Mizzell, we're all over the place.
We are all over the place, and I absolutely love it. And with that win, Weibo pushed themselves up to 6th place as well. I do believe I heard we have our interview ready, so let's go ahead and kick it over to Christina and Crisp.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Crisp, the support for WBG. Thank you so much for joining me and to talk about this dominant game. Congratulations on your 2-0 victory. First, the question for you. Are you confident of taking down game number 1, even when Ultra Prime have scored so many objectives and maybe you didn't get result about that bottling dive? 欢迎 Crisp 来到我们的赛后采访，恭喜微博今天2比0一个非常稳健的胜利啊！第一个问题想要问到的是，在第一局对面 UP 拿到了很多中立资源的情况下，并且他们野区节奏也很好，你们是不是还会觉得，我们还是有自信可以拿下第一局的？为什么？
因为我们当时其实3条线的话，我们还是有优势，就是可能在前期的野区的对战上，让对面朱妮获得一点优势。但是我们当时上路折赛，然后我们下路，我们都是有一个比较明显的一个对线的领先的。然后当时我们还有卡丁这样的英雄，卡丁的发育也是没有被对手干扰的，所以我们就觉得，就是虽然就是现在局面可能对面可能看着人头多一点，但其实整体还是往我们这边有一个优势的。
Firstly, I do think that all 3 lanes will get leads. Even their jungler get maybe so many objectives and mutual objectives like that. We do think that we still have a chance because we have mid laner Kassadin and the Shy farmed pretty good on top lane, so that we still have the chance to win that. Even though they have secured so many objectives. Second question, I really want to touch on your team synergy, especially with Light, because we have seen you guys did a really great job. You can always get CS leads and perform pretty good, especially in game number 1. I still remember that Lucian stand by your Q and by Kathleen's E skills for so many times. 那么第2个问题想要问到的一些关于下路和赖的选手的配合，特别在今天第1局，我们可以看到对面那个卢仙好像就是被你的水泡泡住之后，又是很丝滑的踩到了2个夹子，而且你们在下路的表现也是很能拿到补兵的优势的。你觉得现在和赖的选手搭档感觉怎么样？
可能我跟赖的就是我们在对线的风格上，就是大家想法都是比较一致的吧，所以时常比较能在就对线上取得一个领先。然后那波的话就是他卢锡安，就是我觉得就他没有闪的情况下，那样一上来换血是有点冒进的吧，然后我们就抓住了他们这个失误，然后成功的拿到了这个击杀。
Firstly, about that Lucian actions, I really think he has no flash. It is risky for Lucian to be so hasty engage us, but that we did a really good job. In terms of my synergy with Light, I think that we are so on the same page, especially about the understanding of the game, that we made so many, have a really great tacit synergy with Light. And next question, I really want to touch on the patch. We have played patch 13.1 for quite a long time. What's your take on the next message, especially in bottling environment, and which kind of support will be popular and get priority in next meta? 那么其实我们已经玩了13.1版本，打了很久很久了，我们也看了很多很奇怪的辅助啊什么的。那么柳青松选手可不可以跟我们分享一下你对于下一个版本下路环境的一个前瞻呢？
其实，在就是排位里面，就是其实下路的英雄跟整体的英雄感觉变化没有很多，我觉得可能是就是辅助位后的中单位置这个上，可能多了一个像安妮、龙王这样的英雄。这2个英雄因为在新的版本中是有一些增强的，可能这2个英雄会在赛场上会有一个比较多的选择。然后其他的英雄我感觉还是不会有太大的一个变化。
I don't think the meta will change too much because we have seen it's just as same as a solo queue, but the Soul and Annie maybe will be popular in next match because they are buffed a lot. Maybe they will be strong. Let's see in next upcoming matchups. And a final question for you. I remember that you really want to achieve a Grand Slam in last interview for our Chinese fans, and any thought for this spring season, especially for LPL English channel? 那么最后一个问题，上次我有看到刘青松选手在接受中文流的采访，说到想要达成那些尚未达成的荣誉，达成大满贯嘛。然后可不可以问一下，在这个赛季，在这场比赛之后，现在还是一个这样的想法吗？
一直都有这个想法吧，就是不管就是我们可能此前的比赛有一些打得不好的地方，或者有做得很差的地方，但我们的目标。我的目标或者我们团队的目标肯定是希望能拿到一个更好的成绩的，就是在这个过程上，就是我们肯定会去努力的，就是争取就大家都能取得一个很好的成绩。
Although maybe we have been experienced a little bit tough time, maybe losses like that, but for a pro player, for me, for my team, we really want to achieve better results like a Grand Slam, and we will work hard and to overcome obstacles in that way. Thank you so much for joining me. 谢谢 Chris 先来到了我们的赛后采访。Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Christina, and great to hear from Chris after destroying that game with Light. And man, their synergy is already looking so good. This bot lane has the sky as their limit.
I just feel like so many players come out and, you know, we'll say Xiao MVP so we can get that up on screen, but we're going to keep talking about that Chris interview because we all knew Xiao was MVP. That's no surprise there. But Chris coming out and saying when so many players are so like humble of like, yeah, you know, we want to aim for playoffs or, you know, try and get a top showing, or maybe if they're bold, they'll say MSI, right?
Chris comes out and says, we want to go for the Grand Slam. It's like, my God, dude, I love it. I love that energy.
Yeah.
And you know what? Now, you know what? I can't. I was already rooting for Weibo. Yeah, I'm gonna be biased here.
All
Now,
right.
I'm gonna be rooting for them a little bit more.
Well, they were ruthless in the second game, and Xiaohu was the forefront of that. He was moving into both side lanes. He was absolutely being a menace to Ching, who just had to kind of sit there in mid lane and watch him do his work. And really just good execution as a whole in both games from Xiaohu.
Yeah, Mazel. Xiaohu played good. We saw Weaver's Wall.
He did good things. He pressed the buttons good.
And then, you know, he shot the rocks, and, you know, he launched people towards himself over the other rocks. And, I mean, Xiaohu is just... There's a good argument for Xiaohu being, like, the best player to, like... Yeah, I don't know. Depends on skill or accolades, right? The fact that he's role swapped and, like, won titles in 2 different roles is, like... I don't know how that could be outdone other than, like... if you are like multi-worlds or like numerous times of this or that. It shows like multi-MSI, multiple roles, most decorated championships, like most championships in LPL. It's just, yeah, I don't know, man. The guy's
finding a new home on Weibo after finding a lot of that on RNG. And having so much of a track record with RNG, I love to see that he's still doing his thing in terms of that movement out of mid lane and control around the map. But that is our day done and dusted. We had a super Saturday here, Lyric, as it was a very fun night. IG down 0-2 to JDG in our first series. JDG destroyed that one. BLG did take a 2-1 hard-fought series against RA. And then Weibo came out and smacked Ultra Prime around a little bit.
There was a lot of smacking around today between at least 2 of our series. BLG RA, though, incredibly close. That one was great to see. And again, BLG coming out ahead in the end because of adaptation is always really fun. And we're going to look at our standings now where look at these standings. So many teams on 5 wins, so many teams on 4 wins. We really have a close running when it comes to not only playoffs, but just like we were hitting on this like 5 minutes ago. Who ends where? Who is 1? Who's 7? Who's 4.5? I don't know. I don't know who's ending where. And this is one of the most like topsy-turvy splits of LPL since I've been here. Hell, even since before I've been here. Even like since I've watched LPL. Like it's been a wild ride.
It's all the change up of the rosters. It's been a lot of fun, but we are closing out week number 5 tomorrow. We have another Super Sunday. Yep, as you said, foreshadowing to it a little bit. But LNG versus FPX kicks us off. Number 1 versus number 16. We got AL versus WE. AL still looking for their first series win of the split. And then our match of the week, EDG versus Top Esports. Who will take home that win and move themselves to 6-1?
Look, tomorrow has some sick games. Everyone's going to be there for those sick games. And Mazel,
everyone.
We're going to get to a point where, you know, we're going to be told in our ear, like, ready for ending. And I just got to say now, thank you for dealing with me right now, because we are at that limit of where we have seen so much League of Legends in front of us that we're, at least me, I am transcending. So you going to hold this together.
Great stuff. Well, I do first and foremost want to just say thank you so much. It was nice to get to hang out with you again. It's the first time we've got to cast together for the whole split, finally together for the year. But the biggest thing tonight that I have to bring up, and I know it's a little bit hard to, but this is our last night with our producer Xiaoliang behind the scenes, and he's been a rock for me since I joined the team. He has literally made so many high moments for me. So I just want to give a heartfelt thank you. Xie Xiaoliang, you are incredible, and I know you'll do incredible things wherever else you go. And
he's an absolute legend.
Big shout outs to Xiaoliang. Thank you all to the audience for being here, for hanging out with us, for watching some LPL and loving it just as much as we do. And we will see you tomorrow for that Super Sunday and next time on Summoner's Rift.